Today we are going to see, what if Goku raised Gohan alone after losing Chi-Chi? Part 3. So let's get started. Morning crept slowly across Capsule Corp. The sky was a clean blue, with faint clouds brushed across it like strokes from a lazy artist. From above, the sun's rays bathed the main dome of the central laboratory, making its metallic surface gleam with golden reflections. The air smelled of fresh oil, newly cut grass, and technology waiting to be tested. Goku floated in silence, suspended a few meters above the ground, arms crossed. His eyes were wide, amazed, almost shining. In front of him, towering like a stranded space whale on the concrete, stood the ship. It was enormous, bigger than any ship he had ever seen. Its curved, smooth body resembled a giant medical capsule, only fitted with multiple hatches, antennas, and armor plates assembled with surgical precision. A soft bluish light pulsed intermittently along its sides, like the slow heartbeat of a titanium giant. "Wow," Goku finally said. This is incredible." "Heh heh heh," came a soft, drawling voice behind him. "Not too bad, huh?" Goku turned around. Dr. Brief, wearing a grease-stained lab coat, with his pipe dangling from the corner of his mouth and a lilac cat napping on his shoulders, was approaching slowly, dragging a wheeled tablet piled with tools and screens. "Dr. Brief," Goku exclaimed, "did you make all this by yourself?" Well, I had a bit of help from my robots, and of course your capsule was essential. But yes, Goku, this beauty was made just for you." Dr. Brief stopped in front of him and pointed at the ship with his pipe. "I designed the capsule using your ship as the base, but I added a few adjustments." Goku gently drifted down to the ground. He walked toward the main ramp, which opened with a pneumatic hiss the moment it detected him. "Woo," he said, stepping inside. "This feels like a spaceship from a sci-fi movie." Interior. Goku's ship. The interior was white, curved, and minimalist. No sharp edges. Everything looked like it had been molded from a single piece, as if the ship had been carved from a block of liquid steel. The main hallway led straight to a control cabin, where a floating chair rotated gently before a semi-transparent console. "And that's not all," said Dr. Brief, following him. Come, let me show you the important upgrades." With a tap on his tablet, he activated the systems. The walls glowed softly. A series of guide lights lit up along the floor. First, food. He tapped a small hatch. "Here you've got an automatic pantry with encapsulated meals. I calculated your daily protein, carbohydrate, and sugar intake, and multiplied it by, well, let's just say you'll have more than enough." "Seriously? Unlimited food?" Goku rushed over, excited, opening the hatch. Inside were neatly organized shelves with color-coded capsules. Red, meat; green, vegetables; blue, rice; yellow, sweets. Goku nearly drooled. "It's like a space supermarket." Dr. Brief smiled, scratching his head. "Well, Capsule Corp has its pride too, you know." They continued down a second hallway, leading to a wider room, completely empty, with a high ceiling and no decorations. The walls were reinforced. In the corners, floating sensors hovered like motionless fireflies. The floor had red energy lines converging at a central point. And now the most important part, the gravity machine. Goku's jaw dropped. "This is?" "Yes," Dr. Brief replied, puffing out his chest. "Modified to generate up to 100 times Earth's gravity. You can adjust it from the main panel, but also from a small controller on your belt, just in case." 100 times gravity? Woo! Goku ran to the center of the room and did a couple of small hops. "It'll be like training in the core of a planet." Dr. Brief nodded. "Exactly, but be careful, young man. Starting with too much gravity can crush you like a soda can." "So moderation, all right?" Goku grinned, giving a thumbs up. "I promise, I'll go little by little." A robotic voice activated from the speakers in the ceiling. "Training room ready. Gravity at level 0. Goku walked around the room, moving with enthusiasm. "I'm going to get stronger than ever. I can feel it. My body wants to move already." They returned to the command cabin. Dr. Brief sat in an auxiliary swivel chair. "I've already loaded the coordinates to Namek. All you need to do is press this green button and poof, you'll be on course." "How long will it take?" "Approximately 6 days. At that speed, you'll have more than enough time to train hard. If you survive the first 5 minutes." "I can handle that," Goku said, fastening his control belt. Dr. Brief looked at him for a moment. His expression softened. "You know something, Goku?" When Bulma told me you were going to Namek alone, I thought she was crazy. But now that I see you." Goku looked back with a smile. "Yeah, I see someone who doesn't just want to fight. I see someone who wants to protect." Goku fell silent. He lowered his gaze slightly. He thought of Gohan, of Krillin, of Bulma, and of her, of Vegeta. His voice came out softer. "I really like fighting. I like facing strong opponents." He leaned against the doorway. "But if someone hurts my friends or destroys worlds, I can't just stay still." Dr. Brief stood up. His cat meowed on his shoulders. "Well, young man, I suppose it's time for liftoff." "Yes," Goku replied, walking toward the main panel. He placed a hand on the start button. "Look back. I'll tell Bulma I'm really grateful." "Excellent. Though knowing her, she'll probably want to hit you for taking too long." "Hee, that sounds like her." Dr. Brief stepped down the ramp, which closed behind him with a slow hiss. From outside, the systems began to hum. The ship lit up underneath. The gravity engine spun with invisible force. A wave of energy gently pushed the dust around it. Goku sat in the cabin, fastened his belt, closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Navigation system activated. Destination: Planet Namek. Estimated arrival time: 6 days, 2 hours. Here we go. He pressed the green button. Pip. A deep hum filled the cabin. The sky over Capsule Corp flashed with a burst of blue light. The ship launched upward like an arrow of pure energy, tearing through the air with a contained roar. It pierced the clouds in seconds, vanishing into the atmosphere. And inside, Goku was no longer just a warrior. He was a storm in the making. A machine and a man. A single desire. And 6 days to achieve the impossible. Meanwhile, on Namek, silence in the cavern was thick. The bluish rock walls, streaked with glowing veins like threads of emerald, enclosed the small turtle chamber where 3 figures rested in the darkness. The light from a tiny energy crystal activated by Bulma before staying behind in the ship lit the scene with a faint glow, like a firefly trapped in glass. Gohan sat cross-legged. His arms were wrapped around little Dend who, though no longer crying, still trembled from time to time. His large eyes stared at the ground, unable to look past his own feet. His white Namekian robe was torn, stained with dust and dried blood. A few steps away, Krillin stood silently. He didn't speak, he only thought. His furrowed brow said everything. The battle in the village, Dodoria's cruelty, the cold indifference with which Frieza executed the Namekians, all of it had left a mark. A mark of helplessness, and also, urgency. "So," he finally said, his voice breaking the silence like a stone thrown into water, "what did you say that guy's name was again?" Den slowly lifted his head. His voice was thin, fragile, as if speaking still caused something inside him to crack. "Frieza." Krillin nodded slowly. Hearing it from that child's mouth made it more real. Heavier. "And you saw him? You were close?" Dend lowered his gaze, pressed his lips together. His head moved just a little. "Yes." Gohan leaned forward, his heart pounding like a muffled drum. What was he doing? What were they looking for? The Dragon Balls. The phrase fell Ike lightning in the middle of the cavern. Krillin stepped forward more from instinct than decision. "The same ones we came here for?" "Why yes, and as you saw they're different from the ones on your planet, right?" Dend whispered. "Bigger, more powerful." Gohan looked at him with curiosity. "And why does that guy want them?" Dend swallowed. His voice dropped even lower. "To make a wish." "What wish?" Krillin pressed. "He didn't say. He just wants all of them. He's destroyed at least 6 villages." His voice broke all at once. "My brothers." Gohan hugged him without saying a word. Krillin closed his eyes. Sweat trickled down his forehead, not from heat, but pressure. Frieza. That name already had a place in his mind. Like a black hole beginning to grow. A force far beyond him. He thought of the Dragon Radar. Of Bulma trying to repair it. Of Vegeta. Out there somewhere, probably hunting the same thing. And now this child was saying that. "Dend," he said more softly, crouching in front of him. "Is there any way we can use those Dragon Balls?" The child took a long moment to answer. "Yes, but what? They only work if you know the Namekian language. The exact words to make the wish are in our tongue. If you don't speak it they won't respond." Krillin stared at him for several seconds, stunned. "Are you telling me that Frieza can't use them?" Dend shook his head. "No, and the good thing is he still doesn't know that. Unless he captures one of us and forces him to speak." Gohan clenched his fists. "That's not fair. They have no right to do that to your people." Krillin scratched his head, frustrated. "This complicates everything," he muttered. If we don't speak Namekian, we can't use the balls. And if Frieza finds someone who can, then we won't be able to stop him," Gohan finished. The cavern seemed to grow colder. Den took a deep breath. His voice gained a bit of strength. "But there is someone who can help you." Krillin raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "The Grand Elder." The words brought absolute silence. Krillin straightened. Gohan blinked. "The what?" Gohan asked. "The Grand Elder," Den repeated. "He is the leader of all Namekians. He lives far to the north, in the highlands of the planet. He is very wise, very old. He guards one of the Dragon Balls. And he can speak with the spirits of the world." Krillin crossed his arms, still processing. "He has one of the balls?" "Yes, the oldest one, the first ever created. And can we trust him? He is the guardian of the planet. And you saved me. If I take you to him, he might help you. At least to protect yourselves from Frieza." Krillin and Gohan exchanged a look. They didn't need words. Yes, this was their only option. "How do we get there?" Gohan asked. "We'll have to fly for hours. But I know hidden paths. Air currents that the sensors can't detect. My people learn to hide." Krillin gave a forced smile. "This kid is more useful than he looks." Dend lowered his head modestly. Gohan placed a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, Dend, really." The little one nodded. "I want to protect my people too." The decision was made. The path, uncertain, but for the first time they weren't completely alone. Planet Namek was a beautiful place. But its skies were at war. And the stars were watching. Planet Namek, northern sky, mid-altitude. The wind licked at her armor. She flew in a straight line, slicing through the air like a spear of darkness. Princess Vegeta had already left behind the lake where Dodoria's blood still bubbled atop the evaporated surface. The echo of his dying scream still lingered in the air, even though his body was no longer there to produce it. But Vegeta did not look back. Not now. Her eyes were fixed on the emerald-green horizon of Namek, but her mind was far, far away. Frieza. The name crossed her thoughts like a knife with no handle. Even thinking it made her clench her teeth, as though she were chewing glass. She knew he would know. Dodoria was never subtle, nor was Frieza. The pink brute's death would trigger alarms, sensors, and suspicion. Zarbon would receive orders soon enough. Or worse, act on his own. And yet, Vegeta smiled. "Let them come," she whispered, lips curling into a crooked half-smile. "Let them come one by one, like lambs." The sky of Namek stretched before her like an empty ocean. In the distance, floating rock formations drifted above serene lakes. There were villages out there, she knew it, but she also knew she couldn't go to just any of them. She couldn't move at random. She had to plan. Strategy, a word she had learned the hard way on Earth. Before, her method had been simple. Land, yell, kill. Now she had learned something far more dangerous. To think. She reduced her speed, let herself hover a few meters over a silent valley. She activated her ki only enough to sense. A sixth sense expanding outward from her chest like ripples across water. "Come on, Frieza, where are you?" She felt him, faint, distant, but there, a dark point, cold, an abyss of ki that crawled like oil over the surface of a sacred lake. Frieza was on the move, heading east. Probably with Zarbon, still believing Dodoria was chasing her. Vegeta smiled. Perfect. That gave her a window. A brief one, yes. But real. She could move, she could strike, she could take. And then the idea formed. The Dragon Balls, she murmured. The ones he already has. If she could follow his trail, if she waited until he moved far enough. She could ambush Zarbon, kill him, steal them, and maybe gain information. It wouldn't be easy, but it was better than crawling from village to village, praying to find a Dragon Ball only to stumble upon a settlement already reduced to ashes. As she hovered, the wind shifted. A warm breath, like an old, damp exhale, brushed against her face. And then, the memory returned, like a blow, like a poisonous whisper in her ear. Many years ago, Planet Vegeta, Royal Throne Room. She was small, just a child, not wearing armor, but a short cape draped over her training uniform. Her hair was shorter then, though just as rebellious. Her face held fewer scars. Her pride, however, was unchanged. She was hiding, behind the great door of the royal hall, between the red stone pillars and the imperial curtains flowing from the ceiling like rivers of fire. And there she saw him. For the first time, the demon, Frieza, sitting on her father's throne. As if it were his. As if he were king. The throne was tall, carved from black stone with Saiyan inscriptions burned into it. A seat made for a powerful figure. But on that seat, legs crossed, smiling like a child playing with dolls, sat him. Small, thin, white as polished bone, with purple accents like fresh wounds. His smile was childish, but his eyes were empty. Before him, kneeling like a dog, was her father, King Vegeta, head bowed, fists pressed against the floor, as if that stone had ripped the crown from his very soul. And Frieza simply talked. "Oh, King Vegeta, always so formal. I'm flattered, truly." His voice, soft, almost polite, as if dictating a birthday letter. "Do you see this throne?" he asked, crossing his legs as he stroked one of the armrests. "Such a lovely design, so symbolic, don't you think?" The king said nothing. Frieza smiled wider. This place used to be filled with screams, with rage, with war, and now order, and I brought that order. A pause. "Thank you for your hospitality. I assume you won't mind if I stay for how many centuries?" The laugh he released was soft, almost kind. King Vegeta slowly lifted his head, but his eyes were already defeated. And that was what hurt the hidden child most. Not the words, not the invasion, but seeing her father, the proudest of all Saiyans, on his knees before a creature that looked like a deformed joke. "What kind of monster," the little girl murmured, "can break a king like that?" But she didn't say it aloud. Not then. She couldn't. Her ki was too weak. Her body too small. She simply watched, simply swallowed that image, and stored it, forever. Now, on Namek, Vegeta opened her eyes. The image was still there. The throne, her father, Frieza, her fingers curled tightly. The air around her vibrated. A pulse of ki rippled outward, making the nearby floating rocks tremble. "Never again," she said it softly, but firmly. "Never kneel again, never obey again, never fear again." She raised her ki not to full power, but enough to move while staying difficult to detect. "And this time," she said, shooting forward into the sky, "I'll be the one sitting on the throne." A few minutes later, village of Kiraju. The silence there was different. It wasn't the silence of peace. It was an expectant silence, as if the planet itself were holding its breath. The village floated among jade-colored rock formations, suspended above a lake of shimmering water. The houses white and spherical, with oval doorways, carved directly into the stone, gathered around a millennial tree with violet leaves, its trunk pulsing slowly as if it held a beating heart. It was one of the few villages untouched by Frieza, not because he didn't know about it, but because he simply hadn't cared yet. But the Namekians knew. They knew. The hunt had begun, and it was only a matter of time. "Stay alert," murmured one of the warriors, his skin darker than the others. Arms crossed, brow tense. "You feel it too?" asked another, one antenna trembling slightly. "Yes, it's coming fast, but it's not like those soldiers of that monster. No, this is something else. A presence, powerful, fierce, like a storm wrapped in a smile." The sky darkened briefly, and then, the explosion. Boom! The air cracked with a sonic snap. A figure descended like a black star. A whirl of purple ki flared around her silhouette. The sacred tree's leaves shook violently. The lake rippled as though its surface sprouted goosebumps of fear. The figure landed with elegance. It wasn't a strike, it was a declaration. Her boots touched the center of the village with the delicacy of a dancer and the impact of an invisible bomb. Dust, ki, absolute silence, and there she was, Vegeta. Her white boots gleamed beneath the twin suns. Her Saiyan armor clung to her body, reflecting golden flashes like sacred metal. Her dark hair flicked in the wind like black flames. And her face was beautiful, far too beautiful for a battlefield. But her smile, that was what chilled the blood. It wasn't happy, nor mocking. It was the smile of a hungry wolf, of a woman who knew she had the power to destroy and the desire to do so if anything stood in her way. "Nice place," she said softly, almost playfully, glancing around with her arms crossed. The Namekian warriors formed a line between her and the heart of the village. One stepped forward. "You are not from this planet," he said firmly. "How perceptive," Vegeta replied, narrowing her eyes with a teasing smirk. Another warrior, taller and scarred, raised his ki. "Do you come on Frieza's orders?" Vegeta tilted her head. No, nothing like that. I don't belong to anyone anymore." A pause, least of all to that bastard. The Namekians exchanged glances, confusion, but no relief. Her ki was different from Frieza's, yes, but no less dark. It was dense, electric, not cold like his. This one was precise, sharp, like a blade that already knew who it was meant to cut. Then Vegeta spoke again. I'm looking for something. Her eyes locked onto the door of the largest house beneath the tree. The elder of this village. Silence. And then, a deep, slow voice rose from the shadows of the entrance. I am here. The village elder stepped forth. Tall, stooped, his eyes glow, red like fireflies beneath the double sky. He held a stone staff that seemed part of him. His steps were heavy, his key, serene. Vegeta examined him, eyes narrowing. Ah, there you are. She took a few steps forward. You're the one who guards the sphere, aren't you? The elder did not respond immediately. He simply looked at her. Not with fear, with sorrow. I feel your energy, he said firmly. Your fury, your ambition. Vegeta smiled. And, does it intimidate you? No, it saddens me. The Saiyan blinked. One eyebrow rose. How boring, she muttered. Look, old man, I'll make this simple. Her ki burst outward, a wave of purple energy that forced several warriors back. I want the sphere, I want it now, and I don't want games. The warriors tensed. The elder shook his head. No, I sense a deep darkness within you. That sphere is part of this planet. It is alive, in its own way. It will not be corrupted by someone like you. Vegeta didn't answer immediately. She just smiled, and lowered her gaze. TCHIC. Her shoulders relaxed. The wind blew gently. And then we do this the hard way. BOOM. A burst of ki shook the ground like thunder striking a soul. Vegeta vanished, then appeared instantly before the closest warrior. Her fist pierced his abdomen like a spear. Crack, the Namekian screamed, his purple blood splattering across white stone. The others reacted but too late. Vegeta spun, unleashing a blast that obliterated an entire house. Kaboom! Protect the elder, roared a warrior, raising his ki. The battle erupted. Vegeta was a maelstrom, a spiral of power, speed, and cruelty. She moved like shadow and flame, struck like thunder and serpent. Every punch was lethal, every ki blast, surgical. Thwack, a Namekian flew through the air like a ragdoll. Crash, another was smashed against the sacred tree, which groaned as if crying. Screams, fire, and in the center of it all Vegeta, smiling, enjoying herself, releasing everything she had held back since Earth. Where's the damn sphere? She shouted, spinning with a kick that snapped another neck. The elder was surrounded by the last three warriors. His voice rose. Stop, please. Vegeta looked at him mockingly. Oh, now you want to talk? This is a massacre. You are no different from Frieza. Vegeta froze, silent for a few seconds. Her eyes darkened. No, I am not. Then, she raised her hand. A sphere of crackling ki formed in her palm. I'm worse. Boom. The explosion engulfed the area. When the dust settled, only the elder remained standing. Barely. The others lay scattered, some alive barely, others not. The elder fell to his knees. Purple Namekian blood streaked down his forehead. The Dragon Ball rolled out from inside his home. Vegeta approached, picked it up with one hand, lifted it, and for a moment her eyes glowed. She held it as though it were a freshly torn heart. Beautiful. The elder gasped for breath, on the edge of death. Vegeta looked at him. Your people chose poorly, but they fought well. A pause. I suppose that deserves some respect. She walked toward the edge of the village, sphere tucked under her arm. Before taking off, she turned her head slightly. Pray Frieza doesn't come here after this. Because trust me, her voice dropped to a whisper. He won't be as merciful. And then, she launched skyward. A streak of purple ki tore the sky open. And the village burned. The sacred tree groaned. Houses smoldered. The bodies of the Namekian warriors lay among broken stone and dust. The elder, alone in his final moments, wept silently. Not for himself, for his people, for his planet, for the hunt that had not ended. And because now they knew their enemies were no longer only twisted monsters from other worlds. Now one had a human face. And a Saiyan smile. The sky of Namek had begun to change. Even though it was midday, the turquoise clouds floated like heavy globules, dragged by a wind that was no longer fresh, but tense. As if the very planet were holding its breath. Three figures cut across that sky at mid-height, small shadows drifting between eternity and fear. Gohan flew at the front, his expression focused. Krillin came behind him, his eyes jumping constantly between the radar, the horizon, and little Dend, who clung to the edge of his tunic while pointing the direction with the precision of someone who knew every corner of the world. They had been like this for hours. Floating, watching, speaking only when necessary, exchanging brief instructions, silent glances, and thoughts they didn't dare say aloud. Because what was coming was unknown. And on Namek, the unknown was always dangerous. How much longer, then? Krillin finally asked, his voice a bit rougher than usual. The trip didn't exhaust him physically, but mentally. Flying for so long without letting out the slightest trace of ki wasn't natural. It was like trying to breathe without actually doing it. We're almost there, Dend replied, pointing toward a chain of smooth stone mountains that hovered like broken columns over a green valley. Between them, barely visible through the mist drifting between the cliffs, a white structure rose like a silent bubble. There, the child whispered, that's the Grand Elder's house. Gohan moved a little ahead, narrowing his eyes. The structure was different from the other Namekian houses. Larger, rounder, its dome seemed to grow directly from the ground, like a seed that had expanded over centuries. It had no ornaments, no symbols, only the smooth texture of living stone. As if the planet itself had carved it in secret. It's completely exposed, Krillin murmured. Gohan looked at him. What do you mean? The house. It has no protection, no camouflage. If I were Frieza I would've sent my soldiers here from the very beginning. Krillin landed first, carefully, his feet barely touching the smooth rock that surrounded the base of the structure. Gohan descended beside him. Dend followed, letting out a faint sigh of relief upon arriving. Krillin looked around. No guards, no alarms, only the distant hum of the wind and a strange pressure in his chest. I don't like this, he muttered. It's because someone here is protecting him, Dend said. And then, they felt it, a pressure, not aggressive, not like Frieza's, not like Vegeta's, but intense nonetheless, a presence, steady, serene, like a mountain waking. All three turned their heads at the same time. From the entrance of the house, a figure emerged. Silent, eternal, he was an adult Namekian, tall, broad-shouldered, imposing. His skin had a darker shade than Dend's, and his eyes were pure white, without visible pupils. His arms were crossed beneath his white cape, not only showing power, but discipline. The ceremonial Namekian armor he wore bore golden trimmings and an ancient symbol on the chest that seemed to pulse with the wind. He didn't speak at first. He simply looked at them. And when his gaze landed on Krillin and Gohan, both felt something strange. A silent judgment, but not hostile, rather profound, as if that figure could see beyond the skin, beyond the ki, straight into the soul. Krillin swallowed hard. The ki of this being was immense. Not wild, not explosive, but controlled, contained by sheer will. Who is? Krillin whispered, not daring to look away. Dend smiled, a warm, calm, proud smile. That's Nail, he said, guardian of the Grand Elder, and the strongest warrior on Namek. Gohan blinked. His heart picked up speed. He stared at Nail, his posture, his gaze, his energy, and he couldn't help it. A thought crossed his mind, so clear he nearly said it aloud. He looks just like Mr. Piccolo. The figure, the voice, the intensity, but with something more, something Gohan couldn't describe, as if Nail were what Piccolo could become if he ever let go of his fury. The Namekian finally spoke. His voice was deep, unadorned, without unnecessary emotion, but firm. Come in, he said, stepping aside. The Grand Elder is expecting you. Krillin swallowed again. His power, he thought, walking toward the entrance. It's incredible, not overwhelming like Frieza's, but definitely above his soldiers. Easily, maybe even at the level of the highest ones or higher. Gohan walked quietly. He felt something similar. Nail's energy wasn't like Vegeta's, which burned, nor like Frieza's, which froze. It was energy that wrapped around you, that weighed upon you, like the world itself supported him. As they passed him, Nail didn't move. He only observed, and when he looked at Dend, he nodded slowly. Good work, he said. Dend bowed slightly. Thank you for protecting him, Nail added, addressing Krillin. Oh, well, it wasn't just me, the Earthling said, rubbing the back of his head, embarrassed. Gohan did a lot too. He's stronger than he looks. Nail looked at Gohan for a moment longer. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Gohan felt the warrior was not examining him with suspicion, but with curiosity. You carry a divided energy, Nail said. Gohan froze. Don't take it the wrong way, Nail added. It's not bad, it's interesting, as if something else lived inside you. Krillin's eyes widened. He noticed it too, but this wasn't the moment to ask. The house stood before them, and beyond the curved, smooth doorway, he was there, the oldest being on the planet. They entered. The light changed instantly. Inside, the air was denser, more sacred. The ceiling vanished into an endless dome. The floor was carved stone with circular inscriptions spiraling outward from the center. And at that center, on a slightly elevated platform, he sat, immovable, enormous, the Grand Elder. His body was gigantic, not just tall, but broad as if time had widened him with knowledge and power. His skin was paler than other Namekians, like weathered stone. His eyes were half closed, but not asleep. His cloak wrapped around him like a protective shell, and his hands, resting over his lap, looked carved from rock. Krillin and Gohan stopped without needing instruction. The pressure was absolute, not from ki, not from threat, but from presence. As if before this being lying was impossible, the Grand Elder raised a hand slowly. A voice emerged low, deep. "Come closer, children of Earth." The voice didn't seem to come from his throat but from the ground itself. Krillin swallowed. Gohan stepped forward first, Den followed, and when they stood before him they stopped. Silence filled everything, not the silence of night, not the silence of a void, but silence that comes when something sacred is about to be revealed. When spirits bow, when even thoughts fall quiet not to disturb the moment. Krillin and Gohan stood before the colossal figure, and the Grand Elder watched them. His immense body, barely moving, didn't need gestures to impose presence. He was a living monument, sculpted by centuries of wisdom, sorrow, and love for a dying planet N. Now fading under the shadow of invaders who didn't understand what they were destroying. The Elder opened his eyes fully. His pupils were a soft white, yet warm. They held no judgment, no superiority, only sorrow and gratitude. When he spoke again, his voice wasn't a roar of power but a sad breeze that had traveled 1,000 years before reaching them. "Thank you," he said slowly, as if each word carried a burden he could not set down. "Thank you for saving one of my children." Krillin blinked. Gohan bowed his head respectfully. Den trembled beside them, not from fear, from reverence. "Den is young," the Elder continued, "but his spirit is strong. He has seen his family die. He has fled fire and fury. And even then he returned with hope." His gaze shifted over the visitors. "That is no small thing." Gohan felt warmth bloom in his chest, as if those words brushed against an unseen wound. Krillin took a deep breath. The Elder extended one long, ancient hand larger than their heads. "My planet suffers. It dies slowly, every village, every river, every forest. Our children are slaughtered by soulless beings. That is why all help is welcome. All hope, and if you carry hope with you." He paused, then nodded gently. "I wish to see you." "See what?" Krillin asked cautiously. "Yourselves." He lifted his arms. His hands trembled slightly, not from weakness, but from the weight of the energy he was about to wield. "Come closer," he said. "Just a bit more." Gohan stepped forward. Krillin as well. Nail watched from the entrance in complete silence. The Elder raised both hands and, with ceremonial slowness, rested one upon Krillin's head and the other upon Gohan's. The air changed. The chamber grew dense, heavy, as if time itself were slowing. Gohan felt a hum inside his mind. Krillin clenched his teeth, and then, he saw them, not with his physical eyes, with the eyes of the soul. Memories erupted from their minds like overflowing rivers. Images, sounds, emotions. Krillin's mind. The Elder entered the Earthling's memories, and the first thing he sensed was determination. A harsh childhood, training under a perverted but wise master. Fears, insecurities, the desire to not fall behind, to be strong, to be useful. Then Earth, battles, love for his friends, shared laughter, loss. Krillin as a child, Krillin training beside Goku, Krillin dying for the first time killed by Tambourine. Krillin revived, and then, Krillin standing before the Saiyan princess turned giant ape, facing terror with clenched fists. Everything was there, but above all one intention, one pure desire. I want to bring my friends back to life. That was what drove him. Not ambition, not revenge, friendship. The Elder nodded silently, eyes still closed. He slowly lifted his hand from Krillin's head. "You," he murmured. "Human." Krillin stared, dazed. "Your heart is firm. Despite doubt, despite fear, you keep moving forward. Not for yourself, but for others." "Huh?" Krillin blinked, unsure. "You are a rare soul in this universe. A being without greed, without hunger for power. Only the desire to protect." The Elder leaned back slightly. "I shall grant you something." "What?" "My Dragon Ball." Krillin froze. Gohan turned toward him, surprised. Really?" Krillin stammered. The Elder nodded. "Your wish is untainted. Reviving your friends, restoring life to those who died defending their home is a noble desire. A pause. And if there is hope of restoring the defenders of worlds, then perhaps not all is lost. Krillin couldn't speak. He only bowed his head with a tight throat. And then, the elder placed his other hand firmly upon Gohan's head. Gohan's mind, and what he saw, stopped him. For the first time in minutes, the elder inhaled. Because Gohan was different, more than a child, more than a warrior, a contained storm. He saw him as a baby, with wide, bright eyes, resting in his mother's arms. Chi-Chi, strong, protective, loving to the point of suffocation, but ill, weak, a heart that began failing before Gohan could walk. Medicines, treatments, tears hidden behind smiles, and then, nothing, the void of an absent mother, and the weight of a father doing his best. Goku, the pure-hearted Saiyan, raising his son alone, no manuals, no guidance, only the love of someone who didn't understand the world, but tried anyway. Training him, protecting him, Gohan growing among fields, mountains and enemies. Raditz, Piccolo, cruel training under the sun, the shouting, the blows and then the change. Piccolo, one who was a demon but became something more. The Namekian who became a second father. Who died to save him. Who called him a friend with his final breath. Then Gohan in battle, screaming, crying, striking with power he didn't know he had. And beneath it all, light, a pure heart, filled with fear, filled with doubt, but also overflowing with love. And beneath that, potential, sleeping, immense, so immense, the elder feared touching it. For Gohan wasn't merely a child, he was a contained fire, a storm wrapped in gentleness, a warrior who didn't yet know he was one. And if that power awakened, it could save worlds, or destroy them. The elder slowly lifted his hand from Gohan's head. He trembled, not from weakness, but from what he had seen. Gohan, he whispered, almost reverently. Child of Earth, child of two worlds. Gohan looked up. Why yes, sir, quote. The elder regarded him with awe and sacred fear. You carry within you the greatest power I have ever sensed. A long pause. Greater than any Namekian, any being from any world. Even greater than the demon who now destroys my villages. Krillin's eyes widened. Gohan froze. Me? Yes. The elder closed his eyes. Within you sleeps a force capable of changing the history of the universe. Another pause. Or wiping it out. Gohan didn't understand. Not fully. But something in his eyes shifted. As if a seed buried deep within him had felt sunlight for the first time. The elder raised one last hand. I can help you awaken part of that power. Not all, but enough to protect those you cherish. Gohan blinked. Awaken it? It won't be easy. You will feel pressure. Your body will change. Your spirit will grow faster than it should. Gohan considered this, then nodded. I'm ready. The elder gave a faint smile. Then placed his hand once or upon Gohan's head and the other upon Krillin's. Ki erupted in silence. A golden light filled the chamber. And Gohan trembled, not from fear, but from awakening. The golden glow remained, not harsh, not blinding. Warm, radiant, like an inner dawn not seen with the eyes, but with the soul. The elder's massive hands rested gently upon their heads. His face serene, though working within him was a colossal force and ancestral energy passed down through generations. A technique not born of battlefields, but sacred sanctuaries. The blessing of dormant power. Krillin felt the change first. Not clearly, not instantly, but as a vibration, a current rising from his feet, coursing through bone, muscle, veins. Not painful, but intense, as if every fiber of his body, every cell, suddenly remembered it could be more. Should be more. His breath grew heavier, his eyes opened, and then he felt it. His ki, once a calm pond, now a river swelling. What? He whispered breathlessly. What is this? Gohan also panted softly. His pupils trembled with something like wonder and fire. His body burned, but not with fever, not with exhaustion, with energy. Energy not from outside, but from within, from deep, hidden places he hadn't known existed. As if someone had removed chains from his spirit. As if an inner door long sealed had burst open. Den watched, eyes wide. Wow, he whispered. Their auras. From his view, the air around them shimmered. Krillin's aura was no longer modest or faint. It was compact, polished, firmer, shining like metal refined in flame. But Gohan was different. His aura expanded, not explosively, but like a sunrise unfolding in slow motion. Bright, liquid gold. Nail, standing by the entrance, observed as well. He didn't speak, he didn't move, but his pupils narrowed slightly. He felt everything. The pulse of Krillin's ki steady, raised controlled, powerful for a human, and Gohan's. Incredible, Nail thought. This child his level has doubled. No tripled. This isn't normal. His power isn't linear. It has layers, multiple layers, as if his soul were made of dormant volcanoes. The elder slowly lowered his hands. A deep breath escaped him. His shoulders trembled faintly, as if the process had demanded great energy. And yet, he smiled. It is done, he said softly, his voice worn but content. I have released part of the latent power within your bodies. Krillin opened and closed his hands. He stared at them, amazed. His ki hummed inside him like an engine coming alive. His muscles felt lighter, his breathing broader, his senses sharper, even his spirit seemed brighter. This, he murmured, this is incredible. Gohan looked at his own palms too, as if they weren't entirely his. It's like my body is new, stronger, faster. He hopped slightly. A burst of ki flared from his feet without him trying. He landed lightly, like a cat. Whoa, he exclaimed. I didn't even try to push off. Krillin smiled. You feel it too, huh? Gohan nodded, eyes glowing. Yeah, it's like all my training finally makes sense. Like I can do things that used to take weeks. He touched his chest. His heart beat fiercely, not from fear, from purpose. This increase, Nail finally said in his deep, neutral tone. It is not common, even among our own. This technique of the elder is used only in very specific moments. The elder slowly closed his eyes. You both walk paths of battle, and both needed more. He turned to Gohan. You young Saiyan, your potential is still an ocean unexplored. This is but a drop. Gohan lowered his gaze. A thought crossed his mind. How far can I go? He remembered the fight with the Saiyans. Piccolo falling to protect him. His father, injured but standing. Vegeta, nearly killing them all. If he'd had this power then maybe. But then he shook his head. No. Krillin looked at him. What's wrong? Gohan clenched his fists. I don't want to regret what I couldn't do before. I just want to use this to help now. To make all this matter. Krillin smiled. That's the spirit. The elder watched them quietly. Not with pride, not with satisfaction. Something deeper. A mix of relief and melancholy. As if he knew he had given them something important. And something dangerous. Dend, the elder said, voice soft. The child rushed closer. Yes, sir. The elder nodded faintly. The sphere. Bring it. Dend left the chamber. Krillin raised an eyebrow. That easy? The elder spoke. You have shown your worth. Your heart. Your intent. A pause. And the power you now possess will be necessary. For Frieza is closer than you think. Gohan swallowed hard. Krillin clenched his jaw. Dend returned, carrying a large, glowing sphere in his arms. It weighed like a whole soul. He set it before them. Massive, the size of a beach ball. Inside, 4 stars glowed softly, as if breathing. Krillin stepped forward. This is it? Dend nodded. The Elder's Dragon Ball. The first. The original. Krillin lifted it carefully. The ki within was different. Calm. Old. Wise. As if the spirit of Namek slept inside. Thank you, Krillin said sincerely. The Elder looked at him. Protect my people. At the same time, the wind over Namek was different when it carried blood. It had no scent, of course. But Vegeta felt that it cut differently. That it brushed the skin like dirty, damp fingers. As if the very air knew something sacred had been profaned. She flew in a straight, firm, elegant line. Her silhouette moved across the pale blue Namekian sky, her long dark hair streaming behind her like a royal banner. And yet her boots were still splattered with purple. Namekian blood didn't wash off easily. Not from clothes, not from memory. In her left arm, she held a massive Dragon Ball securely. Heavy, warm, alive, her first trophy, and her smile, her smile. Vegeta smiled like a wolf who had found a new territory to devour. A crooked smile, beautiful, lethal. One, she whispered to herself, brushing the smooth surface of the ball with her fingertip. One damned sphere, 6 left. Her eyes narrowed. It won't be that hard. She remembered the faces of the Namekians who tried to stop her. She remembered the sound of bones breaking, the sacred wood cracking as it was ripped from its roots. She remembered the Elder's scream just before it went silent forever. Green insects, she said with disgust. Never releasing the Dragon Ball. Fragile, predictable. They live like cattle and die like it. A gust of wind crossed her face. Vegeta did not blink. She simply kept flying. But then, a thought slipped into her mind like an ember tossed into a dry cave. Kakarot. And it hit like a heartbeat. One she hadn't expected. One that burned. Her smile faded just a little. Her brow tightened. And her heart. skipped. What would Kakarot think if he saw this? It wasn't spoken. It wasn't something she pondered. It simply surfaced, like a whisper, like lightning, like a treacherous voice buried under her most arrogant thoughts. TCH, she spat, jerking her head to the side as if trying to physically fling the idea out of her skull. But the idea didn't leave, nor the image, nor his face. Kakarot, watching her, with those absurdly big, bright eyes, as if he could see through the hatred and the mask of fury. She imagined him seeing her like this, covered in blood, with the remnants of her slaughter behind her. Would he judge her, speak to her, raise his guard, challenge her, or look at her the same way he did the last time? With that impossible expression, not hate, not fear, just compassion. Let her go. Bah, she roared, splitting the air with a sudden explosion of ki. Her energy wrapped around her in fury. She shot upward in a violent motion, as if she needed to escape her own chest. How stupid. Who cares what that idiot would think? He's my rival, that's all. She pushed her speed higher. The wind whipped her face, but it couldn't wash away the faint blush rising on her cheeks. Nor the heat in her stomach. Nor the discomfort. Not guilt. Something worse. Interest. She flew in silence for a few seconds. Calmer. Breathing deeply. The blush had already disappeared. Her face was once again a mask of control. She spoke to herself, slower now. He's just my rival, that's all. The only one worthy of fighting me. The only one who pushed me to the edge. The only one who defeated me. She clenched her teeth. When I see him again. Her voice sharpened. I'm going to crush him. But then, she felt something. Far, distant but strong. A pressure. A key. Zarbon. Vegeta stopped cold. The air cracked around her like invisible glass. She hovered mid-sky, Dragon Ball tucked under her arm. She frowned. Zarbon, that perfumed mutt. She closed her eyes, fine-tuning her senses. Yes, it was him. His energy was elegant, refined but not weak. He was moving northeast, descending toward a valley filled with rock formations. Probably investigating another village. Or, they sent him to look for Dodoria or keep searching for the Dragon Balls they're missing, she muttered. She smiled. Frieza must be getting impatient. And now he was sending his other pet. But Zarbon was different. Smarter. More controlled. More dangerous. Vegeta lowered her gaze. The Dragon Ball glowed softly under the twin suns. She couldn't take it into that fight. She didn't know how close Frieza was, or what kind of tracking methods Zarbon might be using. I won't risk this. She scanned the terrain. A narrow canyon, with a deep natural crevice at the edge of one of the floating stone plates. She descended quickly, landed with a dull thud between bluish grass and jagged rock. She placed the Dragon Ball carefully inside a semi-hidden cave, behind a wall. Of green mineral crystals growing like sharp thorns. Then she tore a massive rock from the ground with one hand and set it in front of the entrance, disguising it. A faint whisper of ki. She sealed the area with a small mark of energy. Invisible to trackers. Perfect. She turned, looked at the sky. Zarbon's ki was becoming clearer by the second. And she smiled. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement, strategy and hunger. Come on, Zarbon, she whispered. Come to me. Let's see how long you last before you tell me everything Frieza is planning. She raised her ki, not enough to be detected by everyone. Just enough. A provocation. A declaration of war. Her body vanished in a violet flash. And the sky of Namek roared. Meanwhile, with Goku, an infinite black ocean, speckled with points of light. Without horizon or direction, only the slow drifting of eternity. And in the middle of that vastness a spark. A silver streak cutting across the void. Goku's spaceship. Tiny, compared to the universe. But inside it, a heartbeat with strength. One that refused to give up. One that burned, even when the body begged for rest. Training room. Gravity was set to X20. And every fiber of Goku's body knew it. He breathed with difficulty. Sweat rolled down his face and chest in thick drops, carving shining paths over his bare skin. His clothes lay tossed to the side, damp, dark, as if he had walked through a storm. He stood with his arms extended, balancing on one leg in the middle of a concentration and endurance drill. Every muscle trembled, not from fear, but from exhaustion. His breathing came in ragged rhythm. HFFF ha HFFF. His feet creaked against the reinforced metal floor. Just a little more. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. But the gravity felt like a mountain crushing his entire body. Finally, his knee gave out. He fell to one knee, panting. The chamber vibrated slightly around him. Gravity. X20. Elapsed time. 3 hours, 46 minutes. The computer's voice was impersonal, unmoved by his effort, but Goku didn't mind. He let himself fall onto his back, breathing hard, staring up at the curved metal ceiling above him. That was harder than I thought, he muttered with a smile. His body ached, his muscles were tight, and his stomach growled. But within all of that something else pulsed. Peace. I think it's time for a break. With effort, he stood. The simple act of walking across the gravity room made him look like a warrior marching through a storm. He shut off the gravity. A soft psshhh echoed, and everything returned to normal. Goku felt as if 100 kilos had been lifted from him. That feels much better. He walked down the ship's main corridor, scooping up his clothes. One quick shower, a few food capsules, 10 meat, 10 rice, and 1 dessert. Later, he headed to the rest cabin. A small rectangular space with a cushioned bed, a soft lamp, and an oval window showing the stars streaking by like lines of light. Goku dropped onto the bed with a long sigh. I really needed this. He stretched, feeling his muscles settle back into place. Then, as he turned his head toward the small table beside the bed, he saw it, the photograph, small, worn by time, protected by a thin capsule frame. It showed 3 people, him, Chi-Chi, and a baby, Gohan. The image was warm, full of sunlight. They were in the fields near Mount Paozu. Chi-Chi had her hair tied with a red ribbon and held little Gohan tenderly. Goku, smiling with a hand behind his head, looked carefree but happy. Very happy. Goku sat up a bit. He picked up the photograph, held it in front of him for several seconds. He smiled, but not explosively, not like when he found a new rival. This smile was slower, more sincere, more nostalgic. Chi-Chi. His voice came out soft, as if saying her name too loudly might shatter the moment. It's been a while since I've talked to you, huh? He sighed. He set the photo on his chest and stared at the curved ceiling. I've been busy, a little dead, a little alive, a lot has happened. He let out a small laugh. You know how it is being me. His eyes glistened, not with ki, with something far more human. I still don't know if I'm doing things right. He remembered her, in that bed, him holding Gohan that last time. Promise me that you'll help him become a great scholar, that you won't force him to fight, that he'll live a life different from yours. Goku lowered his gaze. I want him to be happy. That's all that matters. Then let him choose. Protect him, but don't limit him. Let him discover the world in his own way. A moment of silence, broken only by the wind brushing softly against the house. Chi-Chi, Goku whispered, his voice cracking. I don't know if I can raise him alone. Chi-Chi looked up at him. Her expression was gentle, strong despite everything. Your son Goku, you've faced powerful enemies, armies, even King Piccolo himself. Do you really think you can't take care of your son? A sad smile formed on Goku's lips. Not when you're not there to yell at me and tell me to wash the dishes. Chi-Chi gave a weak laugh. You'll always be a hardhead. Back to the present. In the ship, in the darkness of space, Goku heard that promise echo again in his mind. Chi-Chi, I'm doing what I can. Maybe not exactly the way you wanted. But he's strong, really strong. He rolled to his side. Still holding the photo, he fought on Earth like a real warrior. Saved lives, faced things even I couldn't control. And now he's on Namek. He paused, his lips tightened, and I'm not there with him. A long silence. The quiet of space filtered into the cabin like an eternal whisper. Goku closed his eyes. Sorry, it was the only word he could say. Because deep down, he knew what he feared most wasn't losing to Frieza. Not even dying again. What he feared most was failing as a father. He looked at the photo once more. Touched Gohan's image with his thumb. I promised I'd protect him. He smiled weakly, but honestly. And I will. His eyes narrowed. Fatigue embraced him. When I get to Namek, no one is going to touch him. No one is going to touch Krillin. No one is going to touch Bulma. And if this Frieza guy is really as bad as they say. He opened his eyes and for a moment the warrior within him spoke. Then I'll destroy him. The cabin lights dimmed automatically. Goku set the photo on the table, rolled onto the bed, and closed his eyes. As he slept, his body healed, his spirit sharpened, and his heart trembled somewhere in the universe, remembering a promise made between love and death. Sometime later, the ship kept traveling, like a shooting star with the heart of a father, and the soul of a warrior. The pod drifted through the shadows of the cosmos. Around it, the stars hung motionless, silent sentinels in the void. There was no noise, no sense of time, only the faint hum of the life support systems, and the slow, even breathing of its lone passenger. Goku was asleep, wrapped in a simple blanket, lying on his side. His expression was peaceful at first. But slowly, his brow began to furrow. His breathing grew heavier, and his mind began to dream. The air was hot. Orange rocks, still warm from the dying sun, crunched beneath his boots. The sky was painted with that deep purple you only saw when the day was about to collapse. He stood alone, on a rocky platform suspended between sheer cliffs. The wind lashed his face, fierce and restless. He knew this place. He remembered. The earth, he murmured. Yes, but not just anywhere. It was that battlefield, where blood had splattered on stone, where screams had become wind, where a princess had challenged him like no one else ever had. Goku glanced around, confused. His senses were razor sharp, but he felt no danger, only a taut, subtle tension, as if the very air were watching him. And then, he saw her, Vegeta, descending slowly from the sky, unscarred, wearing the same battle armor she'd worn against him but sleeker, tighter. As if it had been forged for this moment. Her jet-black hair whipped in the wind. Her face was calm, her eyes, piercing, and her smile, it wasn't the one he remembered. Not the cocky smirk of the arrogant warrior who'd roared while beating him bloody. No, this was something else, a subtle smile, playful, almost feline. Kakarot, she purred, her voice low, barely above a whisper. Goku stepped back. Huh, Vegeta? She landed in front of him, arms crossed. Her eyes devoured him, slow and unblinking. You look confused. Is this a dream? Vegeta raised a single brow, amusement flickering on her face. And if it isn't, oh well, Goku scratched his head, laughing nervously. I guess that means you're here to fight me again. Right? Fight? She moved closer. Slow, steps so light, so silent, she seemed to float. Is that what you think I came here for, Kakarot? Goku swallowed. Aren't you? Suddenly, Vegeta pressed her palms against his chest and gave him a gentle shove. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't violence. It was a touch, just enough to unbalance him. Goku toppled backward onto the rock. Hey, what are you? Quote. He stopped, because the next thing he felt was her, settling on top of him. Softly, effortlessly, her legs straddling his hips, her body just barely touching his. Their faces, only inches apart. The wind died, the universe went silent, and Goku froze. What are you? He stammered, cheeks so red they looked ready to combust. Vegeta didn't answer right away. She just looked at him. In silence, her eyes sparkled, not with malice, not even with hunger, but with something old, certain, as if this had always been inevitable. You never think, do you? She murmured, the faintest smile at the corners of her mouth. Goku could barely breathe. This is like those weird games Chi-Chi and I tried after we got married, right? I remember she said it was a different kind of sparring. Vegeta leaned in, her breath brushed his ear. And then, she whispered, we're the last of our kind, Kakarot. Her voice was so soft it felt more like a thought than a sound. The last true Saiyans, and you, are my equal. Goku understood nothing, but he felt everything. His chest thundered with a brutal heartbeat. His hands trembled. A wave of heat surged up from his stomach, into his neck, flooding his arms. She didn't move, she just watched him, steady, fierce, but utterly calm, and just as Goku opened his mouth to say something, reality. Inside the ship, Goku bolted upright, eyes wide. His breath came fast and ragged. Sweat dripped cold down his face, despite the lingering warmth from earlier training. His chest heaved, as if he just sprinted for miles. What the hell was that? He muttered, rubbing both hands over his face. He looked around. Nothing had changed in the pod. Silence. Stars. A gentle hum. Just him and his thoughts. He tried to steady himself. Pressed a hand to his heart. It was still pounding. Hard. Too hard. It was a dream. Just a dream. He closed his eyes, but the image snapped back, vivid and merciless. Vegeta. Above him. That smile. That last whisper before he woke. Be my king. He felt something twist in his stomach. Not fear, not revulsion, something else, something new, something unsettling. He got up from the bunk, walked to the training chamber, flicked on the lights, activated the gravity panel. Level 10, he ordered with a sigh. Let's go again. He needed to think about something else. He needed to stop imagining. That smile, that breath, that closeness. But as he prepped for his routine, a single truth drifted through his mind like a leaf in a storm. I've been thinking about Vegeta for days now. But never like this. And that, was more unsettling than any battle. Planet Namek, Rocky Highlands. The wind cut in from the north like a cold blade, carrying green dust and tiny crystals torn from the stone walls. The twin suns bathed the plain in an almost unreal glow, while the distant echo of the sea bounced off the hills like a constant murmur. Hovering above one of those rocky outcrops was Zarbon. His cape fluttered with measured elegance, though a shadow of frustration lingered on his face. He had been sweeping the region for some time now, following traces of ki that appeared and vanished like ghosts. His thoughts returned to Dodoria. There was no sign of him. No ki, not even the faintest trace. And that was not a good sign. Tisk, he clicked his tongue. Aj. Usting, a lock of green hair the wind had tried to ruffle. If those filthy Namekians hadn't destroyed the scouters, this irritating hunt would already be over. The electronic visor over his left eye let out a low beep. Only weak power levels registered. Nothing useful. The rest had to be hiding or dead. As he floated there, he allowed himself a moment of calm, scanning the distant mountains. Frieza expected results, and although Zarbon had always enjoyed his favor, he knew all too well that the Emperor did not forgive failure. If Dodoria had fallen, no, he didn't even want to consider that possibility. Well, a voice said behind him, clear and mocking, cracking through the silence like a whip. Feeling a little lost, don't you think, Zarbon? His heart skipped. He spun around, yes, snapping toward the source of the voice. And there she was, Vegeta, suspended in mid-air just a few meters away. Her silhouette cut sharply against the twin sky. Her armor was still stained with dried splashes of Namekian blood, and the smile on her face, it was pure satisfaction. Her eyes studied him calmly, but there was something else there. Something burning, a glint that promised imminent violence. You, Zarbon muttered, narrowing his eyes. That's impossible, Vegeta. Oh, it's very possible. Vegeta tilted her head, amused. Surprised? I don't blame you. She placed a hand on her hip, striking the relaxed posture of someone who didn't see her opponent as a real threat. I already took care of Dodoria, she said with a wide grin. So you're the last of Frieza's lapdogs I need to wipe off this planet. Zarbon couldn't hide the flash of anger that crossed his face. You killed him? Killed is such an inappropriate word for someone like me, she replied with a dismissive wave. Let's just say I reduced him to what he really was, a pile of useless meat. The air seemed to grow heavier. Zarbon didn't answer right away. The coldness in Vegeta's voice wasn't an act. Dodoria hadn't been a match for her, and somehow, that unsettled him. Vegeta had always been strong, but she had always been just beneath him and Dodoria. Before he could think further, Vegeta vanished. It wasn't normal speed. It was a blur, a blink, an instant where her presence jumped from one point to another. What the hell? Zarbon barely had time to react. He felt her behind him. He spun, fist already moving, throwing a straight punch at her face. She stopped it, with one hand. Vegeta's fingers closed around his wrist like a shackle, holding the blow with insulting ease. The pressure was brutal. The crack of bones and joints tore an involuntary gasp from Zarbon's throat. Tisk, she said, leaning in until their faces were a breath apart. So elegant on the outside and so fragile on the inside. Zarbon growled, wrenching his arm free and countering with a spinning kick. Vegeta blocked it with her forearm, deflecting the strike like it was nothing, then drifted back a few meters through the air. You've improved, he admitted, flexing his aching fingers. But don't think for a second you're my equal. Monkey. Oh, Zarbon, Vegeta smirked. You're so cute when you believe your own lies. The look in her eyes shifted. It was no longer just mockery. It was hunger, for battle, for humiliation, for proving that there was no one left who could stop her. Lord Frieza sent me to collect Dragon Balls. Not to waste time with you, Zarbon said, struggling to keep his composure. But if you want to die now, I can oblige. Vegeta leaned forward slightly. Oh, I didn't come here to die, Zarbon. Her ki began to swell. A purple aura wrapped around her body, making the air tremble. I came to see how long it takes you to beg. Their first clash was a flash of light. Zarbon charged, relying on his raw strength and refined speed. Vegeta met him head-on, blocking his rush with her forearm and redirecting it aside, using the momentum to drive her elbow into his ribs. Wham! The blow knocked the air out of Zarbon, sending him flying back several meters before he steadied himself. TCH, he spat, clutching his side. Was that it? Vegeta asked, sounding almost disappointed. I thought you were more than just a pretty ornament standing next to Frieza. Zarbin ground his teeth. He lunged again, changing angles, appearing above her and firing a volley of energy blasts. Vegeta spun through the air, weaving between the shots with fluid movements, and in the blink of an eye she was right in front of him again. Her knee shot up like a hammer. Thwack! The direct hit to his abdomen doubled Zarbin over. She didn't give him time to fall. Grabbing him by the neck, she hurled him into a nearby rock formation. Krash! The stone exploded into a shower of fragments. Come on, Zarbin, Vegeta's voice echoed through the settling dust. Show me why Frieza keeps you at his side. Zarbin slowly emerged from the rubble, a thin line of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes had changed. There was no calm left in them. Only fury. You asked for it, he said, his voice deeper. Don't complain afterward. His ki erupted into a brilliant green aura, surging upward in an instant. The pressure forced the dust away from his body in a shockwave. Vegeta smiled, almost relieved. That's better. They charged at each other at the same time. The skies of Namek thundered with every impact. Blows, blasts, flashes of ki lit up the plain. But as Zarbin began to pick up speed, Vegeta didn't look worried at all. If anything, she looked focused, not on the punches, but on the opening to tear out what she wanted from him. Information, and if she had to break him in the process, all the better. The air vibrated. Every blow they exchanged shook the horizon, as if the entire atmosphere were made of glass. The rocky plain beneath them cracked with each shockwave, and nearby small lakes rippled violently every time their power collided. Vegeta was dominating the fight. Her movements were precise, lethal like a dancer who knew every step and every rhythm by heart. Zarbin, on the other hand, was being pushed back. His cape was torn to shreds, his armor cracked, and his breathing had grown heavy and uneven. What's wrong, Zarbin? She taunted, floating a few meters away with her arms crossed. Can't keep up anymore, Empire's pretty boy? Or is the Saiyan princess too much for you? Zarbin glared back at her, fury barely contained. Instead of answering, he raised his ki and unleashed a barrage of energy straight at her fast, dense, AW. All of blasts meant to leave her nowhere to escape. Die, he growled, pouring everything into the devastating volley. For an instant, the sky turned green. But Vegeta didn't move. Instead of dodging, she smiled. She crossed her hands in front of her, her purple aura exploding outward. Gaelic Ho, she roared. The violet beam shot forward like a living bolt of lightning, devouring Zarbin's attack as if it were smoke. The collision was so violent that columns of dust and shattered rock erupted across the entire plain. Zarbin barely managed to shield himself before the explosion swallowed him whole. When the smoke finally cleared, Frieza's lieutenant was on his knees, his armor split in half, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta landed lightly in front of him, an arrogant smile on her face. I've wanted to do that for years, she said, dark satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. And I have to admit it felt just as good as I imagined. Zarbin coughed, spitting blood onto the ground. He slowly stood up and then he smiled. It was a different smile, not the refined, confident one. Something more primal. Without a doubt, he murmured. You're stronger than before, Vegeta. Much stronger. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. And, is that it? A confession of defeat? She scoffed. Because that won't stop me from killing you. Oh, no. Zarbin shook his head, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. It's just that you haven't seen my true power yet. Vegeta frowned. Your true power? She repeated mockingly. What, are you going to change your hairstyle? Then she felt it. A shift, a sudden surge of ki, so abrupt that the air itself seemed to compress. The ground beneath Zarbin cracked in concentric circles. The wind began to spiral around him, as if his body were the eye of a hurricane. Vegeta instinctively took a step back. What the hell? Zarbin's body began to tremble. His muscles swelled, a dark sheen spreading over his skin. Veins bulged across his forehead and arms. And a wet, almost repulsive sound came from within his body. Crack, snap, crack. His proportions changed. Bones seemed to break and realign beneath his skin. His face warped, his jaw elongated, cheekbones widened, and his skin grew darker and rougher. His ears stretched into sharp points, and his eyes became feral, glowing with a yellow light. Vegeta stared, and for the first time in the fight, her smile vanished. TCH. Disgusting. Zarbin let out a deep growl that echoed like a muffled roar. His voice, now lower and more menacing, followed. Ugly? Perhaps. This crude, Unrefined form doesn't suit my tastes either. But, his ki exploded into a blinding emerald green aura. Now I'm far stronger. Vegeta shifted her stance. She could feel that ki. It was real, powerful, more powerful than she had expected. This can't be, she thought. This idiot could transform all this time? Zarbon grinned, baring fangs. Let's see if your arrogance survives this, princess. Vegeta snorted, forcing her mocking tone back into place. I'm not impressed. I'll do you a favor and erase you from this world before anyone else has to see that ugly face of yours. But inside something gnawed at her. Not just Zarbon's newfound strength but what came next. Did you know, Vegeta, Zarbon said, taking a step forward, that Frieza can transform too? Vegeta stiffened. What? Oh, yes. Zarbon tilted his head, savoring her reaction. That small body you see him in, that's not his final form. He can change. Several times, in fact. Vegeta clenched her fists. The memory flashed through her mind, her father on his knees, Frieza seated on the throne as if he owned the universe. If that monster was already terrifying in his base form, how strong would he be transformed? Seeing the shadow pass through her eyes, Zarbon smiled cruelly. I see I've unsettled you. Good. Hold on to that fear because I'm going to show you why we are the step you'll never be able to climb. Vegeta clicked her tongue. Enough talking. Come try it. In the next instant, Zarbon vanished in a green flash. Vegeta barely had time to cross her arms before a crushing blow slammed into her stomach, sending her flying straight into a rocky outcrop. The impact shattered the stone, engulfing her in a cloud of dust. Her body ached, but her mind was burning. Not just from the fight, but from those words. Frieza can transform. That changed everything. The sky was shattered. Every explosion, every collision, every burst of ki tore through the air with flashes of green and purple. The plain, once calm, had become a field of smoking craters and half-collapsed mountains. Vegeta and Zarbon were moving too fast for ordinary eyes. They were living lightning, crashing into each oath. Again and again with the force of meteors. Crash! A punch to Zarbon's face sent him straight through a rocky wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Boom! His counterattack blasted Vegeta backward, slamming her into the ground and making her bounce several times before she regained her balance. The air reeked of ozone and blood. Zarbon, in his monstrous form, was breathing hard, but he was smiling. His musculature was broader now, his skin hardened. Every movement seemed to carry tons of weight, yet he was still fast enough to keep pressure on the Saiyan. Not bad for a princess without a kingdom, he growled, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Vegeta straightened, panting. Fresh blood ran from her left eyebrow. A deep cut split the corner of her lips, and a dark bruise was forming on her cheek. Her arms bore superficial ki burns. And yet she was smiling. Is that all? She spat blood onto the ground and ran her tongue across her lips. I thought you were going to show me something worth my time. They charged again. Wham! Zarbon grabbed her by the throat and smashed her into the ground, the impact carving a crack several meters wide. Thwack! She twisted her hips, driving an upward kick into his jaw that forced him to release her and stagger back. She didn't give him time to recover. A volley of purple ki blasts fired from her hands. Zarbon blocked them, but the pressure pushed him back several meters. Boom! A nearby mountain exploded when one of his stray blasts hit it. The battle continued like a violent symphony. Fists colliding, rocks shattering, energy tearing through the sky. And then, for the first time since arriving on Namek, Vegeta was bleeding badly. A direct blow to the abdomen doubled her over. Another to the back hurled her into a rocky ledge. Before she could stabilize herself, a third strike to the face drove her into the stone. The echo thundered across the plain. Damn it! She braced herself against the ground and slowly stood. The metallic taste filled her mouth. Pain flared along her right side. At least one rib was cracked. Zarbon landed in front of her, looming, his shadow falling over her. I warned you, he said in a low voice. You don't stand a chance against me in this form. It's only a matter of time before. Shut up, Vegeta snapped, her voice razor sharp. I don't need your speeches. She straightened fully, wiping the blood from her mouth with her glove. He's physically stronger, not by much but enough to win in direct exchanges. If I keep matching brute force with brute force, he'll crush me. Her breathing slowed. Amid the hum of her ki and the pounding of her heart, a memory pierced her mind. A desert, her own roar as an Uzaru, and standing before her Kakarot. Small by comparison but fast. Untouchable. He struck where it hurt, dodged what would kill him, and used her size against her. When I was the giant, he made me dance to his rhythm. I was bigger, stronger, far stronger than him, but predictable. Vegeta closed her eyes for a brief second. A crooked, ironic smile tugged at her lips. TCH, damn you, Kakarot. Even now I'm still learning something from you. Zarbon frowned, confused. What are you muttering? Have you finally lost your mind? No. Vegeta met his gaze head on. I'm remembering the best fight of my life. She surged forward. She no longer attacked head on. Her body moved at impossible angles, circling Zarbon, appearing behind him, at his side, below him, above him. She wasn't trying to match his strength, she was making him turn, miss, grow frustrated. Every time he struck with brute force, she wasn't there. Every time he thought he had her cornered, he took a counter to a weak point. Ribs, neck, base of the skull. Crack, an elbow to the jaw. Wham, a knee to the stomach. Boom, a short-range ki blast straight to the chest, close enough to burn. Zarbon roared in fury. Damn you, stop running and fight me head on. Why would I? Vegeta laughed, dodging another punch and slamming her boot into his knee. To please you? No, I learned not to be an easy target. The ground trembled with every impact. Dust and shattered rock filled the air, floating amid the pressure. The twin suns, half obscured by smoke, cast a dirty yellow light over the battlefield. Zarbon was panting harder now. His movements, though powerful, were becoming erratic. The extra mass of his transformation made him stronger, yes, but also more predictable. Vegeta knew it, she felt it, and every dodge confirmed it further. Just like with Kakarot, fightin'. Him as an Uzaru taught me that brute strength is useless if the other one controls the tempo. Her smile returned, this time colder. You know what, Zarbon? She said, floating past him and smashing a punch into his temple. You're going to lose, and the worst part is that you won't even understand how it happened. Zarbon screamed, spinning and throwing a desperate punch. Vegeta caught his wrist. In one fluid motion, she used his own momentum to hurl him spinning into the ground. Kraash. The explosion sent up a towering column of dust and rock. Vegeta descended slowly, looking down at him. Her breathing was ragged. Blood streaked her forehead, chin, and gloves, but her eyes shone with something different. Not just the rush of battle, pride, and something else. A lesson learned, from her rival, from the only one who had ever pushed her this far before. The air was thick. Dust, smoke, and the lingering hum of ki filled the battlefield like an endless echo. The ground was littered with smoking craters. Fragments of rock still floating, shaken by the energy vibrating between the two fighters. Zarbon gasped, hunched forward, breathing harshly. His enlarged muscles strained as he tried to steady himself. His yellow, predatory eyes searched desperately for an opening. There was none. Vegeta stood before him, upright, her chest rising and falling. Dried blood mixed with sweat on her face, but her eyes burned with unyielding fury. I'm tired of you, she said quietly, venom dripping from every word. She launched herself forward. The blast of air she left behind kicked up dust and stone. And before Zarbon could react, wham, her boot slammed brutally into the side of his neck. The dry crack was followed by a choked cry. Zarbon went spiraling away, bouncing across the ground before crashing into a rocky formation. Ghhk. He coughed, clutching his throat, ears ringing. He had no time. Vegeta was already there. TCH. He tried to strike her, a straight punch to the face, but she dodged effortlessly, spinning and driving a knee into his midsection, folding him forward. Her hand rose. Bzzzzz. Purple ki blasts rained down. 1, 2, 3 dozens. Each impact detonated against his body, tearing away chunks of armor and scorching his hardened skin. Boom boom boom. The ground split with every hit. Zarbon staggered back, desperate for a moment to breathe. Vegeta followed him like a killing shadow, closing every inch of distance. What's wrong, Zarbon? She shouted, her voice sharp and commanding. Is this the true power you were so proud of? He growled, raising an arm to shield himself. Shut up. No, you shut up and listen. She snapped, glaring at him with absolute contempt. You're only someone because you've spent years crawling in Frieza's shadow. Nothing more. Zarbon tried to respond, but she continued, stepping closer, her voice lashing like a whip. You think you matter because he looks at you twice, because he gives you direct orders. Her lips twisted into a cruel half-smile. But if you died today, do you know what would happen tomorrow? Nothing. Frieza would replace you like trash. Zarbon's body tensed. No, I'm his right-hand man. You're just as disposable as the scum he sends to die every day. She cut in, spitting the words. Just as disposable as the Saiyans were to him. Zarbon took a step back, breathing faster. We could join forces, he said suddenly, his voice shaking. You and me, we could overthrow Frieza together. You're strong and I know things. We could. Vegeta laughed, a dry, joyless sound. Join you? She leaned forward, her shadow engulfing him. I'd rather die standing than crawl like you. Her ki exploded into a violent purple aura that made the ground tremble. I don't need allies who beg for their lives. She charged with a roar that echoed across the entire plain. Whump! Her hand pierced straight through Zarbon's chest like a spear. The sound was wet and brutal. Hot blood splashed over her arm and torso. Zarbon's eyes went wide, a strangled scream tearing from his throat. Jigha! He tried to push her away, claws digging into her arm, but there was no strength left. She stared into his eyes, unblinking. This is where you belong. Before he could speak, she gathered ki in her hand. The glowing sphere flared inside his chest. Katza! A short, concentrated explosion. Zarbon screamed one last time and then his body went limp. Vegeta shoved him aside, letting the corpse hit the ground with a dull thud. For a moment, silence returned. The wind stirred the dust. The metallic smell of blood mixed with the burnt scent of ki. Vegeta breathed heavily. She took a step, then another, and her knees buckled. She fell, one hand bracing against the ground, chest heaving. Her hair was a mess. Her armor shattered, her right glove soaked in fresh blood. But her lips curved into a smile. Victory, she whispered to herself. Zarbon's body lay a few meters away, lifeless. The shadow of the twin suns stretched across them both. She had won, and though her body was at its limit, her pride remained intact. At the same time, the air was calm, warm beneath the twin suns. The green waters surrounding the rocky rise where the Grand Elder's home stood looked like mirrors. 3 figures floated down along the natural ramp. Gohan clutched the large Dragon Ball against his chest. Its golden surface reflected his face in the sky like a perfect orb, 4 red stars pulsing within. Krillin walked beside him at a quick pace, while Den floated a few inches behind, watching them with a gentle smile. The weight of the Dragon Ball wasn't just in their arms, it was in their hearts. It was a huge step, one crucial piece of the 7, but the road ahead was still long. Krillin let out a low whistle as the breeze tugged at his orange GI. I can't believe it, he said, glancing at the sphere in Gohan's arms. We've got the first one. And not just anyone, the Grand Elders. If Frieza knew, Gohan smiled, though his eyes were more serious. There's still a long way to go, he murmured, holding the Dragon Ball a little tighter. But at least now we have something. Den nodded softly. The Grand Elder trusts you. He believes your hearts are pure. I believe it too, after all you saved me. Krillin scratched the back of his head with a grin. Well, pure might be pushing it, he glanced at Gohan. But hey, at least we try not to wipe out entire villages, right? Gohan let out a small laugh. The calm lasted only seconds. Suddenly they felt it, a pressure in the air, a vibration in their chests. 2 ki auras colliding in the distance. Krillin stopped dead, staring toward the horizon as if he could see past the green hills. Did you feel that? Gohan nodded, eyes wide. Yeah, and they're not weak. They focused, standing still, measuring the energies. And then they recognized them. Krillin frowned. That ki, I know it. It's Vegeta. Gohan swallowed. And the other one, I think it's... He closed his eyes, searching his memory. Yeah, one of Frieza's men. The green one, I saw him when they slaughtered that Namekian village. Yeah, Krillin whispered. The 2 energies clashed like colliding lightning, rising and falling, trading pressure in rapid bursts. Even from this far away, they could feel the weight of every blow. Then something changed. Vegeta's ki wavered. It weakened, not vanishing, but clearly worn down. The other ki Zarbon's flickered and then went out completely. The air around them felt heavier. Den looked at them, worried. One of them has died. Krillin clenched his teeth. Don't tell me. No. Gohan shook his head, gripping the Dragon Ball tightly. Vegeta's still alive. Her ki is lower, but it's still there. Krillin clicked his tongue. Then that means she killed him. Silence stretched on. Den watched them, waiting, while their faces reflected a storm of thoughts. Krillin crossed his arms. Vegeta killing Frieza's men that could help us. The fewer soldiers that monster has, the better. But, Gohan said quietly, lowering his gaze, it also makes her stronger. And if she gets stronger. Krillin finished the thought with a sigh. She could become a problem for us later. The wind brushed Gohan's bangs aside. He looked down at the Dragon Ball in his arms, fingers pressing lightly into its smooth surface. I just hope, he said softly, Dad gets here soon. Vegeta's ki was still there, weak, but steady, like a flame that refused to go out. And as they felt it from afar, they knew. The board on Namek had shifted once again. Hideout Cave. Planet Namek. The inside of the cavern was cool and dim, barely lit by the improvised lamp Bulma had put together using the energy crystal. Its blue glow softened the greenish rock walls and cast long shadows that swayed gently with the movement of the nearby lake. Bulma was standing with her arms crossed when she heard the echo of hurried footsteps coming from the entrance tunnel. Bulma, Krillin's voice rang out before they even came into view. She turned just in time to see Krillin and Gohan rush in, drenched in sweat and breathing hard, with Den close behind them. Cradled in Gohan's arms, glowing like a small orange sun, was the large 4-star Dragon Ball, its red markings shining softly. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. By Kami, is that? Gohan nodded with a small smile. A Dragon Ball, the Grand Elders. He gave it to us after a lot. Krillin, clearly unable to stay still, started pacing back and forth as he spoke. Yeah, and that's not all. We saved a little Namekian named Den. He's with us. By the way, from one of Frieza's men. We met the Grand Elder and, he looked at Bulma with a mix of awe and pee. Right, he unlocked a lot of our hidden power. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Power? Den stepped in, his voice calm. The Grand Elder can see into the heart and soul. He can awaken the strength that was sleeping within them. Bulma looked them over from head to toe, as if trying to physically measure the change. Well, with everything we're up against, any boost is more than welcome. They sat down around the lamp, and while Den drank some water, Krillin and Gohan told Bulma everything they had seen. The battle in the village, Frieza's cruelty and that of his men, the overwhelming presence of the Grand Elder, and, near the end, the fight they had sensed from afar. When they mentioned Vegeta, Bulma frowned. So she was fighting one of that Frieza guy's men. And she won? Krillin nodded. The other ki vanished. Vegeta's still alive, though we sensed she was weaker. Bulma fell silent for a few seconds, processing it all. Then she pulled the dragon radar from her pocket and turned it on. The device let out its familiar beeping sound, projecting a simplified map of the area. Look at this, she said, pointing at the screen. Frieza already has 5 Dragon Balls. The repetitive beeping followed her finger as it hovered over 5 blinking points clustered in the same area. And here, she pointed to another marker, there's one isolated. Pretty far from Frieza's territory. Krillin narrowed his eyes. You think? It's probably Vegeta, Bulma replied, turning the screen toward them. And this one, she pointed to the dot closest to their position, is the one you brought back. Silence settled in for a moment. Only the radar's beeping and the gentle splashing of the nearby lake filled the air. Krillin broke it. If Vegeta's injured, we could go after that Dragon Ball. Now would be the time. Before she recovers. Bulma shot him a sideways glance. And what do you plan to do if she finds us? Krillin smiled nervously. Well, now that our power's been boosted. But Gohan interrupted him, hugging the Dragon Ball tightly. I'm not so sure, he said softly. Even injured, Vegeta is really strong. And I don't know if we could win. Krillin frowned, but didn't argue. He knew all too well that even wounded, the Saiyan princess was still extremely dangerous. Krillin leaned back against the rock wall, looking from the radar to the others. Look, for now, we've got an advantage. Frieza doesn't know that only someone who speaks Namekian can summon the dragon. And we know it thanks to Den. Den lowered his gaze slightly, then nodded. If they try, without the correct language it won't work. Bulma continued. Then the best thing we can do is wait. Frieza already has 5 Dragon Balls, and if Vegeta has another one, sooner or later they're bound to run into each other. That could give us a chance to act without having to face either of them directly. Krillin sighed, crossing his arms. Or they could figure it out and start hunting all of us down. That's exactly why, Bulma replied, we need to think very carefully before making a move. Gohan tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball, as if trying to merge with it. Dad, please get here soon. The echo of his voice blended with the radar's beeping. Outside, Namek's twin suns continued their slow path across the green sky. The calm of the cave was a fragile refuge on a planet teetering on the brink of total massacre. And somewhere out there Vegeta, injured but alive, still held one of the key pieces that would decide everyone's fate. The sky of Namek burned a pale, merciless green. Two suns licked the stones like chipped knives. Vegeta moved at low altitude, almost glued to the shadows cast by the cliffs. Her flight was a trembling line, a broken stroke between emerald lagoons. Dried blood purple and blue stained her armor and neck. Her ribs ached with every breath. Her right forearm throbbed out of rhythm. A red thread ran from her temple to the angle of her jaw. And still she smiled. "You were expensive," she murmured, and in her memory the reeking face of Zarbon flared up, breathing his last. Her pride burned, but not only because of the fight. She felt something else, deeper. The edge of a decision. Extending her ki, she sensed at a distance the metallic anthill of a base. Energy signatures stacked in layers, mechanics, grunts, mediocre officers. She didn't feel Frieza, nor any elite captain. A pit of insects without its spider. Perfect. She dropped lower, until her boots brushed the blue grass. She reduced her presence to the bare minimum, closing her ki as if shutting off her heart. The wind grew colder. The base wasn't a minor outpost. It was a refitted ship. A main dome, radiator fins the size of cathedrals, watchtowers with red eyes sweeping the horizon. 3 hangars with open bellies, ships sleeping in suspension. Tripod drones skittered along the edges like albino crustaceans. Searchlights rotated with manic cadence, hunting for something they didn't want to find. Vegeta landed behind a dissipation fin and pressed herself to the hot metal. She breathed in the smell: plasma, oil, disinfectant. Beneath it, a finer stench, fresh fear. Her smile tilted. She crouched, took 2 running steps, and melted into the shadow of a pillar. 2 soldiers crossed an upper catwalk. One had blue skin and short horns. The other, a bony keel running down his spine. They laughed. One spat over the edge. "I'm telling you, Zarbon's gonna be unbearable if he doesn't find the remaining spheres. You know how much he wants to impress Lord Frieza," said the horned one. "Bah," the other laughed. "I'm more surprised Dodoria hasn't come back. Must be taking longer than he expected chasing those 2 runts." Vegeta jumped. There was no sound but the crunch of 2 tracheas under her fingers. The bodies fell without ceremony. She took one man's scanner, the other's communicator, and the least damaged chest plate. She fitted the visor, listening to the static. "Gamma 6 Patrol, report West Sector." Vegeta lowered her voice, shredding it into leaf litter, mimicking the soldiers as best she could. "Gamma 6, no activity." A buzz of approval. "Silence. Dogs," she whispered. "They think they're hunters because they wear a leash." She slid down a maintenance ladder. At each landing she took one breath, measured. In every corridor she counted cameras, eyes, iris lock doors. Army schematics were tattooed in her memory, not all of them, but enough. Medbay first, then the vault, a few turns, a hatch marked by the crossed symbol of 2 circles. The medical lab and the soft whisper of internal motors. Vegeta pressed her ear to the metal. Voices. "Capsule 3 is leaking," someone said. "Metallic. Seal with polymer 14. The commander wants you. Knits ready if Lord Frieza returns tonight." Another, nervous. "And Dodoria's report? His channel's dead." Vegeta smiled like a scalpel. She went in shoulder first. The metal sighed and obeyed. 3 reptilian medics turned. One opened his mouth. She was already on him. Palm to the nose, wrist twist, down. The second took the edge of her hand to the clavicle and collapsed with a wet sound. The third raised something, a syringe. Ridiculous, and she slammed him into the console with such precision that the screen lit up under his shoulder. "Scream and I tear out your tongue," Vegeta said softly. The third swallowed and nodded. The syringe tip trembled. "I need regenerators, fiber adhesives, and fast access to a healing capsule," she ordered. 5 minutes. Then maybe you keep breathing. TT. He capsule requires supervisor authorization. Vegeta locked eyes with him. The reptilian dropped his gaze. "Oh, or we can bypass sterilization protocol. Quickly. This way." The capsule room glowed with a uterine green. Transparent cylinders filled with liquid that seemed to scream in bubbles. Capsule number 2 opened like a flower. Vegeta stepped in without removing her armor, connected the wrist, temple, and rib sensors herself. The tech shook over the panel. "Timer. 4 minutes 26, he said, trembling. 3:40, Vegeta corrected. The liquid rose. The world became warm water, fine electricity. Her skin stopped burning. The rib bleed turned into an intense tingling, then heat. The pressure in her forearm loosened. Zarbon was still in her mouth, the iron of his blood, then the taste dissolved into emerald. 1 minute, 2, 3, the liquid drained. Vegeta emerged like from a torn placenta, dripping, pushing her hair from her face. She wasn't new, but the pain had retreated to the edges. Good, she said. Now, a portable kit. The tech ran to a cabinet and handed her a hard case with magnetic seals, injectors, coagulants, closure fibers, 3 vials of fast regenerator. Vegeta placed a finger on his forehead. Forget you saw me, understood? He nodded frantically. She put him to sleep with a touch. Through the visor, the internal net hummed. Delta 2 Patrol, report North Perimeter. Captain Zarbon signal offline. Recalibrating search. All officers to monitored channels. Time, Vegeta growled. Next, the vault. She remembered the route like an old wound. She'd been on this ship before. Several times. Down a cargo shaft. Through a gallery of weapon displays she ignored the toys and to a triple oval door guarded by 2 soldiers with energy lances in. DA technician with 6-fingered hands at the panel. Restricted access, the tech said without looking up. Direct order of Lord Fry. Vegeta appeared and disappeared. The first guard fell with a crushed throat. The second managed to light his lance. She grabbed the shaft and used it to pin him to the wall without a sound. The tech tried to scream. Vegeta covered his mouth with 2 fingers. Good hands, she said. Use them. I can't open without dual authorization. I need an officer. Vegeta showed him the communicator she'd taken earlier and pressed it to his ear. Now you have one, she smiled. Me. He swallowed and typed. The door breathed, opened 2 rings. A red laser swept the inner iris and went dark. Cold air, the smell of old metal, of clean magnetic fields. Inside, a handful of spheres. The Dragon Balls rested on levitation cradles, held by restraint rings. 5 of them heavy and proud, red stars floating inside like embers. Vegeta approached slowly. One of them vibrated as if it recognized her. Beautiful, she whispered, just as she had hours earlier to the one she'd stolen from the Elder. Mine. She moved fast. At the back, an anti-grav cart. Platform, straps, manual controls. She lowered 2 spheres with precise gestures, instinctively knowing where to touch so the rings would release without triggering the weight alarm. As she tugged the third, a sharp beep sliced the air. Load anomaly. Storage Epsilon 1. Tactical response required. TCH. Vegeta shoved the cart. The 2 spheres floated, obedient. She barely turned the corner when she heard boots. Stop right there. 3 grunts and a sub-officer with a short cannon. Vegeta froze for a fraction of a second, measured distances, ceilings, shadows. Look, she said, smiling sweetly. Your bosses are dead. Dodoria's bathing the sky in some lake. Zarbon, let's say I left him a nice hole. You can step aside and keep breathing. 1 fired. The beam licked her shoulder. Vegeta snorted. The sub-officer lost his head. The other 2 dropped their weapons with open fingers and without fingers a heartbeat later. The last tried to run. Vegeta let him reach the intersection, then sealed the core. Rador with a blast that turned it into glowing rubble. Bad day to obey, she said, pushing the cart again. The internal system sang. Perimeter review. Ginyu force deployment. ETA unavailable. Ginyu, she murmured, a brief, humorless laugh. Of course, send clowns when rats aren't enough. Silently, she was grateful they weren't on the planet. Elevators are no good too controlled. Side hangar exit. She turned down a corridor with exterior windows. Below, the secondary runway shimmered with heat. 2 techs ran dragging cables. A supervisor shouted nonsense. Vegeta kicked a service hatch whoosh and open air slapped her face. Alarm. Sirens. Red spiral lights. 4 yellow-skinned soldiers blocked her path. Stop that platform. One shrieked. Visor locking on. That's high-level material. Vegeta didn't slow. The first took a Dragon Ball like a planet armor crumpled. Body flew 10 meters and folded against a railing. The other 3 fired at once. Vegeta leapt, spun mid-air, and left. A chain of explosions that returned them to childhood in a single brilliant second. A heavier blast tore up the ground near the cart. Vegeta looked up. A sniper on a catwalk, long barrel trembling. She answered with a white point. The barrel melted. So did the body. Enough games. Down the runway's end, a freighter prepping mouth open, hollow belly, and beside it 3 light atmospheric drop pods, unsealed, ready for local transfer. Vegeta shoved the cart to one end, grunting, lifted the first sphere into the POD's internal cradle. It fit perfectly, like a crown on a cushion. The second followed. Sleep, she said, punching the panel. Local launch, low vector, minimum thrust, beacon off. She smashed the transponder module, sparks, smoke, and smiled. Let's see them find you now. A thunderclap. The ground shook. Halt. The voice came thick, double-throated. A fat officer in gold-trimmed armor, escorted by 6 soldiers trying to look brave. Princess Vegeta. She looked at him like a broken chair. Don't call me that, she said. Such a noble title doesn't belong in peasant mouths. That material belongs to Lord Frieza. The fat one spat. And you, he raised his hand. Fire. Vegeta charged. She thumbed the POD's program, slammed the physical emergency button, and the cylinder shot skyward like a mute bullet, carving a perfect line through the low sky. The officer blinked. What was that? And that blink cost him his chest. Vegeta moved as if the world were half lit. Smells, ozone, grease, fear. Sounds, boots, alarms, 1 engine, 2 engines, unit beta in, and the sim. PLE crack of the Cyclops' neck who slipped behind her with an energy knife. The second pod took its gift without poetry. Serpentine evasion, no beacon, vector north, over lakes and empty hills. Vegeta shoved the third, glanced at the mental vault where she'd hidden her own hours earlier beneath hollow columns, sealed with fresh rock, and almost laughed. 3 of 5, she couldn't take them all. Not yet, but every sphere out of Frieza's fist was a crack in the wall. The hangar trembled as heavier engines spooled. Squad Rank 7, full armor and heavy weapons, flooded the opening. The air filled with luminous tracers. Vegeta raised an arm, blocked 1, 2, 3 shots. The fourth scraped her hip with spite. She bit down on the pain, threw 2 micro bursts at the roof supports, and the hangar coughed dust and falling plates. Can you count? She shouted, not waiting for an answer. When your boss gets here, he'll be missing more than he had. She vaulted onto the freighter, ran its spine like an animal that knew metal, and hurled herself off the far side onto a walkway over the cliff. Below, the green sea smashed glass sounds against stone walls. One last pull of her key, and she became arrow, shadow, blade vanishing in a mean parabola that melted into the heat haze. Behind her, the base howled. Omega Unit, pursue. Intercept vectors 17 and 21. Block the northern sky, a voice screamed, trembling despite its authority. Someone tell me where the hell Zarbon is. Vegeta dove into a canyon of columnar rock jade basalt chimneys, hollow like beast throats. She dropped onto a ledge and, for the first time in hours, let her legs shake. She tore open the medical case with teeth and nails, injected a quarter of the remaining regenerator, hissed through her teeth as it bit from the inside. She wrapped her hip with closure fiber, breathed, closed her eyes for 1 second. The pods, she visualized their trajectories, the surface winds, the currents she'd learned to read since stepping onto this planet. Falling toward the lake labyrinth, toward forests of thin trunks and violet crowns. She could find them, hide them better. She could rebuild her throne with stolen pieces. She opened her eyes, the visor still on, blinking. Priority signal. Transmission from Lord Frieza. Silk filled the channel, to all posts. Zarbon is unresponsive. Dodoria as well. Well, what a mess. What a disappointment. I want results in 10 minutes, or I'll begin to reorganize. The word hung there perfumed and lethal. Vegeta bared her teeth. Come look for them yourself, Frieza. She rose smoothly, stowed the kit, cut the visor's static and discarded it, flinging the device into the stone throat below. She didn't need toys. She had memory. She had hate. She had 2 suns burning in her chest. She leapt into the void. Let the wind devour her for a heartbeat, and before touching the water she flared her key and shot north. Behind her, the base kept screaming names. Ahead, the planet whispered hiding places. 3 of 5, she repeated, a war prayer. And Kakarot still hasn't arrived. She flushed for an instant, like a nick from a blade between the fingers. Shook her head as if swatting an insect. Just my rival, she told herself, nothing more, and the sky opened before her like a fresh wound. With every heartbeat, the hunt changed hands. And the Empire, for the first time in a very long while, was truly bleeding. At the same time, on Goku's ship, the roar of the gravity engines filled the ship with a constant hum, like a metallic heartbeat that blended with Goku's own racing pulse. In the training room, the air was dense, crushing. Gravity was set to 50 times Earth's, and every movement was a battle against an invisible mountain. Sweat poured down his forehead, ran along his neck. and soaked into his GI. His breathing was deep and controlled, like a drum keeping time with every strike. In front of him, a holographic projector displayed moving targets that mimicked enemy attacks, energy blasts and rapid charges. Gohan, he roared, and his aura exploded into a blazing red. The entire room shook. His ki flared like a wildfire, muscles tightening to their limit. He moved in a flash, striking 3 targets at once, spinning mid-air to dodge a simulated blast that skimmed past his ear. Gohan times 10. The air turned into knives in his lungs. Veins bulged along his arms as the multiplied gravity crushed down on his bones. He clenched his teeth and pushed through the pain, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that sent shockwaves rebounding off the padded walls. It lasted only a few seconds before he gasped and let the red aura fade. "Ha, still can't hold it for that long," he said, dropping onto one of the resting platforms. The control panel blinked, displaying the training readout. 3 minutes with Gohan x10 before his body began to overload. Better than last time, but still not enough. Well, that's not so bad, he smiled to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. With a little more, I'm sure I'll be able to use it properly when I reach Namek. His thoughts abruptly drifted to the real reason behind all this preparation. Gohan. He closed his eyes and pictured his son, taller than the last time he'd held him in his arms. Stronger but still just a child who had seen and lived through far too much. "I have to make sure he's okay," he murmured. "Gohan's grown a lot, but he's still my son and I'm his father." A tight ache gripped his chest as memories surfaced. There were so many things they still hadn't done, simple things. He stood and walked toward the corridor leading to his small cabin. Gravity returned to normal, and it felt as though an enormous weight had been lifted from his body. On the small table beside the makeshift bed rested a photograph. He picked it up carefully. It was him, Chi-Chi, and baby Gohan, only a few months old. Chi-Chi was smiling, that look mixing pride and warmth. Goku paused, studying every detail. "I promised I'd protect him, help him grow," he whispered, as if she could hear him. "I hope I'm doing a good job." He remembered something else. Before leaving to face Vegeta, he had promised Gohan he'd take him fishing. Something so simple, and he hadn't kept it. "When we get back to Earth, I'll take him fishing. No matter what happens," he said, a gentle smile forming. But then another face slipped into his mind. Dark, unruly hair, fierce eyes, an arrogant smile, that sharp, mocking voice challenging him in the middle of a battlefield. Vegeta. He froze, surprised at how naturally his thoughts had shifted. It wasn't the first time during the trip. In random moments between training sessions or while eating, she surfaced in his mind. And not just as an enemy. At first, he assumed it was because she had been the strongest rival he'd ever fought. But no other rival had made him feel like this. It was strange, a feeling not unlike what he'd felt for Chi-Chi at certain moments. Not the same but similar. He lay back on the bed, the photo still in his hands. He remembered something Chi-Chi had once told him, shortly after their wedding. As they watched the sunset together on Mount Paozu, she already pregnant with Gohan. When you feel something that's strong for someone, sometimes there aren't words for it. You just know you want to see them and that everything changes when that person is near. It's magical. Goku closed his eyes, wanting to see someone, feeling like everything changes when they're close. It's stupid, he told himself, turning onto his side. She's my rival, that's all. But the image returned, stubborn. Vegeta, blood running down her forehead, looking at him with those eyes. That seemed to challenge both of them to fight, to live, to never give in. He chuckled softly to himself. It'll be interesting to see her again. Outside, the void continued its endless drift. And inside the ship, Goku wasn't just preparing for the battle ahead but for an encounter that, even if he didn't want to admit it, he awaited with a strange and almost forbidden desire. Minutes later, Frieza's ship, the lighting was dim, washing the metallic corridors in a cold, almost surgical glow. The air smelled of ozone and dried blood. The walls, normally immaculate, were scorched, scarred by recent explosions. Frieza stood before the ship's vast panoramic window, gazing out at Namek's emerald green sky. His tail swayed slowly from side to side, like a predator restraining the urge to strike. His expression was impassive, but his eyes were ice. Around him, the silence was absolute, broken only by the dragging footsteps of a soldier in shattered armor and a cracked helmet. Behind them, several bodies lay piled together, the remains of what, minutes earlier, had been the ship's internal guard. The surviving soldier swallowed, unable to meet Frieza's gaze. He knew his life or death depended on the next few words. Frieza spoke without turning from the horizon. I assume there is a very good reason why the number of guards on my ship has been reduced. His voice was soft, almost melodic. And why I'm smelling blood inside my own home. The soldier took a step back. My lord, it was her. Frieza slowly turned his head, savoring the moment. Her, he repeated, a note of curiosity creeping in. Who? Princess Vegeta, the soldier stammered. She infiltrated the ship, took advantage of the fact that you were away searching for the last 2 Dragon Balls and... Frieza turned fully now, hands clasped behind his back. And, he prompted, leaning in slightly, like a teacher demanding the correct answer. She robbed us, my lord. A pause. Frieza smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a scalpel before the cut. And what exactly did she steal from me? The soldier swallowed so hard the sound echoed in the chamber. Medical supplies, several capsules, and in the Dragon Balls we already had 3 of them. Exactly. The air seemed to thicken. Frieza's smile widened just a fraction, but his pupils narrowed to needles. Also, he said, astonishingly calm. I leave for a few hours to collect the final 2 Dragon Balls, and now I find that I only have 2. The soldier opened his mouth to respond, but Frieza raised a delicate finger. Shish, don't ruin the moment. He approached with slow, almost elegant steps. His tail slid across the floor, then lifted gently, coiling around the soldier without touching him. I'm glad you survived, Frieza whispered. That way you can tell me everything. Trembling, the soldier began to speak in a rush. My lord, she appeared without warning, moved far too fast, our trackers failed, she attacked. Ked everyone she could, took the capsules and the Dragon Balls, even destroyed the security controls. Frieza listened with his eyes closed, like someone enduring a song he already knew and despised. When the soldier finished, the tyrant stepped away, once again facing the window. Frieza murmured with a sigh. How predictable. Then, without turning, he said, I believe it's time to call for reinforcements. The soldier's head snapped up. Our reinforcements? Frieza turned his face just enough for his smile to reflect in the glass. Yes, the ones I use only on very special occasions. The soldier went pale. Why, you mean? Exactly, Frieza replied, his voice soft and dripping with venom. The Ginyu Force. The name fell like a slab of lead. The soldier felt his stomach twist. Yoon knew the elite of the elite, not only for their strength, but for their brutality, their theatrics, and for the simple fact that when they arrived, nothing and no one was left standing. Frieza closed his eyes for a moment, as if envisioning the future. Send them a message. Tell them their emperor has a small job for them, and that they should hurry. The soldier nodded quickly, struggling to hide his shaking. Why, yes, my lord, immediately. He turned to run, but Frieza spoke again, his tone so light it was more unsettling than a scream. One more thing. The soldier froze. Why, yes? Quote, make sure no one else on this ship makes the same mistake you did. I don't want any more surprises. The soldier swallowed and hurried out, nearly stumbling. Frieza was alone again, staring at the green horizon. His hands, still clasped behind his back, tightened until his knuckles turned white. Vegeta, he whispered. Enjoy them while you can. Because when they arrive, neither your pride nor your cunning will save you. Outside the ship, Namek continued to turn in silence, unaware that within hours, the most lethal forces of the Galactic Empire would set foot upon its soil. Inside the cave, night on Namek. The twin daylight of Namek had faded hours ago, and the sky was awash in emerald tones. It never truly turned to night like on Earth, but the air still changed, just enough. The only sound inside the cave was the soft echo of wind sneaking in through the entrance and the slow, steady breathing of those asleep. The cavern was barely lit by a small improvised lamp Bulma had bled together from pieces of the broken capsule. The walls, damp and smooth, reflected the faint light as if painted with oil. In the center, a pair of blankets spread out on the ground served as makeshift beds. Bulma slept face down, an arm thrown over her head, blue hair a wild mess, with a couple of tools scattered nearby like she'd been working right up until she crashed. Krillin was resting in a corner, breathing deeply, one hand wrapped around the handle of his staff, as if even in sleep he was ready to jump into action. A few meters away, Gohan was awake. Sitting cross-legged, he held the dragon radar in his hands. The device let out a soft beep beep beep, green light washing over his concentrated face. The dots on the screen moved slowly, but the reading was clear. 4 Dragon Balls together, all in one place. 2 Dragon Balls somewhere else, quite a bit away. 1 Dragon Ball, the one right in front of him, carefully wrapped in cloth inside their camp. Gohan frowned, tracing the map with his eyes. His mind connected the dots. 4 in one spot, he whispered to himself. He looked at the other group. 2 in another. The memory from 2 days ago flashed in his mind. Vegeta's key clashing with the green-haired man, Zarbon then, the soldier's key vanishing, while Vegeta's stayed, though weakened. Gohan swallowed hard. So those 4 must be hers, he whispered, his heart beating faster. He stared at the radar screen. He could almost picture it. Vegeta, hurt, probably resting after the fight. Maybe more vulnerable than usual. An opportunity, maybe his chance. If Dad were here, he muttered. Glancing down, what would he do? The answer came quickly. Goku wouldn't hesitate, he'd take the initiative, seize any advantage, even if it meant serious risk. But then Gohan thought of something else. He wasn't his dad, he was still just a kid. His eyes drifted to Krillin and Bulma, both asleep. He could wake them, he could tell them what he'd seen on the radar and make a plan together. But then something stirred in his chest. A desire, a spark that reminded him of Piccolo's words, his father's, all those days training. You can't always depend on others. You have to learn to act on your own. He clenched his fists. I'm Dad's son, he whispered, barely audible. I have to be brave too. His fingers trembled for a second, but then his gaze hardened. Carefully, he set the radar aside and stood up, trying not to make a sound. He crept quietly through the cave, passing by Bulma. The soft hum of the lamp pulsed like a heartbeat. He took the Dragon Ball they had wrapped in cloth, but hesitated for a moment. No, I need to leave this here. If something happens to me, at least they'll have it. He set the glowing orb beside their gear, covering it up. He only took his small bag, with a couple of emergency capsules, and tightened his belt. At the cave entrance, the wind of Namek hit him with a gentle chill. The sky was spattered with distant stars, and the surface of the water below the hill reflected those points of light like trembling mirrors. Gohan took a deep breath. I can do this, he told himself, his heart pounding fast but steady. He powered up his ki slowly. No bursts, no flares, keeping his aura as low as possible. He didn't want Vegeta to sense him right away, and without looking back, he rose into the air, ascending in silence. Guided only by the memory of the radar and his instincts. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Krillin rolled over in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. Bulma let out a heavy sigh and shifted her arm, as if trying to brush aside an invisible tool. Neither of them realized the youngest of their group was gone, and above the green waters of Namek, a half-Saiyan child, carrying the determination of a legendary warrior, flew into the unknown. A few minutes later, Namek stretched out like an endless emerald cloth across a world that never seemed to end. In silence, Gohan descended among blue-tinted rock columns rising from the ground like the ribs of a fossilized monster. He had flown low over still lakes and hills of glassy grass for nearly an hour, following the memory of the radar and a knot in his stomach made of fear and resolve. Now, in front of him, the dark edge of a cave gaped open like a toothless mouth. He landed with the nervous care of someone stepping for tea. He first time into a room full of porcelain. He dropped his key to a thread. He breathed through his nose so he wouldn't hear his own ragged breaths in his ears, and stepped forward. Inside, it smelled of heated metal and spilled medicine. The narrow passage widened after a few steps into a natural chamber, low-ceilinged and damp-walled, where a faint glow clung, a bit of Namekian bioluminescence that floated like dust trapped in oil. Then, something stopped his heart for an instant. In the center, on a rough blanket made of military tarps and pieces of a tent, shone 4 Dragon Balls. They were huge, golden, with red stars that seemed to breathe. They sat so still it was as if the universe itself was holding them with velvet gloves. Gohan swallowed. A thought crossed his mind, shamelessly. That was too easy. You've got a lot of guts coming here alone, kid, a voice said. The world inside him froze. Gohan spun so fast he nearly slipped. In the shadows, leaning against the wall with her back propped against a sheet of ripped armor plating, he saw the unmistakable silhouette of Vegeta. She wore a tight black base suit, torn at the sides. Her Saiyan armor lay abandoned beside her, one plate fractured and scorched. Her wild hair stuck with sweat to her temples, and on her forearms he saw makeshift bandages of medical tape and wires. There were needle marks in her neck and a drip line tied to a stalactite overhead. Nearby, a box of medical supplies and another of cracked open regenerative vials. On the blanket, a small module for vital signs blinked red, not connected to anything. Despite everything, her gaze was sharp, not feverish. Gohan instinctively took a fighting stance, feet apart, hands up. But something inside him killed the urge to charge. Vegeta was exhausted. She wasn't faking. Her ki was there, dense, dark, vibrating, but it dipped and surged in uneven waves, like a fire struggling not to die. "Are you okay?" he blurted out, without thinking. Vegeta let out a low laugh, broken by a short breath. She wore her smile like a proud scar. "Just like your father," she muttered. "Damn idiots. You see me in pieces and the first thing you do is feel sorry for me." She tried to raise her hand. Ki crackled between her fingers. A faint violet point formed, unstable, buzzing at Gohan like a poisonous insect. "Don't take another step, brat." The sphere flickered, though. Vegeta clenched her jaw. Her fingers trembled. The energy shrank, twisted and fizzled out like a wet candle. The Saiyan woman breathed deep, furious at herself. Gohan didn't step back. He didn't move forward either. He simply lowered his hands a little. He saw the sweat on her neck, the taut skin above a bandaged rib, the edge of a bruise showing under her suit. The memory hit him. On Earth, she'd been this battered and still managed to smile before climbing into her capsule. "You don't have to pretend with me," he said quietly. "I'm not pretending," Vegeta snapped. "I'm deciding if I want to turn you to ash or snap your neck while it's still warm." Gohan swallowed. His hands dropped completely. "I didn't come here to fight." Vegeta's eyes narrowed slowly, suspicious. "You did. Ain't come to fight and you walk into my lair, 10 steps from 4 Dragon Balls? Your lie is so pathetic it insults me." Gohan took a breath. Then, he undid the small pouch at his waist, reached in, and pulled out a small, wrinkled, straw-colored bean. He held it out to her. Vegeta blinked. For the first time, her expression slipped from its usual line between mockery and threat. "What is that? Poison?" She raised her chin, lips curling. "You really think I'm stupid enough to eat something given to me by Kakarot's brat?" "It's a senzu bean," Gohan said bluntly. "If you eat it, your wounds will heal. The exhaustion goes away. Your body will be ready to—" He searched for the right word, and found it, "to fight." Vegeta let out a thin laugh. "And you think, even if you're telling the truth, that once I'm at full power I won't crush you first, and your little friends after?" Gohan held the bean out, palm open. His big, dark eyes showed something Vegeta hated: kindness. It wasn't weakness, it was worse. It was that thing she couldn't name, that Kakarot also had in his eyes when he looked at her after beating her. "I think," Gohan said, with the awkward honesty of someone who doesn't know how to lie, "you're not really that bad." Vegeta tilted her head, as if the ceiling had just dropped an inch lower. "Say that again and I'll break your teeth, insect." "On Earth," Gohan continued, swallowing, "when you left, I saw you. You were scared. You thought you were going to die. And when my dad told Krillin to let you go you were surprised. I saw you. I feel things. Like Mr. Piccolo. I can sense ki and sometimes what's behind it." He squeezed the bean between his fingers. "I'm not saying we're friends. Or that you're good. I'm saying you're not all bad." The silence in the cave felt heavier than the stone. Vegeta rolled her eyes slowly, as if she was watching a version of herself from above who still couldn't decide whether to be amused or furious. Her breathing burned in her throat. She noticed, with a hunter's precision, that the shivering in her forearms calmed just from listening. "Ridiculous. I'll tell you something, brat," she said, very softly. "You're confusing not killing with kindness. I'm not your father. I never knelt before anyone. I live for this." She opened her hand, letting a thin thread of purple ki drift into the air and fade out, "to fight. And for one other thing." Her eyes darkened for a second. "To destroy the one who put us on our knees." "Frieza," said Gohan. "Frieza," she repeated, like she was chewing on a rock she refused to spit out. "That demon is my target. My enemy." Gohan took a step forward. Vegeta tensed her neck without moving, tracking him. He held out the bean, closer now. She could smell the dry, almost scentless fiber. Above all, she saw his hand wasn't shaking. Not from fear, from determination. "We can join forces," the boy said. "Just for this. For Frieza. You want to kill him. We want to save our friends and the people on this planet." He swallowed. I can help you get better. And you cannot kill us. Not now, if we help each other. Vegeta let the silence stretch for 2 more heartbeats. Her body screamed for the energy in that beam. Every muscle ached, even her hair hurt. A sharp stab ran down her ribs ever since she'd killed Zarbon. And yet, the poison of mistrust was still stronger than hunger. And what makes you think? She asked. I won't tear your head off as soon as I can stand up? Gohan didn't move. His eyes did something Vegeta detested. They softened. Because you're proud, he said. The Saiyan woman's mouth fell open a little. She hadn't expected that angle. Because if you take a bean from me, from my people, and you heal with it, Gohan continued, you'll feel in debt. And while you can break promises, your pride is not that easy to break. Vegeta breathed short. The word hung between her teeth. Pride, the invisible cord that had kept her standing when everything else had shattered. You're annoying, she growled, and reached out her hand. Gohan placed the bean in Vegeta's palm gently, as if handing over a sleeping bird. She waited for a split second, as if she could sense a trap by touch. Then she put it in her mouth and chewed. The effect was instant. A hot wave that started in her stomach and surged through her chest like a tide of light. Her muscles tensed reflexively. Torn fibers knit themselves back together. Air flowed clear. The pain turned into tingles. The taste of blood in her mouth vanished. Vegeta straightened against the wall, ripping out the drip line with a nearly annoyed gesture. The snap of her neck as she turned was delicious. Her ki soared like a pillar. Not explosive. Solid. Dense. Unyielding. Gohan instinctively stepped back. The air changed, warning him of what he already knew. If Vegeta decided to kill him in that second, she could. Starting by punching a hole through his chest before the world could blink. She lowered her eyes to her hands. She opened and closed them, testing the weight of her healed body. She allowed herself a short, dangerous smile. It wasn't gratitude or relief. It was power returning. Then she raised her eyes to the boy. Now, she said, tell me, why shouldn't I kill you? Gohan didn't step back. He stepped forward. At that distance, he could see the thin sheen of sweat still glistening on Vegeta's upper lip. He could see a stray bit of bandage on her shoulder. Because, he said, even if you want to, you know it's not smart. Frieza lost the Dragon Balls. You have 4, we have 1. He took a breath. If you kill us, you'll have trouble finding ours, giving Frieza enough time to finish you. But if we team up, even for a while we can get ahead of him. You don't want Frieza to get them back. Neither do we. Vegeta exhaled through her nose, a sound halfway between laughter and contempt. You talk like you're some little general. You're just a lucky pup. I'm my father's son, Gohan said, without a trace of shame. The unspoken name echoed in the cave. Vegeta didn't need to hear it to fill in the blank. Kakarot. The word rose to her tongue like sweet poison. For one absurd moment, she felt the echo of the dream she pretended to forget. That idiot's hand, his back, the storm. She crushed the thought instantly. Stop repeating that like it means anything, she muttered. Being his son won't save you if I change my mind. Gohan nodded. It was a statement, not comfort. Vegeta found herself, to her own irritation, recognizing a flicker of courage in his words. She hated herself for it. I'm not trying to save myself, the boy said. I'm trying to save everyone. He looked down for a moment. And you, too. Vegeta tilted her head slightly. Save me? I mean it, Gohan said. You're the princess of your race, right? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. If you die for nothing, Frieza wins again. But if you live and fight with us, even just a little, Gohan swallowed, maybe we win. The Saiyan woman stood up fully, letting go of her support. Every joint popped as if someone had just oiled her. She took a step. The pressure of her ki moved forward. A guard dog walking ahead of its master. She faced Gohan, eye to eye. He didn't look away. She held his gaze, searching for fear. She found it. Yes, he was a child, but there was something else sitting on top of the fear. Legs crossed. Resolve. If you ever tell anyone I hesitated for half a second, Vegeta said, I swear I'll come back from hell to rip out your tongue. All right, said Gohan, with a small smile that irritated Vegeta for reasons she couldn't name. Here's what happens next, she went on, her voice turning the cave into a war room. I have 4 Dragon Balls. Frieza had 5, but now he only has 2. A spark of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She glanced at a gap in the rocks. These 4 are here because I needed to recover without dragging them across half the planet. The other 2, she smirked. Let's just say Frieza won't have them for long. So, Gohan looked for the plan. So we act like wolves, Vegeta said. Don't get excited, Brad. I didn't say pack. I said temporary coordination. Frieza will call reinforcements. I can smell the desperation in his voice when he screams into the communicator, even when he tries to sound civilized. If the ones I think are coming show up, a shadow crossed her mouth, things get messy. Very messy. Those idiots think they're gods, and the worst of them dances while he kills. Who? Gohan whispered. The Ginyu Force, Vegeta said, not wanting to show she cared that the kid would have a name for them. I can kill them, if I pick the right moment and nobody gets in my way. She raised her chin. You're going back to your people. Tell them this. Stay away from Frieza. Stay away from me. If Ginyu and his idiots show up, then we fight together. Got it? Gohan nodded. The plan was sharp and simple, but he raised a hand, asking for space to add one burning condition. Only if, he drew a breath, you promise not to kill Bulma or Krillin, or any Namekian left on the planet. Vegeta held his gaze as if he just demanded the moon with his teeth. The immature part of her, the Saiyan side that still laughed when someone cried, wanted to threaten him just for sport. Another part, the one that remembered scared she'd been on Earth when Kakarot spared her, almost said, no promises. She heard herself say, as long as this alliance lasts I won't touch your bugs. And not after, either, Gohan pressed. Vegeta bared her teeth. It wasn't a smile, it was a warning. Don't push your luck, kid. Gohan pressed his lips together and nodded. Fine, for now. One more thing, Vegeta added, slipping back into the Blade Rain mode she preferred. Don't play the hero. Kakarot does enough of that for you. If you get killed, neither I nor anyone else is picking up your bones. And don't give me another bean unless you see my guts in my hands. Understood? Understood, said Gohan. Good, now get out. Gohan looked at the 4 Dragon Balls for a second longer. Their glow burned his eyes with temptation. He could, in theory, lunge for one. Grab it, run, play mouse with a panther. He knew exactly how fast that idea would get him killed. So I can trust you, then, he said, slinging his bag over his shoulder. No, Vegeta corrected, with a blade-sharp clarity. You can trust that I hate Frieza more than I hate your father. And that I don't break deals as long as they work for me. She lowered her eyelids. For now, they work. Oddly, that was enough for Gohan. He gave an awkward little bow, not out of protocol, but gratitude, and started for the cave entrance. Before leaving, he stopped, looked back over his shoulder. Vegeta, what? Thanks for listening. Just go, she said, but her voice no longer had the same edge. It had a new one, a weightier edge, not for killing, but for breaking chains. Gohan walked into the night. The cold air cleared his lungs. He rose softly into the sky, making sure his key was a candle, not a torch. As he flew away, a realization hit him with the force of nay of Piccolo's punches. He'd survived not by luck, but by talking the way his father would have and the way he himself needed to learn. Inside the cave, Vegeta let out a slow breath, as if she could exhale the last of her weakness. She walked to the 4 Dragon Balls, touched each one with her fingertips, as if making sure they were real and hers. Kakarot, she whispered, the word burning sweet. Your pup has fangs. Vegeta smiled. It wasn't the smile from before. It was far more dangerous. Let them come, then, she said softly. Frieza, his dancers, the whole universe. Let's see who hunts who. She looked up. For a moment, her mind treacherous as ever showed her Kakarot not as a rival, but as something else. She cut off the thought with a wild flash. Ridiculous, she told herself, gritting her teeth. Just a rival, but the warmth in her skin wouldn't obey. She walked to the entrance, breathed in the light of the twin suns just above the horizon, and let her ki settle over Namek like a vow. From that moment on, every stone of this planet would learn a new language. The language of the Saiyan princess claiming what she'd decided was hers. Gohan flew low, skimming the edges of plateaus. The turquoise waters flashed below him like stripes of silk, and his shadow stretched long over the planet's skin. In his chest pulsed a strange mix. Fear still buzzing in his bones, and a small, muddy joy because it had worked. Because he'd watched Earth's worst enemy eat his bean and not kill him after. Dad, he whispered to the air. I'm trying to do things right. He thought of Krillin sleeping with the staff in his arms, of Bulma, snoring on top of a wrench, of Dend, eyes still wide from nightmares. He thought of Piccolo, of his mother, whom he'd never met, but still spoke to in his head when the world felt too big. I'm coming back, he promised himself. With good news, I think. And he sped up. At the cave's mouth, Vegeta lingered for a few more heartbeats, staring at the spot where the boy had vanished. Then she let out a very brief laugh, more furious than happy. You're not that bad, she repeated, rolling the words around as if to taste them for mockery. TSSK. She turned to the Dragon Balls, covered them with a tarp, sealed the hideout, gathered what she needed from the medical kits, not out of need now, but for caution, and slipped her armor back on, snapping a plate into place with a satisfying crack. On her wrist, the communicator she'd stolen from an officer crackled with brief static panic noise, low and thin. She grinned. Frieza was swallowing rage with his mouth shut. That was music. Zarbon isn't answering calls anymore, she said, with a satisfaction that was almost malicious affection. Neither is Dodoria. She stretched her neck. Her ki burned hot through her bones. Namek's emerald sky stuck to her hair like a crown. She rose, leaving a swirl of glittering dust that took its time to settle. And the world below, unaware, was ready for a new way to break. Because wherever Vegeta landed, the planet learned a new way to tremble, not with fear but with anticipation. Somewhere out in space, a man in a ship with gravity turned up. Hai smiled in his sleep without knowing why, and whispered a name the night gladly devoured. Elsewhere, an emperor clenched a fist so hard the metal wept, and spat out a Saiyan name like sour wine. And at the center of it all, among 4 golden orbs beating like stolen hearts, a Saiyan princess sharpened her smile. The hunt was still on, and now there were new rules. Dawn on Namek wasn't like on Earth. Here, the twin suns painted the sky a pale blue tinged with gold, and the horizon shone like a polished gem. Outside his ship, Frieza stood, arms crossed behind his back, his expression calm, almost serene. The breeze barely moved the short cape on his shoulders. But that calm was anything but casual. It was the calm before something that would change the dynamic of the entire planet. In the distance, a bright point appeared in the sky, then another, and another. Within seconds, the sky filled with 5 blazing trails, falling like meteors, each with its fiery tail streaking across the atmosphere. Frieza narrowed his eyes, letting a small smile curl on his lips. At last, he whispered, in that soft tone that hid a predator's anticipation, my trump cards have arrived. The 5 ships flew in formation, swooping low over the emerald stone hills before lining up with military precision in the clearing before Frieza's mothership. When they touched down, it was with a thunderous crash that sent columns of dust and gravel flying, cracking the ground and flattening the blue grass. THOOM THOOM THOOM. The hatches slammed open. The first figure burst out with an exaggerated leap, planting his feet wide. Hands on his hips, tilting his head back while his muscles, huge, almost grotesque, bulged. Rikumi, he roared, a deep voice echoing off the stone cliffs. Frieza didn't move. He only raised an eyebrow slightly. The wind blew the dust aside, and the second figure emerged, spinning nimbly through the air to land on one foot, arms stretched wide like an acrobatic dancer. He was tall, thin, with blue skin and quick, flashy movements. Boot tier RR, he shouted, stretching out the syllables with a cocky grin. The third strutted out as if he were on a catwalk, long white hair blowing in the wind. He was shorter than the others, but his muscles were sharp and his aura dangerous. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, he pointed to himself. JEIICE, he declared in a strange accent, tossing his head with a wink and polishing his shoulder pad. The fourth appeared without the athletic display of the others. The smallest of the group, green-skinned with 4 darting eyes. He grinned with an unpleasant sneer. He hopped forward, crouched down, and crossed his arms. Guldu, he squealed in a high-pitched, nasal voice, shaking his head from side to side with exaggerated flair. Finally, from the last ship, the leader stepped down, tall, with purple skin, white curved horns, and a perfect military bearing. He strode to the center, spun on one foot, and flung both arms forward in a powerful pose. Jin Yuu, he proclaimed, in a deep, resonant voice. And then, as if they'd rehearsed it 1,000 times and they probably had the 5 snapped into perfect formation. Each in a pose more outlandish than the last, their bodies aligned like a living portrait of power and theatrical absurdity. With a coordinated leap, they thrust their hands skyward and shouted in unison. We are the Ginyu Force. The shout shook the air and sent a flock of Namekian birds scattering. The dust settled slowly, revealing the five in all their glory and flamboyant eccentricity. Frieza clapped softly, not losing his smile. "I see you haven't lost your style," he said smoothly, as if discussing a fine wine. Ginyu stepped forward, chin high. "Lord Frieza, reporting for any mission you require." He snapped a perfect military salute, then followed it with a wink and a thumbs up. "I hope your journey was comfortable," Frieza said, approaching with calm steps. "I have a very special job for you, and trust me, it will be fun." G-Ice grinned smugly. "Fun? I already like the sound of that." Birder bounced in place, stretching his arms. "I hope there's someone fast out there. Haven't had a good speed challenge in weeks." Rikun let out a booming laugh. "As long as they're strong, I don't care who it is." He stomped the ground, making the earth tremble. Goldo clicked his tongue. "I just hope they're not too tough. I have no patience for long games." Frieza smiled a little wider. "Oh, don't worry," he said, turning to the horizon. "Here on Namek there's something for each of you." Then, much colder, "Start by recovering the Dragon Balls and bring me a certain Saiyan princess alive." Ginyu nodded, smiling with a mix of respect and hunger for battle. "Consider it done, sir." The twin suns glinted off their armor as the Ginyu force prepared to deploy. The spectacle was over. The real hunt was just beginning. The interior of the Grand Elder's house carried an aura of ancient calm. Warm light from the planet's two suns poured in through the circular openings in the ceiling, casting spiral-shaped shadows along the white, smooth, curved walls. Shish aped with the same organic elegance as Namek itself. Bulma sat on a small bench, reviewing data on her tablet, while Krillin paced back and forth, restless. Nail stood silently, like a living statue, and Dend remained beside Gohan, who was checking the dragon radar for what felt like the 100th time. "So," Dend said, pointing at a holographic projection on the central table, "the Dragon Balls must be gathered in one place. Then one of you must say, 'Takarapto Paporinga Pupiritoparo.'" "Excuse me?" Bulma interrupted, blinking. "That's the Namekian language," Dend explained gently. "Only then will the dragon appear. It must be pronounced exactly right." Krillin nodded slowly. "And who has to say it? Anyone? It must be someone pure, or at least someone with good intentions." "The dragon can sense it." Bulma snorted. "Well, that rules out almost all of us," she said, glancing at Krillin. "And don't even look at me, Cue-Ball. I'm here strictly as a scientist." Gohan smiled softly. "I can do it. I want to wish back everyone who died because of the Saiyans and Frieza." Dend nodded approvingly. "The dragon will listen to that. I'm sure of it." But just as a spark of hope began to grow among them, everything changed. Gohan was the first to feel it. A twist in his stomach. An invisible pull that shook his chest. Then others. Five presences. Powerful, malicious, different. One felt like living rock. Another like liquid fire. A third, fast as lightning. One more, slippery, rotten to the core. And finally a presence steady, but poisonous like a perfectly aimed needle. "What is this?" Gohan whispered, jumping to his feet. Krillin turned toward him, feeling it too. "You feel it?" 5 massive key signatures, Gohan swallowed. "They're not Namekians. They're not Frieza. They're..." And then, without warning, a voice tore through them like lightning from within. "So you made it here after all." Everyone turned. "Just like I told you, brat." A silhouette appeared, floating against the pale, crystalline sky. A dense, brilliant purple aura wrapped around her like a controlled flame. She descended slowly, unhurried, as if gravity itself didn't dare touch her without permission. When her boots softly met the elevated platform of the Grand Elder's dwelling, a small pressure wave rippled across the ground. Vegeta had arrived. Her Saiyan armor gleamed, freshly fitted. The white chestplate traced with gold lines, the previously shattered shoulder guard replaced by a new one, and the bodysuit clung like a second skin, perfectly outlining the restrained power in every fiber of her body. 4 Dragon Balls were secured inside a reinforced capsule slung over her shoulder, sealed with improvised electronic locks. Her eyes dark, sharp scanned everyone as if calculating how long it would take to kill them if she chose to. Nail was the only one who didn't tense up. Den took a step back, eyes wide. Krillin instinctively flared his ki. Gohan held his ground, and Bulma choked on her own breath. Is that Vegeta?" she murmured, almost childishly. Gohan nodded. "Yes." Bulma narrowed her eyes, and even though she was terrified because Vegeta's Aura felt like standing next to an angry nuclear reactor. She couldn't help staring. Her skin was evenly toned, battle-hardened and gleaming. Her body was compact yet sculpted, with a symmetry so precise it looked carved. Perfect shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, firm as steel, surprisingly large breasts, and wild hair that spilled down her back like a living shadow. Bulma blushed despite herself. Okay, wow, that's just not fair. No one should have that face and that body and that, "I'll kill you with a blink" attitude, she muttered, pouting. Damn it, she's hot. Krillin stared at her in horror. Bulma, that's Vegeta. So what? She whispered back, flustered. Look at her. She's like a murder mannequin that came to life. The ideal woman, for a suicidal person, obviously. Everyone, calm down, Gohan said, stepping forward. She's not an enemy for now. Krillin looked at him like he just claimed zebras could pilot spaceships. What? Last night, I went to see her. In secret, she had 4 Dragon Balls. She was injured and I gave her a Senzu bean. Krillin froze. You did what? Bulma's jaw dropped with the same drama as if Gohan had just confessed to marrying a houseplant. Gohan kept his voice low. We made a deal. She helps us against Frieza. She doesn't attack us. She leaves the Namekians alone. We don't attack her. We coordinate to stop Frieza from gathering the Dragon Balls. It's just temporary. Krillin looked like he wanted to scream, but he was so overwhelmed he could only manage. Are you insane? Vegeta smirked lazily. He's smarter than all of you put together. But yes, slightly insane. Must run in the family. His father was the same. Vegeta took a few steps forward. Her ki brushed over them like a warm gust filled with hidden blades. Listen carefully, insects, she said flatly. This is how it is. She crossed her arms, the capsule of Dragon Balls hanging from her shoulder. I have 4 Dragon Balls. You have 1. Frieza has 2 for now. We all know what he wants. You want to save your dead. I want to destroy Frieza. So for convenience, our paths align for a while. And after that, Nail asked bluntly. After that, she said coolly. I kill you all if it suits me. Or I leave. Haven't decided yet. But as long as those 5 who just arrived are out there, her voice turned to ice, we'd better work together. 5? Dend asked, trembling. Vegeta nodded. The Ginyu Force. 5 freaks. Each one stranger, more dangerous, and more fanatical than the last. They care about nothing except fighting and pleasing their emperor. And are they strong? Bulma asked, no sarcasm in her voice. Vegeta tilted her head slowly. Each one could crush an army on their own. Together, she glanced at Nail. I'm not sure even you could handle them. Frieza keeps them as his final move. If they're here, it means he's desperate. Krillin swallowed. And you fought them? Once, Vegeta spat the word. I was lucky to survive. This time I'm stronger. And I plan for it to end differently. Gohan spoke calmly. Then we're together. Vegeta nodded. For now, but listen carefully. Don't interfere when I attack. Don't get in my way. And don't provoke me. At the first sign of betrayal I erase you. Noted. Krillin muttered. Eyes narrowed. Bulma sighed. Great. Our lives depend on an intergalactic warrior with a goddess's body and a stick of dynamite for a soul. What could possibly go wrong? Gohan smiled despite everything. We'll stop Frieza. Together. Vegeta shot him a sideways glance. You'd better not regret that bean, pup. I won't. And so, beneath a sky where pale suns burned overhead, a fragile pact was sealed. Not with handshakes but with fear, necessity, and shared goals. The heroes and the killer. The alliance was underway, and far above, 5 streaks cut across the sky. The demons were already on the board. The war hadn't just begun. Now it had a date. Minutes later, the wind sliced Thrug, the air like invisible blades as 3 figures streaked like arrows across Namek's turquoise sky. The landscape rushed beneath them like a sped-up painting. Lakes green as liquid glass, smooth blue stone mountains. Wide plains dotted with emerald vegetation that shimmered under the twin suns. Gohan flew with a deep frown, gripping the dragon radar between his fingers, guiding part of their route. While feeling massive ki signatures pulse like caged beasts, Krillin kept pace beside him, silent, face tight. He knew they weren't flying away from danger, they were heading straight into it. And Vegeta led the way, wordless. She carried the capsule with the Dragon Balls tucked firmly under her arm. Her ki was tightly controlled, like a sealed pressure cooker on the verge of exploding. Are you sure it's this way? Krillin asked, drifting closer. Don't ask stupid questions, Vegeta replied without looking at him. This planet is a joke. But it has deep caves, with quartz ceilings that block scanners. No one will find anything there, not even Frieza. That's reassuring, Krillin muttered, mostly to himself. In the distance rose a hill eroded by the wind. At its base, hidden among white rocks and vertical shadows, a natural fissure split the ground open, a mouth breathing dampness and darkness. The hideout, and just as they descended in front of it, the ground trembled with a floating laugh. Well, said a strangely eloquent voice. Vegeta, so your little rebellion led you to this forgotten corner of the universe. All three spun around at once. Floating above them, casting long shadows on the ground, were 5 figures, colorful, irregular, and deeply out of place. Captain Ginyu descended first, tall, muscular, purple-skinned, with curved horns. His armor gleamed as if it had just come off the assembly line. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his smile matched his tone, calm, yet soaked in professional sadism. Beside him, the rest of the Ginyu force descended, each striking an exaggerated stance, as if they'd rehearsed their entrance during the trip. Gohan and Krillin tensed instantly. Vegeta murmured without turning around. Don't react yet. Is it them? Gohan whispered. Yes, Frieza's dogs, Vegeta said. And they didn't come to bark. Ginyu smiled wider. Oh, and you brought what's this? 2 little creatures? How adorable. Did you adopt pets, Vegeta? A bald one and a child? I hope they don't break before we get to have some fun. Gohan frowned. Krillin swallowed. I really don't like the way that guy talks. Vegeta stepped forward just barely. Did you come to chatter, Ginyu? Or to die? Oh, Ginyu feigned shock, pressing a hand to his chest. Such a rude way to greet an old colleague. And to think Lord Frieza is still deciding whether to spare your life or send you to join the rest of your race. Well, he extended one hand. In a single blink, the Dragon Balls were gone from Vegeta's grasp. What? Krillin shouted, spinning in mid-air. Where did they go? Gohan looked around in panic. They took them, a nasal laugh answered. That was me, idiots. Goldo shouted, floating with his arms crossed, his eyes wobbling on his green face. Surprised? You can't do anything if you can't move. Captain Ginyu was already holding the capsule of Dragon Balls, examining it with fake indifference. How convenient. This saves us time. Lord Frieza will be delighted to receive these. As for you, his gaze swept over the 3 of them, you no longer matter. Ginyu tossed the capsule skyward, where a small spherical ship descended with its hatch open. The container vanished into the compartment with a metallic hum. All set, Dragon Balls secured. I'll personally deliver them to Lord Frieza. While the rest of you, he gestured lazily, go play. As the captain flew off, the remaining 4 members descended, floating in a loose circle around Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. There was something deeply unsettling about their behavior. Riku, the massive brute, leaned forward and cracked his neck, grinning like a kid with a brand new toy. G-Ice, white-haired and cocky, spun in mid-air and slicked back his hair as if preparing for a parade. Berter, tall and blue-skinned, adjusted his gloves and licked his thumb. Goldo rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. And then, they did it. Introduction time, G-Ice shouted. One by one, they struck their signature poses, as if performing for an invisible audience. 4M Riku, the big one roared, legs spread, arms raised to the sky. Berter RRR, bellowed the blue one, spinning and kicking the air. Giice, said the white-haired one with a wink. Goldu, screeched the small green one, crouching low. We are the Ginyu force. What the hell? Krillin whispered, one eye twitching. Gohan blinked. Are they putting on a show? No, Vegeta didn't look away. They're announcing their funeral. The tension was suffocating. The Ginyu force landed on the rocky ground, their boots cracking stone beneath them. Riku stretched his arms lazily. So who goes first? G-Ice clicked his tongue. I want to test Vegeta's energy. No, I want to break the bald one. Goldo wheezed. Berter crossed his arms. I want to measure the kid's speed. G-Ice snapped his fingers. Rock, paper, scissors. And they did. The 4 deadliest idiots in the universe lined up like kids on a playground. 1, 2, 3. Rock, paper, scissors, scissors. Goldo grinned ear to ear. It was a disgusting sight. Ha, I won. He's mine. First pick. Seriously? That green freak is going first. Krillin stepped back. Vegeta tensed. Her key vibrated like a drawn wire. Don't underestimate him, she said quietly. He's weak, but he can stop time. What? Gohan stepped forward. I'll fight him. Vegeta glanced sideways at him. Don't be stupid, but, she looked toward the sky, if you want to prove you have at least a fraction of Kakarot's blood. Goldo floated higher, cackling sharply. I'm gonna turn you into statues. And then I'll make you kill each other. Ha 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 ha. Gohan looked up. He clenched his fists. His ki rose like a burning whisper. Krillin looked at him. Be careful, Gohan. I will, Krillin, he whispered back. And then, the hunt began. At the same time, Goku's ship, en route to Namek. The low roar of the gravity engine was nearly the only sound inside the capsule as it shot through space like a silent bullet across the black void, speckled with stars. Goku, drenched in sweat, his shirt glued to his chest, knelt in the middle of the small training chamber within his ship. He was breathing hard, hands braced on his knees, his chest swelling as if he held a storm within. The holographic monitor before him displayed the distance. Destination: Planet Namek. Estimated time: 6 hours, 12 minutes. Ha, Goku panted, grinning. Still got time, one more round. He stood up with effort, turning his neck until it cracked audibly. Then stepped toward the center of the space with gravity intensified. He pressed a button on the wall console, and the artificial assistant's voice responded, cold and mechanical. Gravity activated. X20. Goku's feet sank slightly. The air itself seemed to become liquid lead. The weight of the environment multiplied tenfold. And still he started to move. Goku spread his arms. His aura crackled around him with an electric buzz. Then he roared. Kaioken. A scarlet explosion erupted around his body. The energy slammed against the walls, making the panels tremble. The floor vibrated. His ki thundered like a beast unchained, wild and pure. He threw a punch at the air. A spinning kick. A leap. A feint. Another sequence. Faster. Every movement struck sparks of friction from the air. Kaioken X10. He shouted, forcing his body further to the edge. The red aura grew, blazing around him like liquid fire. Goku launched upward, spun in the air, then aimed downward. Kamehameha. The blue beam streaked across the capsule's chamber, colliding with a force field that absorbed it before it could damage the ship. The blow rebounded, creating a thunderous echo. Goku's body crashed to the floor. Heavy. He was gasping, his heart hammered in his chest. With gravity still multiplied, it felt as if he was pinned to the ground by a giant's hand. I need a break. He deactivated the gravity. Relief washed over his body, suddenly as light as a feather. He dragged himself to a padded corner of the room. There was a simple bed there, bare of decoration. He flopped onto his side, letting the sweat cool his back like frost. He closed his eyes. The ship pressed onward, and Goku slipped into unconsciousness. First there was only darkness. A kind of cavern of thought, no shape, no sound. And then, a soft light. He was lying in a bed. Not the one on his ship. A different one. A large bed, white sheets, thick pillows, warm light slanting in from a crack in the door. He was alone, breathing slow, and then, the door opened. A figure entered. Tall, elegant, confident steps, hair black as spilled ink, spiking down in wild points. A sharp face, dark, feline eyes, and a smile with fangs. Vegeta. She wore the same tight battlesuit, but no armor. Her body, flawless, moved with a predator's grace. And she was looking at him as if she'd been waiting for him all along. Kakarot, she murmured, her voice deeper, more seductive, more dangerous than ever before. You can't get me out of your head, can you? Goku pushed himself up a little. He couldn't move much. His body felt heavy, or maybe paralyzed by something else. By confusion. His face was flushed. What was going on? Vegeta, what are you doing here? Vegeta walked slowly to the bed. Her hips swayed with a confidence that had nothing and everything to do with being a warrior. It was another kind of battle entirely. You can't stop thinking about me, she said, sliding one knee up onto the mattress. Not even in your dreams, Kakarot. And if I'm honest, I can't stop thinking about you, either. She drew closer. She straddled him, a knee on either side of his hips. Goku swallowed. This is weird. Weird? Vegeta smiled. She leaned in, so close the heat of her breath mingled with his. You tell me what do you want to do to me? We're alone and you'd have an honor never granted in our race. A low-class Saiyan, claiming his princess, you decide. Goku looked up at her. His pupils dilated, his chest rising and falling. He felt heat, too much heat. He felt something wild awakening inside. He wanted to do what he did with Chi-Chi on their wedding night. He wanted to do it with Vegeta. His mind responded. He just felt. And just as he was about to, Goku sat bolt upright. He was drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding like a war drum. The ship was still silent. Dim lights glowed on the panels. A dream? He panted, touching his forehead. He sat at the edge of the bed, feet planted on the floor. He breathed deeply, trying to steady himself. But it didn't quite work. His body was still burning. Again dreaming about her again, he muttered. He walked to the nearest table. There was the book Bulma had given him before she and the others left for Namek. Tips to attract difficult women. A line was marked in blue. When a woman becomes an obsession, it means she's got something that draws your attention like no other. But if she starts showing up in your dreams, it's because something deeper in you has let its guard down. Goku went silent. Vegeta is my rival. She's the strongest I've ever fought, he murmured. That's why she's in my head. Just because of that. But something inside him wasn't convinced. He closed the book, stared out into space through the window. The stars slipped by like slow needles. Namek was near. That must be it. Just that, he repeated, less certain. He touched his chest, and sat back down, eyes open, staring at nothing. His ki was calm, but his mind wasn't. Southern plains of Namek, rocky expanse. The sky over Namek remained a murky turquoise blue, as if it somehow knew that something terrible was about to happen. Clouds drifted slowly across that world of two suns, oblivious to the clash of energies already shaking the ground beneath them. Gohan stood facing Goldo, legs planted firmly, fists clenched, muscles taut like a bow stretched to its limit. His breathing was steady. His ki vibrated like a young, fierce flame, one that had yet to discover the full extent of its power. Across from him, Goldo, the small, grotesque creature with green skin and multiple eyes, hovered in place, his expression wavering between arrogance and unease. The difference in power was obvious. But the fight wasn't that simple. HMPH, Goldo snorted, crossing his arms and glaring at him with annoyance. Is that all you've got, kid? Big energy and an intense stare? Tisk. Boring. Gohan didn't answer. He leaned forward slightly, sharpening all his senses. They'd only been fighting for a couple of minutes, but something felt off. Every time he tried to land a hit, whether with a ki blast, a kick, or a burst of speed, Goldo would appear somewhere else. It wasn't dodging. It wasn't raw speed. It was as if time itself was bending. What's wrong, Runt? Rikum shouted from the edge of the battlefield, laughing loudly. You can't even handle the weakest one of us? That's embarrassing. Berter struck an exaggerated pose, resting an elbow in the palm of his blue hand. Come on, Goldo. How long are you gonna keep up this show? The kid's already stronger than you. If you don't use your tricks, he's gonna turn you into paste. Gi snorted, brushing his hair back. His ki's decent, but that haircut is awful. Goldo gritted his teeth, clearly irritated by the mockery. Shut up, you idiots. I've got this under control. Everything's calculated. Gohan launched himself forward like a missile. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Goldo's face, twisted his body, and drove a knee straight toward his stomach. Wham! But the hit never landed. Goldo was gone. Again. From a distance, Krillin frowned deeply. That's impossible. Gohan's way faster, but that guy keeps avoiding him. What's going on? He took a step forward, ready to lift off and intervene. A hand stopped him cold. A white-gloved hand, firm, worn by dried blood. Vegeta. She stood beside him, completely still. Yet her ki felt like an invisible spear pressing down on everything around her. No, she said, without turning her head. Krillin stared at her in disbelief. What? Gohan's alone against that freak. And something's clearly wrong. I'm not just going to stand here. Vegeta didn't move. Her voice was low, dangerous. That brat is a Saiyan. And what does that matter? Krillin snapped, frustrated. Vegeta finally looked at him, not with anger, not with contempt, but with seriousness. In our culture, interfering in another Saiyan's fight is humiliation, dishonor. Her gaze hardened even more. If you step in now, you'll take away his right to grow. His right to become something more. Krillin froze. Vegeta turned her eyes back to Gohan. He's winning. He just needs to understand how. Gohan breathed through his nose, his chest rising and falling. Something's wrong. Goldo isn't faster. I can feel it. I know it. His heart pounded not with fear, but with frustration. Every time he was about to touch him, hit him, break something, Goldo vanished. Then he'd counterattack with weak blasts from behind, attacks that didn't hurt but irritated him. Ha ha ha. Goldo mocked. You're strong, but clumsy. Way too easy to fool. From the outside, Vegeta watched in silence. Her gaze was sharp, but also intrigued. He's like a volcano, a core of dormant fury, compressed by years of artificial tenderness. If it erupts, no one will be spared. Such pure power, unsure whether it wants to protect or destroy. Krillin glanced at her from the corner of his eye. For a brief moment, he thought he saw something on her face. Admiration? Are you actually saying something nice about him? He murmured, as if afraid to break the spell. Vegeta didn't answer, but one corner of her lip lifted ever so slightly. Gohan stopped, hovering a few meters above the ground. He closed his eyes. My ki is stronger. I know it. So then how is he hitting me from places he shouldn't be able to reach? Then he felt it, a presence that didn't move but blinked in different locations. And then he understood. It wasn't speed, it was manipulation. Time. I've got you, Goldo shouted, appearing behind him with his fingers outstretched. Paralysis. A thick, viscous green aura wrapped around Gohan's body. The boy froze in mid-air, eyes wide open. It felt like 1,000 invisible threads were tightening inside him. His ki wouldn't flow. Ha ha ha, Goldo screamed. I've got you. Now you're just a mannequin. And I'm the artist. Riku clapped sarcastically from afar. Wow, the little guy used his trick. G-Ice laughed loudly. If I had to win like that, I'd hide behind weird powers too. Berter whistled. Come on, Goldo. I know you're ugly, but at least finish this with some style. Gohan remained frozen, but inside, his mind was screaming. No, not like this. I'm not losing like this. He saw his mother's eyes, from what little he could remember. He saw his father's smile. He saw Piccolo dying in front of him. And then Vegeta's face, cold, unyielding, and he thought, she believes in me, I don't know why. But she does. She's not going to save me. Because she thinks I can do it. So I will. Goldo lifted a floating rock with his ki, aiming it at Gohan's head. Alright, and now, I'll throw this straight at your. Crack. The ki binding Gohan exploded outward, like a bubble burned from the inside. Gohan broke free. Whaat? Goldo shrieked, jumping back. Ya! Gohan roared, his aura erupting in a brilliant golden halo for a few seconds, brushing the edge of something wild. In less than a second, he appeared behind Goldo. The sound cracked like a whip. Wham! An elbow slammed into the back of Goldo's neck, sending him spinning through the air. Boom! A spiraling kick drove him straight into the ground. The earth split apart, and Gohan hovered above him, eyes burning like embers. From afar, Vegeta closed her eyes for a second. That's it, pup. Krillin couldn't believe what he was seeing. How? Vegeta spoke, barely above a whisper. Fear paralyzes him, pain motivates him, but duty sets him free. Goldo crawled out of the rubble, shaking. No, no, this can't be. It can't. Gohan descended, walking toward him. Goldo tried to attack again. Anything, whatever he could manage, but Gohan raised one hand, fingers spread, and shouted. Masenko. Boom! The explosion lit up the sky. Goldo's body was hurled like a broken doll, bouncing across the ground until he lay unconscious. Riku scratched his head. Is that it? G-Ice snapped his fingers. Damn, the kid doesn't fight half bad. Berter whistled under his breath. That had to hurt. Gohan breathed heavily, but he stayed on his feet. Krillin finally flew over to him, his face full of pride. Gohan, you did it. That was amazing. Gohan smiled faintly. The ki inside him was still trembling, as if he'd opened a door far too large. Vegeta walked up. She stopped beside him, looked at him, and nodded. That was all. Gohan glanced at her. Was it okay? Vegeta replied with the closest thing she had to praise. You didn't die. You improved. Keep going. Then she turned toward the remaining Ginyu Force members. Now which one of you wants to die first? The battle was only just beginning. But Gohan was no longer the same. The smoke from the Masenko still lingered in the air. The ground was cracked and scorched in a semicircle marking Goldo's final position. His body now collapsed, twisted like a puppet with its strings cut. Gohan hovered just above the ground, panting. His clothes were torn from energy impacts, sweat dripping in heavy drops from his temples. His hands trembled not from fear, but from exhaustion and the rush of adrenaline that still hadn't left his bloodstream. Gohan. Krillin appeared beside him, helping him steady himself. It's okay, I've got one. He brought it up to his face and looked at it for a second. The last one he'd brought from Earth. The others used during the journey, when he'd given one to Vegeta. And now, here, he only had one more left, hidden with Bulma, just in case. He put the bean in his mouth and chewed. The moment he swallowed it, a wave of immediate relief spread through his body. His wounds closed, his muscles stopped aching, his ki previously like restrained fire surged back to full strength. Ah, he exhaled. That's amazing. Krillin nodded. That was the last one, right? Gohan nodded back. Yeah, I don't have any more. And then, before they could even breathe again, the silence shattered. Crack. A boot slammed firmly into the ground. The sound of bone scraping followed. Gohan and Krillin turned around. Vegeta was walking slowly toward Goldo's fallen body. Her ki was still steady, but something in her stride radiated contained violence, something cold, inexorable, inevitable. Gohan frowned. Vegeta, what are you doing? The Saiyan princess didn't answer. She stopped less than a meter from Goldo's unconscious body. She stared at him in silence. Then she crouched, grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and lifted him up. The weight didn't seem to affect her at all. Goldo dangled limply, letting out a faint groan. He's still breathing, she muttered. What? Zash! Without warning, a ki blast, compressed into an invisible blade, shot from Vegeta's fingers. The air hissed like oil on hot metal, and Goldo's head rolled across the ground with a dull thud. The body dropped a moment later, lifeless, giving one final spasm as the muscles contracted, and then nothing. Total silence. Krillin's eyes went wide. What are you doing? He was defeated. He was unconscious. Gohan took half a step back, his face pale. Vegeta. She turned slowly. Her face showed no satisfaction. No rage. No guilt. Only judgment. Consider this a lesson, pup. Her voice was low, controlled like a blade that no longer drips blood because it's already been cleaned for the next cut. A lesson? Gohan repeated, confused. Vegeta dropped the body to the side without ceremony. Never assume a defeated enemy is dead. Never trust exhaustion. And never leave alive someone whose power you don't fully understand. Gohan swallowed hard, but said nothing. Krillin clenched his fists. And who are you to give lessons on morality? You're a murderer. Vegeta slowly turned her head toward him. Morality? She smiled, without humor. Don't fool yourself, Bald One. I'm not teaching you about kindness. I'm teaching you about survival. Gohan looked away. He understood even if it hurt. You killed him, he said quietly. Yes, Vegeta replied. And if you don't learn to do the same, you'll die here. From a distance, the remaining members of the Ginyu Force had seen everything. Riku, G-Ice, and Berter floated like statues. None of them spoke. Goldo's headless body lay in plain view. Riku was the first to react. Is this for real? G-Ice pressed his lips together, rubbing the back of his neck. Did she decapitate the idiot? Berter sighed. Oh no, now we have to redo the pose. She threw off the balance. G-Ice groaned. Captain's gonna be furious. Riku threw both arms into the air in exaggerated drama. We were perfectly synchronized. Perfectly. And now the idiot Goldo can't raise his left arm. Or the right, Berter added flatly. Not even his head, Berter. From the ground, Krillin stared at them in disbelief. What the hell? They're more worried about their stupid poses than about their dead teammate? Vegeta let out a dry laugh. They were never his friends. Just another number to keep the group's aesthetic intact. Freezer doesn't choose warriors for loyalty. He chooses them for functionality and spectacle. Gohan narrowed his eyes. So they don't care that he's dead? G-Ice raised a finger. Hey, it's not that we don't care. It's just he ruined the visual balance. Do you know how many times we practiced that pose? Hundreds. And now we have to redo everything. Riku shouted, clenching his fists. Krillin grabbed his head with both hands. This is insane. Berter checked his scouter, and suddenly his brow furrowed. Riku, look at this. He handed it over. Riku, me adjusted the scouter over his left ear, and the device beeped with a small green flash. Power detected. 42,000. The muscular warrior's eyes widened. Then he grinned like a kid on Christmas morning. WAAAAH. 42,000? This is gonna be fun. He looked straight at Vegeta, Goldo's blood still drying on her boots. You're mine. I can feel your power from the other hemisphere. Let's fight. Vegeta didn't move. Oh yeah? Then come down. And bring something better than circus choreography. Riku shouted in excitement, spinning in place. Woo, this is better than lunch. Get ready, because I'm gonna pulverize you and then use your head as a ball. Then you'll need a spare skull, Vegeta shot back, because that idiocy you have instead of a brain doesn't impress me. G-Ice floated off toward a rocky outcrop, muttering, here we go with the threats. Berter snapped his fingers. 5 minutes till explosions. Gohan stepped forward instinctively. Krillin grabbed his arm. Let her be. Why? Because that brute just chose suicide. And she isn't going to forgive him. Vegeta took one step forward. Her ki began to rise. A violet light wrapped around her like a plasma field, making the atmosphere vibrate. Nearby rocks started to levitate from the pressure alone. Her eyes, sharp as ancient blades, locked onto Riku with hunger. One down, she said quietly. 3 left to clean up. Here I come, Riku roared, leaving a crimson trail behind him. Vegeta didn't move. She waited, feet planted firmly on the ground. Her hair stirred slightly under the pressure of her rising ki, fists clenched. Leg muscles coiled like weapons of war about to detonate. She was a bull in the arena. And Riku the charge. Boom! The collision was brutal. Vegeta Rai said both arms at the very last second and blocked the charge, but she was still dragged several meters backward, her boots carving deep trenches into the reddish soil. Rocks shattered. Shockwaves rippled outward from the point of impact, shaking the plane like a localized earthquake. Riku grinned through clenched teeth, his face just inches from hers. Now that's what I like. Strong, proud, and, with that lovely scent of impending death. Vegeta roared and drove a knee straight into his stomach. The impact boomed like cannon fire. Riku barely moved, just a little. Gah, ha ha ha, you've got fire, he countered with a wide backhand. Vegeta slipped past it with a twist of her hips, her arm grazing Riku's face, and in that instant, the fight exploded into full chaos. Punches, hooks, kicks, elbows, a brutal, relentless choreography unfolded in mid-air, the two bodies trading blows at inhuman speed. Every collision rang out like a war bell, fist against fist, elbow against jaw, knee against ribs. Krillin watched from a distance, eyes narrowed, cold sweat running down his face. Gods, I can barely follow what's happening. Gohan couldn't look away. They're moving so fast the air can't even settle. They're not fighting, they're testing who breaks first. Vegeta spun through the air, capitalizing on the smallest opening, and drove a punch straight into Riku's abdomen. The impact made the giant's skin ripple like a tightly stretched drum, a strand of saliva slipping from the corner of his mouth. But Riku smiled. What a hit. Yes, that's it. He raised both arms, roared, and brought them down in a double hammer strike. Vegeta barely dodged, but the force alone split the ground below into a fissure dozens of meters long. She pulled back, retreating through the air with precise movements. HMPH. She extended both arms forward and, holding her breath, began charging her ki. PFFFSSHHHH. A dozen energy blasts shot from her palms, streaking through the air like lethal comets. Riku raised an eyebrow. You think that's gonna? He snapped his mouth open. Wog. A torrent of energy erupted from his throat like a sonic cannon. The blast smashed into Vegeta's attacks, deflecting them one by one, like a typhoon given form through a scream. Explosions filled the sky, orange flashes, yellow sparks, rocks flying in every direction. But amid that chaos, Riku attacked again. Gohan saw it. Vegeta, look out. Too late. Riku appeared at her left flank and, without holding back, smashed his head straight into her face. Crack. A wet, cruel sound echoed. The blow was so powerful that Vegeta's head snapped violently to the side and her body spun through the air. A thin line of blood ran from her nose down to her upper lip. Gohan gasped. He made her bleed. Krillin clenched his teeth. And Riku doesn't even look like he's going all out. Vegeta twisted mid-air, flipping to regain control, and without a word, answered with a spinning kick. Her boot slammed into the giant's jaw, and for a brief moment, Riku's face warped to one side. Riku spat saliva, but he didn't fall. He laughed. Ah, yes, this is even better than I expected. Blood, impact, you're making me happy. Vegeta breathed hard. Blood slid down her chin. But she didn't stop. You're tough, she growled. But I'm not a rock. I'm a wildfire. They clashed again. Now the air itself was charged with ozone and raw energy. Every movement was so fast it left afterimages behind. Krillin and Gohan could barely track the bodies crossing like bolts of lightning. Riku threw an elbow. Vegeta blocked with her forearm and countered with a hook to the jaw. Riku reeled, flipped once in the air, and came down with a descending kick. Vegeta twisted aside, raised both hands, and fired a point-blank energy blast. Boom! The impact kicked up a massive dust cloud that swallowed the battlefield. From afar, G-Ice ran a hand through his hair with resignation. Riku's getting way too excited. He's gonna mess up the captain's outfit with all this floating dirt. Berter activated his scouter again. They're still even. Even? G-Ice frowned. Yeah, no one's dominating yet. They're wearing each other down. And that's dangerous. At the center of the field, the dust cloud began to settle. Vegeta and Riku stood several meters apart. Both were bleeding. Both were breathing heavily. Neither backed down. Neither knew who would fall first. Ha ha, Riku grinned, teeth stained red. You're the best fight I've had since I started ripping heads off in Sector 27. Come on, more, more. Vegeta wiped the blood from her nose with the back of her glove. You're about to get more than you can digest, beast. Both lowered their stances. The next exchange was about to begin. And this time, it was going to hurt. At the same time, Frieza's ship, core chamber, central level. The interior of Frieza's ship resembled a cathedral of steel, dark, sterile, and silent save for the constant hum of energy flowing through its metallic veins. Curved walls reflected violet light pouring down from the domed ceiling, casting a ghostly glow across every surface. At the exact center of the chamber, atop a raised circular platform, the 7 Dragon Balls rested within a floating containment field. They were large, perfectly spherical, a deep amber color that almost looked liquid under certain lights. Each one glowed with its respective number of stars, as if tiny suns were sealed within their cores. The air around them vibrated, not with heat or power but with presence. The orbs were waiting. Frieza floated before them, arms crossed behind his back. His small, marble-white body was surrounded by a barely perceptible aura, a lethal stillness that prickled the skin even from afar. His eyes were locked on the orbs, as if he were trying to tear their secret from them by sheer will alone. Behind him, a few steps back, standing like a loyal hound, was Captain Ginyu. His military posture was flawless, his armor spotless, his tail coiled neatly beside his leg like a coiled weapon at rest. They had been like this for nearly half an hour. Silence, meditation, contained frustration. Frieza closed his eyes, breathed, then opened them again. They won't activate, he said, more to himself than to his subordinate. They're complete, all 7. They shine, they emit that exotic energy that drew me to this wretched corner of the galaxy. But they do nothing. Ginyu nodded respectfully. Could it be some kind of code, sir? Perhaps a key frequency or a spoken password. Frieza turned slowly, like a coiled serpent ready to strike. A password? You believe these cosmic relics capable of altering the very fabric of existence operate like an automatic door? Ginyu remained unfazed. Primitive races sometimes use foolish rituals to safeguard advanced technology. It could be anything, my lord. A phrase, a chant, a gesture. Frieza snapped his fingers impatiently, turned back to the Dragon Balls, and floated one step closer. His fingers hovered mere centimeters from one of them. I've already tried that. Every reasonable verbal combination. Commands. Shouting. I even begged. He ground his teeth. Nothing. They're dormant. Another long silence settled over the chamber. Ever vigilant, Ginyu cleared his throat softly. And if they require something else? Something cultural, Namekian, perhaps an idiomatic key. Frieza didn't respond immediately. His gaze stayed fixed on the orbs as his mind weighed possibilities. I have pillaged entire systems, erased civilizations for artifacts far less promising than these, he said at last, narrowing his eyes. And yet these little things treat me like a beggar. It is unacceptable. He turned fully and descended slowly to the floor level, his tail swaying with barely restrained irritation. No, enough guessing. He looked back at his captain. Ginyu, sir, I want you to stay here. Do not take your eyes off the Dragon Balls. Not for a second. Ginyu straightened even further, if such a thing were possible. With pleasure, Lord Frieza. If anyone approaches, eliminate them. If there is any fluctuation in the Dragon Balls' energy, inform me immediately. I don't need you to activate them. Just watch them. Understood. Nothing and no one will touch these spheres while I'm here. I swear it on my honor and on yours. Frieza nodded, satisfied. He turned on his heel and floated away through the curved corridor connecting the core chamber to the rest of the ship. His voice, cold and mechanical, echoed behind him. I'm going to hunt a Namekian. Ginyu remained alone in the chamber. He looked at the Dragon Balls, then smiled, relaxing his face for the first time. And what secrets are you hiding, He took a few steps, circling the containment field, studying each sphere like jewels in a private collection. He leaned closer to one of them, peering with curiosity. You know, if I could make a wish I'd duplicate myself. one to fight, and one to practice my poses. He let out a small nasal chuckle, then resumed his stance upright and vigilant. Far away, outside the ship, Namek's sky began to shift in hue. Frieza exited through the main hatch, floating just meters above the ground, his eyes fixed on the green horizon. I don't need many, he murmured to himself. One will be enough. The first one who talks will live long enough to open the door to my wish. His ki vanished completely, and he departed like a shadow with purpose. Eastern plains of Namek Combat Zone. The two suns hung in the sky like unblinking eyes, burning witnesses to a war that had stopped being strategic and had become something raw, physical, personal. The land was no longer flat. It was torn apart. Sinkholes, cracks, craters, entire zones blackened by ki explosions. Pieces of scorched armor scattered among the rocks. And at the center of it all, like NRAGED gods dancing upon an altar of destruction, Vegeta and Riku were still fighting. But they were no longer evenly matched. Not anymore. Riku advanced like a living avalanche, his massive body trembling with adrenaline. Splattered with blood, yet still solid, moved with brutal freedom, without caution or fatigue. Ha ha ha, you're slowing down, princess, he roared, bringing down a crushing punch. Vegeta barely dodged, spinning on her axis, and countered with a point-blank ki blast that exploded against Riku's chest. But this time, it didn't stop him. Riku burst through the smoke like a skinless beast. Laughter lodged in his throat, and slammed his shoulder into Vegeta. The Saiyan woman was sent flying like a projectile, smashing into a massive rock formation that split in to three from the sheer force of the impact. Dust erupted in every direction. From afar, Krillin watched in horror, floating beside Gohan. He's overwhelming her. She can't keep going. Gohan clenched his fists. We can't just stand here. On the ground, Vegeta emerged from the rubble, gasping. Her face was covered in dried and fresh blood, her lips split, one of her boots stripped of its metal guard, and the chest plate of her armor caved in from a recent blow. Her breathing was an animal trapped in her throat, but her eyes, they burned. No, not yet. She grit her teeth, and her aura flared, warping the air around her. RAAAH. She extended her right hand into empty space. For a moment, her ki compressed into a tight spiral, and then, with a sharp, slicing sound, a blade of energy erupted from her palm. Thin, shaking, white-blue, it vibrated like contained lightning. A ki sword. Vegeta lifted her gaze to Riku, who was already charging toward her like a runaway train. Come on, animal, Riku roared, raised his arm, and the blade whistled through the air. Zash! The energy blade sliced through one of Riku's shoulder guards, sending it spinning away like a severed lid. The cut even left a burning line across his chest. Riku staggered back a step, surprised. Oh, now that actually hurt. But his grin never faded. His aura exploded outward. Now you're giving me a reason to get serious. And then he attacked. What followed was brutal. Riku grabbed Vegeta around the waist with both hands, like a rag doll, and slammed her into the ground with a roar. Boom! The earth collapsed inward. Before she could move, he yanked her back up, spun her through the air like a whip, and hurled her into a nearby mountain. Crack! Falling rocks, clouds of dust, blood tracing her trajectory. Vegeta rolled across the ground, and the moment she tried to rise, Riku appeared in front of her and drove a knee into her stomach. The sound was wet, dense. Vegeta spat blood instantly. Her nose broke. You could hear it. You could feel it. Her beautiful face twisted for the first time in pure pain. Riku raised both arms, ready to crush her. I'll bury you in this damn planet, Saiyan. But then, a silhouette shot down from the sky like a golden arrow. Bam! Riku was sent flying by a brutal kick to the jaw, his neck snapping sideways from the impact. His body tore across the ground at an angle, smashing into the rocky terrain more than 50 meters away and carving a brand new trench. The air trembled. Vegeta opened one eye, dazed. Her vision swam. The taste of blood flooded her mouth. And then she saw him. Gohan. The boy floated in front of her, ki bristling, eyes blazing with contained fury. Beside him, Krillin had already taken a fighting stance. Vegeta slowly sat up, spitting more blood, her face completely battered. She touched her cheek, then looked at her bloodied hand. TCH. She rose on her own, unassisted, staggering forward. Her legs shook, but they didn't give out. Brat, she growled, her voice broken yet still arrogant. Don't interfere in my fight. Gohan turned toward her, still guarding. He was going to kill you. We couldn't just stand there. Krillin added, panting. He was tearing you apart. That monster won't stop until he breaks every bone in your body. Vegeta spat to the side a mix of saliva and blood and lifted her head defiantly. This, she pointed at him, was my battle. And what does that matter if you die? Gohan snapped, fists clenched. This isn't about pride, it's about surviving. We have to fight together. For a moment, silence fell. Vegeta stared at him, straight into his eyes, and for a second, she didn't see a boy from Earth. She saw fire, determination, noble fury, a reflection of her race. Krillin, not daring to interfere further, watched the scene breathlessly. Vegeta inhaled deeply. She lowered her head slightly, as if restraining something boiling inside her. Her ki still crackled behind her like blue flames. Don't do it again, she murmured, low, almost a whispered warning. Gohan nodded slowly, but he didn't move. He wasn't leaving, and in the distance, Riku was rising among shattered rocks. He was bleeding now. For the first time, a thin red line ran from the corner of his mouth. The kid? He growled, spitting. The brat did that to me? He stood up, swaying slightly. Then he smiled. Ha, this just got a whole lot more fun. Clouds began to gather over Namek's sky. An energy storm slowly took shape. And at the heart of the plains, warriors prepared for the next assault. This was no longer a fair fight. It was war. The air trembled, as if the planet itself were holding its breath. The sky with its two relentless suns still blazing overhead seemed darker now. Weighed down by the density of the unleashed ki, the cracks in the ground grew deeper and deeper. The battlefield was no longer a stage. It was an open wound. And upon that ravaged land, 3 warriors stood aligned. Across from them, like a titan who refused to fall, Riku, huge, grinning, smeared with blood and dirt, his hair whipping like a deranged banner, waited eagerly for his next dose of fun. His lips were split, his armor was cracked, plates hanging loose. But his smile, untouched, bright, insane. Gohan breathed heavily, chest rising and falling, I crackling around him like small yellow storms. Krillin floated a few meters behind, brow furrowed, hands together as he focused a spinning sphere of blue energy between them. Vegeta knelt on one knee, bleeding from her eyebrow, her nose, and a deep cut along her arm. Yet her ki surged once more as if the pain sharpened her, refined her, made her deadlier. Riku laughed like a child drunk on power. Now this is it, a party. This is a real party. And then they moved, like an orchestra armed with fists and lightning. Gohan charged first, his aura exploding in a sudden burst. The boy's speed kicked the ground up behind him. In seconds, he was in front of the giant, unleashing a barrage of blows to Riku's abdomen and chest like a storm of hammers. Tham, tham, bam. Riku staggered, but he didn't fall. Hey, that tickles. He swung a massive backhand, which Gohan dodged with a sideways twist. At the same instant, Vegeta appeared behind Riku, propelling herself forward with a burst of ki, and drove a spinning kick straight into his back. Crack! Riku bent forward from the impact, and Gohan seized the opening, launching him upward with a rising uppercut. From above, Krillin was already set. Destructo Disc, a rotating, razor-sharp disc of golden energy, flew toward Riku like a slicing scythe. The giant turned just in time, eyes wide, and barely managed to propel himself aside. The disc grazed his cheek, slicing off a lock of hair and leaving a burning line across his skin. Damn, so close, Krillin muttered. Riku landed hard, boots grinding against the rock as he slid back a meter. Then he laughed. Alright, now this really feels like a party. What he didn't see was Vegeta and Gohan lining up side by side, shoulder to shoulder, both drawing their hands back, both charging energy. Vegeta clenched her teeth, purple light wrapping around her like a venomous flame. Gaelic Gu-U-U-N. She roared, her throat raw. Gohan joined in, his voice clear and furious. Masenko. The two beams fired simultaneously. One brilliant purple streaked with crimson veins. The other intense gold, like sunlight compressed into rage. They collided mid-air, merging, twisting. For a heartbeat, their energies fought one another, then fused into a single, massive beam, thick, roaring, vibrating, tearing through the air like a spear of pure fury. FWWWWRRRRRRA. Riku barely managed to raise his arms. Boom! The blast shook the plains. A shockwave rippled outward in every direction. Rocks lifted like leaves, Nearby lakes boiled into vapor, and smoke rose skyward like a pillar of war. Krillin shielded his face. Vegeta and Gohan panted heavily, arms smoking, ki still crackling in their hands. The air quivered. For a few seconds, no one moved. Did we do it? Gohan asked, still breathing hard. Quiet, Vegeta said, eyes locked on the smoke. And then, a silhouette emerged, large, misshapen. It stepped forward through the cloud like a specter. Riku. His armor was obliterated, shoulder pads reduced to dust. His chest plate melted into a twisted skeleton. His skin was charred, lips bleeding. One of his boots had a hole burned clean through the side. But he was standing, and he was smiling. That was fun, he screamed like a madman. You did things to me. Things that hurt to remember. I love it. Then his gaze snapped to Gohan. You, little demon, let's play another round. He vanished in a burst of ki. Krillin shouted, Gohan, look out. But Gohan barely had time to react. Riku was already on top of him, fist raised like a falling mountain. He never landed the blow, because in that instant, a dark silhouette stepped in front. Vegeta, bruised body, shaking legs, but with her arms crossed in front of Gohan, taking the full force of the punch with her torso. Crack, Riku's fist struck, and the sound was savage. A shockwave engulfed them both. Vegeta's body was hurled backward, dragging Gohan with her but absorbing almost all the damage. They hit the ground together, rolled, and Vegeta, gasping, pushed herself up onto her knees. Her back was a mangled, bleeding mess. Her armor was completely gone. Gohan stared at her, stunned. Why did you save me? Vegeta spat blood, half a broken smirk on her face. I don't know, maybe because I'd rather be the one to kill you myself later. And she stood again, despite everything. In the distance, G-Ice and Berter watched with their arms crossed, still not intervening. G-Ice clicked his tongue. That idiot still hasn't crushed them. Berter shrugged. He's having fun. You know how he gets. G-Ice sighed. If he kills them all before we finish our new poses, the captain's gonna rip our legs off. Back on the battlefield, Riku laughed with his arms spread wide. This doesn't end until someone stops moving. And standing before him still swaying were the three of them. Wounded, gasping for air, but unyielding. The fight wasn't over. The resistance still stood, and the storm showed no mercy. At the same time, Namek's southern hemisphere of the planet, in a region still untouched by war where lakes shimmered like green mirror. And curved mountains cast long shadows over fields of emerald grass. The sky began to tremble with an artificial hum. A white line plunged down from the stratosphere, leaving behind a trail of ionized vapor. A spherical ship compact, gleaming descended with mathematical precision. Its silver surface reflected Namek's twin suns as it adjusted its trajectory, landing gently on a rocky plain. The WIND kicked up clouds of dust as the hydraulic legs touched down. The hum faded, replaced by a slow HSSSSSS as steam vented from its seals. And then, click, clack, a side hatch opened like the petals of a metallic lotus, decompressing with a sharp hiss. Light spilled outward from within, bathing the doorway. A silhouette appeared. There he was, Son Goku, standing at the entrance of his capsule, Namek's breeze ruffling his spiky hair. His orange GI darkened by sweat from training, his expression calm, but with a spark of war in his eyes. His boots hit the ground firmly. He inhaled slowly, filling his lungs with the unfamiliar air of an alien world. And he smiled, murmuring softly, "So this is Namek." The wind brushed against his face. His eyes lifted toward the twin suns. "It's more beautiful than I expected." For a few seconds, there was only the sound of wind, the distant murmur of water, the quiet pulse of the planet's life. Then, he closed his eyes. He extended his ki. His awareness poured outward like an invisible wave, touching every corner of the world. And then he felt them, many of them, clear as day. First familiar pulses. "Krillin," he said softly, smiling. "He's okay. Exhausted but okay." He felt his energy spike in short bursts, like someone fighting while holding fear at bay. "Gohan," his voice faltered just a fraction. "He's also fighting. He's fighting. His ki is strong, really strong." And then, a powerful presence, sharp, focused, like a spear. Goku opened one eye and smiled. "Vegeta." A quiet laugh escaped his throat. "Never thought I'd be glad to feel your ki, but wow. What a surprise." He could feel her battling her energy, erratic, explosive, wounded, but still standing her ground. "So you're together against something big." Then came another ki, nothing like the others, nothing like anything he had ever felt before. Vast, cold, empty like the space between galaxies. And dark, dark like an open wound that never healed. Goku frowned. And that? It was as if the ki wasn't alive but engineered. Perfect, flawless, and utterly soulless. A chill ran down his spine. That must be Frieza. A knot tightened in his stomach, instinctive, primal. The kind that warns you when you're about to face something that doesn't belong in your world. So King Kai wasn't exaggerating about his power. He closed his eyes again. Took a deep breath. He felt everything once more. Every pulse of ki, every heartbeat, every flare of struggle, of will, of terror. Gohan burning like an exploding star. Krillin taut as a drawn spring. Loyal despite the fear. Vegeta locked in constant war. With the universe and with herself. And then, the other presences moving near them, monstrous, inhuman, each one an aberration of power. Goku opened his eyes slowly. The breeze stirred his hair. His fist clenched. I'm on my way. And with a single motion, he vanished into the air, propelled by a burst of ki that tore the ground apart behind him. Battlefield rocky plains of Namek. The ground was in ruins. Shards of pulverized rock floated amid the ki vapors saturating the air. Nearby hills no longer existed, they had been erased by the fury of battle. The lakes, once calm and reflective, now boiled with bubbles born of energy blasts. And Namek's sky, that doubly lit sky, was choked with smoke and destruction. Amid that shattered landscape, the fight went on, but the scales had tipped violently. Krillin panted on one knee atop a scorched rock, breath ragged, ribs threatening to give way with every exhale. His orange GI was torn, stained with dried blood. His left side sagged, and one eye was swollen shut. "I can't go on," he murmured, his hands trembling as he tried to gather energy. A few meters away, Gohan lay on the ground, motionless. His small body was face down, half buried in dust. His ki was barely perceptible, faint, like a candle on the verge of going out. Riku's kick had sent him flying like a rag doll into a rocky outcrop. The impact had been dry, cruel, brutal. His neck had cracked. Blood ran down one side of his head. He didn't move. Vegeta stood with her legs spread in a fighting stance, gasping as if her lungs were filled with shards of glass. Her armor was in ruins. The chest plate was completely gone, her blue bodysuit torn down to the waist, her body covered in open wounds, burns, and blood. But her eyes were still burning. Despite the exhaustion, despite the pain, despite the fear, she was still standing, one leg trembling, arms hanging low, breath uneven, but standing. In front of her, Riku laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, and you're still up. I love it, you're like a high-class cockroach." The giant slowly crouched, gathering energy in his mouth, an orange glow forming between his teeth. "Time to end this, princess," with a farewell gift, Riku style. The air hummed, energy condensed. Riku fired. A dense, searing beam violent like a plasma cannon erupted from his mouth with a thunderous roar that shook the ground. Boom! The blast slammed into Vegeta's body, detonating in an explosion that lit the battlefield as if a third sun had ignited for a heartbeat. Smoke surged upward, thick, black, suffocating. Chunks of earth flew. A cloud swallowed the field for several seconds. Watching from their perch, G-Ice raised an eyebrow. "Is that it?" Birder tilted his head. "That was way too easy in the end." Riku laughed, brushing off his hands. "Goodbye, arrogant princess, you should have backed off when I let you keep your teeth." But something felt off. The giant narrowed his eyes. He could have sworn he'd seen something just before the blast hit the Saiyan princess. She'd moved, fast, very fast. Then the smoke cleared. Riku took a step back, confused. "Where is?" Birder noticed first. "Hey, look over there." About 30 meters from the impact site, atop a rock still untouched by the chaos, was Vegeta. But she wasn't alone. Her eyes opened slowly, blinking through the dizziness. Her body was elevated, her feet weren't touching the ground. She was being held, bridal style, cradled in strong, steady warm arms. And then she heard it. That voice. That damn voice. "Are you okay, princess?" Her heart stopped for a second. Vegeta slowly turned her head, as if afraid to confirm what her mind refused to accept. "Cock-accurate?" Goku looked down at her with a calm, radiant smile. His face was clean, his hair still wild, his orange and blue outfit pristine, his body glowing with a clear, powerful, hopeful aura. Vegeta stared at him like she was seeing a ghost. "How? When?" Goku spoke gently. "Easy. I've got you. Get some rest. Vegeta felt a strange warmth in her chest. Something new. Something that wasn't hatred and yet she didn't want to name it. I didn't need you to, she started. But Goku just smiled, saying nothing. Carefully, he set her down on a low rock near Krillin. Krillin burst into a shaky laugh the moment he saw him. Goku, it's you, finally, Kami, I thought you'd never make it. Goku offered him a hand. Easy, Krillin, I'll take it from here. Without wasting time, Goku walked over to Gohan. He knelt beside his son. Just seeing him like that still, hurt, barely breathing made his heart ache. Gohan, he touched him gently. The boy's ki was faint, but still there. Goku smiled. You held on, I'm so proud of you. He pulled out a senzu bean from a pouch on his belt. Carefully, he placed it in his son's mouth and gently massaged his throat to help him swallow. Gohan coughed once then again. Then his eyes opened. Dad, he murmured. Goku smiled. Shush, don't talk, you're okay now. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force members stared, completely baffled. G-Ice crossed his arms. Who the hell is that? Berter frowned. Where'd he come from? Some kind of rare Namekian? Rikum snarled, clearly annoyed. He's not a Namekian, you idiots. He looks like Vegeta. He's another Saiyan. G-Ice raised an eyebrow. Saiyan? Berter whistled. How many damn Saiyans are still alive? Rikum ground his teeth. TCH. Doesn't matter. Just another toy. He leapt forward, stomping the ground, spreading his arms. You, new guy, come here. Let's see if you bleed like the rest. Goku stood up slowly, back straight, eyes locked on Rikum. His expression had changed. Not joy, complete calm, dangerously serene. He turned briefly toward Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. Don't interfere. This fight is mine. Vegeta tried to speak then stopped. There was something in his ki, in his stance, in his gaze. This wasn't the same Goku. Something in him had awakened. The wind blew, the sun shone, and the battle was about to begin again. Dust settled slowly, floating like ash between blackened rocks and smoking craters. The breeze was faint, almost absent, as if the planet itself were holding its breath. Goku stood at the center of that scorched hellscape, like an immovable monolith. No anger, no arrogance, only an overwhelming calm that froze the blood, because such calm only existed in someone absolutely certain of their strength. Rikum snorted, grinning confidently, chest puffed out like a circus strongman. Ha, so you're the new toy. Another useless Saiyan? I'm sick of your kind. Goku didn't answer. He just looked at him. Serene, like someone watching a stone about to fall. From the hill, G-Ice adjusted his scouter. It beeped weakly. TCH, according to this, the guy's power level is only 5,000. Berter raised an eyebrow. 5,000? That's it? G-Ice laughed. That's less than Vegeta, even less than the kid or the bald one. Come on, Rikum, this is easy. Berter smirked. He won't even break a sweat. 5 seconds, tops. Rikum heard everything. His grin widened. Chest swelling, he stepped forward. Boots crunching shattered stone. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. I've been wanting to do this. He struck a dramatic pose, arms stretched back like a dancer at the climax of a performance. You're about to witness the greatest, most brutal, most wonderful Rikum Ultra. He never finished the sentence. Because the instant he uttered the last syllable, Goku vanished. A whisper of air, a flash, nothing more, and then, crack, a dull, brutal, visceral sound. Rikum's massive body folded inward, as if something invisible had pierced straight through his abdomen. His mouth spasmed open, his eyes went white. There was no scream, no reaction, only the echo of an impact so devastating that nearby rocks shattered like glass under a hammer. And then the monster fell, like a mountain collapsing without warning, unconscious, from a single blow. Silence. G-Ice dropped his scouter. It bounced against the rock, sparking. What just? Berter froze. I didn't see it, didn't I? Gohan gasped, eyes wide, the senzu bean still taking effect. He couldn't help but whisper. Dad. Then he smiled, a huge smile. Dad got stronger, way stronger. Krillin was just as stunned, but his expression wasn't only shock. It was relief, hope. Goku, you're amazing, he whispered. This is over. He's going to handle everything. A bit farther back, still sitting where Goku had left her, Vegeta couldn't look away. Dust clung to her skin, but she didn't move, didn't blink, didn't speak. She just stared at that idiot, that low-class Saiyan now walking with a confidence that felt godlike. No, she murmured. This can't be real. She clenched her teeth. Blood still ran from her broken nose. Her breathing was heavy, her heart pounding with fury. It can't be. How did he get this strong? After Earth, he didn't have this power. Was it a Zenkai? No, even that wouldn't explain this. Then how? A thought cut through her mind like a blade. What if he is the... No, impossible. The Super Saiyan couldn't be a low-class warrior. She clenched her fist. Damn you, she whispered, her voice thick with rage and something else. Goku, calm, not even glancing at Riku's unconscious body, slowly lifted his gaze to the remaining two, G-Ice and Birder. His look was neutral, but his aura burned slowly, like the rising sun. So, he asked lightly, with a small smile, who's next? The last two members of the Ginyu Force looked at each other. G-Ice swallowed. Birder took a step back. For the first time since arriving on Namek, fear took root in their chests. Not just because Goku surpassed them in power, but because he wasn't even trying. The message was clear. One punch. Just one. That was all it took. The world itself seemed to hang suspended in that moment. A new player had entered the board. And everything had just changed. Riku's body lay motionless on the shattered ground. His armor was completely wrecked. His mouth hung open, and a thin line of saliva ran down his cheek while one of his eyelids still twitched spasmodically. Silence. Nothing but the hum of residual energy lingering in the air like electric vapor. Then Birder stepped forward. TCH, there's no way he took him down like that. One single blow, he muttered. G-Ice snapped the gauntlet on his left arm into place with a metallic click. Yeah, that had to be luck. A lucky hit, that's all it was, he said, forcing a grin that barely concealed his growing unease. Birder nodded. We'll do it together. Coordinated attack. Of course. G-Ice dropped into a fighting stance, his white hair whipping violently around him. We'll show him what happens when you mess with the Ginyu Force. At the center of the battlefield, Goku simply watched them. His stance was relaxed, his expression peaceful. There was no tension in his muscles, no trace of combat etched into his face. It was as if he were waiting for a gentle breeze, not two trained killers from Frieza's army. G-Ice and Birder launched themselves like living missiles. Birder first, slicing through the air with his speed. Then G-Ice, spinning like a red and white bolt of lightning. Attacks from multiple angles, fists, kicks, cross strikes, spiraling blows, perfect coordination. In theory, a deadly choreography. But Goku barely moved. He didn't jump, he didn't dodge, he didn't step aside, he was just there. And when the blows came, clack, clack, he blocked them. One hand caught Birder's punch, stopping it dead with a dull crunch. The other rose calmly, deflecting G-Ice's descending kick as if brushing away a sheet of paper. Goku spun on his heel, driving a knee into Birder's side, forcing a choked groan from him. Then a spinning elbow sent G-Ice flying backward into a rock. And then, Goku exhaled calmly, and a burst of ki exploded around him like a solar ring. Birder and G-Ice were hurled violently backward, like dolls smashed by an invisible wave of fire. The ground cracked beneath the shockwave. Rocks flew, smoke swallowed everything. Both warriors crashed to the ground, groaning, shaking dust off themselves as their armor smoked. What was that? Birder spat, trembling. That power. G-Ice, his scouter still active, shakily raised it to his eye. Beep. The number flickered on the screen. 5,000. No, he whispered. This is wrong. It's still reading 5,000. That can't be real. Birder turned on him in fury. It's a malfunction. That thing has to be broken. In the distance, the spectators watched in silence. Gohan clung to his legs as he sat on a rock, eyes wide. His face glowing as if the sun itself had descended in the form of his father. Dad, he whispered. He's playing with them. He's stronger than all of them. Even together. Krillin, still recovering, barely managed to sit upright, but he smiled. I've never seen him like this. Not even against Vegeta. How much did you train, Goku? A few steps away, Vegeta watched. But her expression was different. It wasn't joy, not pride, not even anger. It was awe, deep, painful, burning. Her teeth were clenched, her brow furrowed, her breathing heavier than she cared to admit. Sweat ran down her neck. Her chest rose and fell sharply, but not because of the battle. Because of what she felt. Her gaze was locked onto Goku like that of a hunter staring at an animal one she thought she understood. That bastard. His ki, it contracts. It hides. He deliberately lowers it. He fools the scouters and the senses. And then he raises it at the exact moment of impact. Perfect. Impeccable. No waste at all. She ran her tongue over her cracked lips without even realizing it. He's a genius. That idiot is a pure combat genius. And, even more disturbing, she couldn't stop watching him. Goku's movements, his stance, his absolute calm, his energy, vibrating like a river hidden beneath ice. Every time the wind rose, his hair trembled, and his aura flared like invisible fire. Damn it, he keeps surprising me, like on Earth, like when he fought me. She clenched her fists, but her chest wasn't burning with rage alone. It was something else, a different heat, a fire crawling up her spine, tightening her throat, shaking her heart. Why do I feel this when I look at him? Her gaze hardened. He's my rival, the only one worthy of being. And only I have the right to defeat him someday. And yet, she couldn't deny what had bloomed inside her. That cursed warmth. Meanwhile, Goku took a deep breath. The air settled, the dust fell, the stones stopped trembling. Once again his gaze landed on G-Ice and Berter, who were panting, covered in dirt, blood, and confusion. Goku smiled, not mockingly, not with hatred, with the calm of someone fully in control. So shall we keep going? The two warriors looked at each other. They weren't sure they wanted to answer. The battle continued. Namek's twin skies still burned beneath its two suns, casting long, golden shadows across the battlefield. Where dust and rocks were still raining down after the explosion Goku had unleashed. Riku's body remained sprawled across the ground, a colossal, unmoving mass. A mountain reduced to rubble by an incomprehensible force. In front of him, Goku stood calmly. Not a single drop of sweat. Not a hint of fatigue. His breathing was steady, his posture relaxed. If he weren't standing in the middle of a war between the strongest warriors in the universe but simply waiting out in a field for breakfast to be ready. G-Ice and Berter, on the other hand, were tense. Their muscles were coiled tight, their foreheads slick with sweat, and for the first time, their faces held no smiles. Attack together, Berter, G-Ice shouted through clenched fangs. We'll tear him apart, the blue speedster replied, flexing his fingers like claws. Both rose a few meters into the air and, without hesitation, began firing ki blasts at a frantic pace. Zash, 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 zash. Dozens of colorful projectiles streaked forward, lighting up the battlefield like a meteor shower. Each impact shook the air with dry, thunderous booms. But Goku, he didn't rush. He dodged one, then another, and another. Sometimes he tilted his head slightly, letting a blast pass millimeters from his cheek. Other times, he didn't even bother to evade. He simply raised an arm and let the ki slam into his bare forearm, dispersing with a simple PAF, and leaving no trace behind. It was like watching a dancer in the middle of a firefight, moving with absolute fluidity between lines of death, effortless, fearless. From afar, Gohan stared with his mouth hanging open. Incredible, he whispered. Dad, he's not even fighting seriously, and he can still handle both of them at once. Krillin narrowed his eyes and swallowed hard. I've never seen him like this. It's like he became a legend overnight. And Vegeta said nothing, arms crossed, gaze fixed, lips drawn tight, but her thoughts were a storm. He's playing with them. He doesn't dodge because he has to. He does it because he wants to. As if danger itself doesn't exist. She ground her teeth. That bastard, he doesn't even need to raise his power fully. He's using his ki with surgical precision. He lowers it to deceive, raises it to kill. Her stare sharpened even more, and she couldn't tell whether the ill running down her spine was hatred, admiration, or that treacherous heat she'd felt ever since he had carried her in his arms. On the battlefield, G-Ice pulled back slightly. His breathing was uneven, and his anxious mind kicked into overdrive, like a war computer. Berter, he shouted, circling Goku in mid-air. Let's go with the plan. Berter, already panting, nodded. The old crusher ball trick perfect. Goku raised an eyebrow. A plan? What plan? Both soldiers moved into position at once. G-Ice charged a massive red sphere between his hands, spinning it like a miniature sun on the verge of detonation. The ki whirled so violently that the air itself vibrated, warping the landscape. Crusher ball, a devastating attack and, more importantly, a decoy. The goal was simple. Goku would dodge obviously, and that would create an opening. 1 instant, 1 second, and in that second, Berter, the fastest warrior in the squad, would strike from an impossible angle. Unavoidable, unstoppable, lethal. Now, G-Ice shouted, hurling the red sphere with all his power. The attack screamed through the air, lighting up the sky like a hellish comet. And Goku didn't move, didn't step aside, didn't rise into the air, didn't run. He raised a single hand, and with one sharp, elegant motion, he deflected it. The sphere changed trajectory with a sonic crack, straight toward Berter. What? The speedster managed to scream. Eyes bulging, he twisted violently in mid-air, losing control for a split second. The attack passed inches from his face, vaporizing a distant rock formation. And then, a voice behind him. Hi! Berter froze. Ice ran down his spine. He turned around brutally, and there he was, Goku, inches away, smiling, like nothing was wrong. Lost? Goku asked calmly. How? I'm the fastest in the universe. In that instant, Berter unleashed a flurry of blows faster than anything seen before. Guttural screams, lightning-fast punches, spinning kicks, his entire arsenal. But Goku dodged, as if he already knew the movements before they happened. He turned his neck, shifted his torso, lowered his hips, placed a finger, a hand, a palm, a forearm. Every strike missed, as if the air itself were shielding the Saiyan. G-Ice, seeing his partner unable to land a single hit, screamed in desperation. I'm coming, Berter, and charged in, 2 against 1, and still, they couldn't touch him. Goku pivoted on his heels like a martial dancer. His movements were pure art, not just fast elegant, and then, when he spotted an opening, bam, a spinning kick to G-Ice's stomach sent him flying into a rock formation, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Bam, a sharp elbow to Berter's neck knocked the air out of him. Both warriors crashed to the ground, coughing. From afar, Gohan shouted, amazing. Krillin threw his fists into the air. By Kami, Goku, you're a monster now. And Vegeta. Vegeta couldn't take her eyes off him. She clenched her fists. Her lips murmured, barely audible, that damn bastard. And she looked down. Her heart was pounding hard. The air grew heavy. The ground trembled with the tension of a planet bearing witness to a clash of titans. At the center of the battlefield, Berter clenched his teeth, his body still shaking from the previous blow, but his damned pride was hurt far more deeply than his flesh. Blood dripped from his forehead. His breathing was uneven, yet his eyes still burned with rage. You're not faster than me. That's impossible. Goku looked at him with a disarming calm, almost as if he pitied him. It's not just about speed, he said quietly, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut like a blade. It's about knowing how to use it. Berter roared in fury. A surge of ki exploded around him, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Then I'll show you real speed. My maximum speed, he bellowed, vanishing from sight for most onlookers. Zoom, he appeared to Goku's right and threw a punch. Paf. Goku let it hit him. A faint smile formed on his face. Berter vanished again and reappeared behind him. An elbow strike to the back. Thump. Goku took it without flinching. Left, right, low, high, bam, wham, clack, a storm of blows at full speed, a dance of blue fury. From a distance, G-Ice could barely keep track of him. He's hitting him. Yes, that's it, yes. But something was wrong. Goku wasn't moving. He wasn't dodging. He wasn't blocking. He was just watching, letting the blows land, smiling. Gohan narrowed his eyes. Why isn't Dad stopping him? Krillin swallowed hard. He's measuring him, testing him. Then it happened. Berter pulled back with a roar, focusing every last ounce of his power into a single, final punch, his signature blow. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Blue Hurricane, and lunged straight at Goku's face. The strike fell like a hammer of light, his arm wrapped in blue ki. It was the fastest blow he had ever thrown, the culmination of his pride, his reputation as the fastest warrior in the universe. And Goku raised his hand, at a speed barely perceptible, and stopped the punch, with 2 fingers. Berter froze. What? He whispered, his voice breaking. Goku tilted his head and smiled. Good try, but it's over. Before Berter could react, Goku twisted his wrist and placed his open palm toward his face. Boom! A blast of ki engulfed him, sending him rocketing skyward like an inverted arrow. But it didn't end there. Goku shot up even faster, appearing above him mid-flight, and with a powerful shout, came crashing down with a brutal knee strike straight into Berter's stomach. Crack! The air was forced from the blue warrior's lungs. His eyes rolled back, his body plummeted like a meteor. And when it hit the ground, it didn't move again. Unconscious, defeated, humiliated, G-Ice, still hovering in the air, was trembling. His eyes couldn't believe what they were seeing. Berter Rikum, all of them, defeated, by a single warrior, a Saiyan, and now that Saiyan was looking at him. Goku descended slowly, floating down like a feather untouched by the weight of the world. His gaze met Ji-Ice's. "I don't want to fight you. It's not worth it," he said, not like a threat yet leaving no room for doubt. "You have two choices." Ji-Ice swallowed. His hands shook. "You can leave, abandon this planet, take your teammates with you if you can, and promise, say that Frieza and no one else from your army will ever touch this world again." Goku crossed his arms. "Or you can try to attack me." Silence fell like a crushing cloak. Ji-Ice looked at his fallen comrades. The shattered ground, the still sky, the eyes of that Saiyan. There was no doubt. He screamed in desperation, spun in the air, and fled at full speed, leaving a white trail behind him. "See, Captain, I have to warn Captain Ginyu." And when the echo of his voice faded, Goku lowered his guard, and before he could take a step, he felt something. An embrace. Tight, sincere, warm. "Dad." Gohan threw himself against his chest, wrapping his small arms around him, sobbing with a mix of joy, relief, and exhaustion. Goku gently patted his hair. "I'm here, son. I'm sorry I was late." Krillin came running up behind them, laughing, coughing a bit, but with a light in his eyes that hadn't been there in a long time. "Goku, you're a damn miracle, man," he said, raising a fist. Goku grinned and bumped it firmly. "I'm just glad you're okay." He pulled a senzu bean from a small pouch on his belt and handed it to Krillin. "Here, you earned it." Krillin didn't hesitate for a second. He swallowed it whole. His body briefly glowed, every wound healing instantly. "Ah, yes, good as new." Gohan stepped back slightly, but he kept looking at his father with eyes full of pride. And Goku felt another gaze. He recognized it immediately. He turned slowly, and there she was, Vegeta, standing at a distance, wrapped in silence, the wind playing with her black hair like liquid fire. Her dark eyes locked onto his. She didn't say a word. She didn't need to. Goku looked at her for a few seconds. Then he smiled, the same smile he'd given her on Earth after their duel. That damn smile of compassion. From his belt, he took out another senzu bean. The last one he had. He held it between his fingers, and with a smooth motion, tossed it into the air. The small green bean flew with surgical precision and landed at Vegeta's feet, rolling gently across the dirt. She looked down, studied it, then slowly raised her eyes, meeting his once more. They stayed like that, in silence, staring, no words, yet saying everything. The battlefield was calm, but it wasn't true peace. It was the kind of silence a storm leaves behind after tearing a city apart. Heavy, damp, filled with debris and unanswered questions. Krillin and Gohan stayed close to each other, still tense, watching what came next with a mix of unease, fear and respect. Goku, standing firm at the center of the clearing, had returned his son's embrace. Healed his best friend, and offered without words a gesture of acknowledgement to his rival, now his temporary ally. A single bean, Vegeta had taken it, clenched between her fingers, still warm from his throw and the brief contact with his skin. Her eyes never left Kakarot, not since she'd seen him arrive. Not since she'd felt that damned ki crushing, yet so painfully familiar. The wind brushed through her wild hair, half held in place by the friction of battle, half by the tension of what she was about to do. Without looking away, Vegeta brought the senzu bean to her lips. She swallowed it without any visible emotion, but inside, a wave, energy surged through her veins like liquid fire. Torn muscle fibers restored themselves one by one, bruises vanished. Her nose snapped back into place with a faint crack, and her ragged breathing returned to its predatory, feline rhythm. She was whole again. She was the Saiyan princess. Goku watched as Vegeta's power rose instantly explosive, yet controlled. She still didn't speak until she did, but not to him. With surgical precision, she aimed her hand at Riku's unconscious body, lying lifeless atop a slab of stone. And with a tone that held no fury, only judgment, she fired. Z-boom. A blast of ki pierced straight through Riku's body. The stone exploded. His armor shattered into fragments. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. Only a crater. Krillin instinctively took a step forward. But Gohan lowered his gaze. He said nothing. He didn't approve, but he understood. He knew who Vegeta was. This was her, and she wasn't finished. Before anyone could react, Vegeta vanished in a purple streak of ki. She reappeared above Berter's unconscious body. Without hesitation, without a word, She raised her knee and with sudden, lethal force, crack, she drove it into his neck. The sound was dry, the body jerked, convulsed, and then went completely still. Berter was dead. The fastest ember of the Ginyu Force had met an abrupt end, all at the hands of a woman who, even after being saved, refused to live by anyone else's rules. Gohan looked at his father. Krillin did too. Goku sighed, not from exhaustion, from resignation. He gently set Gohan down and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Stay here for a moment." And he stepped forward. His movements weren't hostile. There was no anger, no rage, only a need to talk, to understand, to see past pride. Goku stopped in front of her. Vegeta turned to face him, one eyebrow still stained with dried blood, her face lit by the glow of her own ki. A crooked half-smile tugged at her lips. Goku, serious but calm, spoke. "They didn't need to die, they were already defeated." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" she replied sharply, with cutting irony. "And what did you expect? That we'd let them take a nap and then thank us for sparing their lives?" "No, but," Goku exhaled, "I'm not saying they deserved mercy. But we could have locked them up or just ignored them. They weren't a threat anymore." Vegeta crossed her arms. "There it is," she said, as if she'd been waiting for it. "The compassionate Kakarot, the same one who read me on Earth when you could have let your bald friend finish me off." Goku didn't answer. She stepped closer. The air between them grew more electric, more tense. Vegeta looked him up and down. "You know, watching you fight like that, I thought you'd finally awakened your Saiyan side. Your instincts, your savagery. But no." She paused, pointed at him with a mocking grin. "You're still chained to that earthling morality that holds you back. That compassion, that habit of never finishing what you start." Goku narrowed his eyes, still silent. Vegeta continued. "That's why you'll never be the one everyone fears. That's why you won't become the legendary Super Saiyan." Silence. A cold wind swept across the battlefield, stirring the dust that still lingered around the craters. Goku finally spoke. "Super Saiyan?" Vegeta looked at him like he was a child. "Yes, obviously you don't know." She turned slightly, pacing in a slow circle. "The legend says that once every 1,000 years, a Saiyan warrior is born with power so great that his rage can destroy worlds. A being wrapped in golden flames, of impossible strength. Unrestrained, unstoppable." She stopped and stared at him intensely. "The Super Saiyan, the one who would shatter the balance. The one no enemy could contain. The reason Frieza pushed our race to the brink of extinction." Goku lowered his gaze, thoughtful. "I've never heard of that, but if it really exists." He lifted his eyes, meeting hers directly. "I don't think killing is necessary to reach that kind of power." Vegeta didn't answer right away. Her face hardened, but only on the outside. Because inside, damn it, how could Kakarot be this strong without surrendering to hatred? Without giving in to blind pride? How? Her eyes scanned him with silent fury. And then she noticed it. Her gaze dropped, just for a second, to his solid chest, damp with sweat and dust. To the torn orange GI. To the fresh training scars. To that aura serene and scorching at the same time. Had he gotten more muscular or was it just her imagination? Goku was also looking at Vegeta carefully. Her new armor looked even more striking than the one she wore when she first arrived on Earth. Especially under Namek's twin sons. Goku looked at her. He felt something, a faint warmth, like the heat of his dreams about her. But he also felt something else. Gratitude. And then he extended his hand. "Thank you," he said, more sincerely than he ever had to her before. "For protecting Gohan and Krillin." Vegeta froze. She looked at his hand. Then at his face. Heat surged through her chest again. This wasn't like Earth. This time, he wasn't pretending. There was no game, no sarcasm. He was really looking at her. And for some reason, her arm moved on its own. She clasped his hand. Firm, strong, but not crushing. Just, honest. Frieza's spaceship. Main interior, floating throne room. Pale bluish-white lights bathed the metallic walls in cold, symmetrical reflections. The throne room was utterly silent, save for the faint hum of consoles monitoring the status of the Dragon Balls perfectly aligned atop a secured platform, floating in mid-air within a controlled gravitational field. 7 spheres, each pulsed with a soft inner glow, as if they were breathing. The light of the stars within them reflected off the metal walls like sleeping, watchful eyes. Captain Ginyu stood at attention. He didn't move, he didn't breathe heavily, he simply observed. His trained eyes never left the spheres, just as his Lord Frieza, had ordered. Frieza's words still echoed in his mind. When Frieza spoke, it wasn't a suggestion, it was divine law. Captain Ginyu crossed his arms. HMPH. With all his power, Lord Frieza could melt this planet if he wanted to. I hope he doesn't have to resort to that just because of a lack of cooperation, he muttered to himself. He looked back at the spheres. His reflection warped across the gravitational field, holding them aloft 7 pieces of AC. Osmic mechanism he didn't fully understand. Ridiculous power for such ugly objects, he murmured. And then, a signal, a sudden pressure, approaching Namek's skies at unbelievable speed. Ginyu tilted his head slightly. The ship's external gates activated. The access alarm authorized entry. And with a thunderous impact of boots against metal, G.I.'s crash landed in the corridor, gasping. He stumbled into the throne room, sweating. His usually confident face was tight, eyes wide, a thick bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Captain Ginyu, the commander turned fully, brow furrowing. G.I.'s. His voice was sharp, severe. Where is your team? Have you already defeated Vegeta and those 2 runts? Why did you return alone? G.I. swallowed, his usual off-world accent breaking. No, sir. Things didn't go as planned. Ginyu narrowed his eyes. Didn't go as planned. Where are Berter and Rikum? And what about Goldo? G.I. trembled slightly as he answered. Dead, he shouted. They're all dead, Captain. Ginyu stood still. The air itself seemed to freeze. Even the hum of the panels felt quieter. What did you say? G.I., still panting, raised his arms in desperate frustration. Goldo was the first. The kid Gohan defeated him. But Vegeta finished him off without hesitation. Cut off his head like it was nothing. Then Rikum fought her. He was crushing her until... He paused. Ginyu watched him with absolute focus. The atmosphere was now heavy, oppressive. G.I. swallowed again. A new Saiyan appeared. Orange outfit, black, messy hair. He came out of nowhere and in seconds defeated Rikum with a single blow. Berter was next. I barely escaped with my life. Silence. Captain Ginyu stared at him, unblinking. A Saiyan? Yes, sir, one called Kakarot. That's what Vegeta called him. He's monstrously strong. He blocked our attacks, deflected mine. He even let himself get hit. And it did nothing. Nothing. His ki was strange, ridiculously low according to the scouters. But it's a trick. He's hiding power that can't be measured. Ginyu frowned. His muscles tensed slowly. I thought Vegeta was the only one left of that monkey race. Where did this Kakarot come from? I don't know, G.I. admitted. But he flew in from another direction. Landed like he knew exactly where we were. Ginyu lowered his gaze for a moment. Then he looked at the spheres. The 7 Dragon Balls remained there, perfectly aligned, silent, almost unaware that chaos was spreading outside. HMPH, he scoffed. Sir? Ginyu sighed and stepped closer to the platform. Lord Frieza ordered me to guard them, but if this 3rd Saiyan is as powerful as you say, I can't just sit here. He turned. G.I., prepare yourself. We're going to exterminate that monkey personally. G.I. stiffened. The Dragon Balls? Ginyu looked at them once more. And for the first time in years, he smiled. A serious smile, cold. Our master will understand. 5 minutes won't change anything. He turned fully, his ki rising with intimidating force. Besides, if we defeat this newcomer, perhaps we can convince Lord Frieza that he doesn't need the Namekians to get his wish. He paused. Or better yet, we could use the Dragon Balls ourselves. G.I. raised an eyebrow. Sir, are you thinking? Shish. Don't say it. Not yet. Ginyu rolled his neck. First, we crush this Kakarot. Then we'll see. G.I. swallowed. And what if he can become that? Ginyu looked at him, amused. The Super Saiyan. That's nothing more than a bedtime story. A legend of a dead race. With that, he activated his scouter, locked onto the signals, and vanished in a burst of speed. G.I. followed, leaving the chamber behind. The Dragon Balls remained, floating, silent, unaware, or perhaps very aware that the board had just been turned once again. The breeze of Namek had changed. It was no longer that gentle current that danced across emerald waters and bluish plains. Now it carried weight, an electric tension that crawled through every inch of the air, as if the planet itself were holding its breath, watching. In the middle of a plain torn apart by recent battles, the ground still steaming, rocks split by energy impacts. Fresh craters everywhere. Goku stood still, surveying his surroundings. His orange Gi fluttered with quiet elegance, slicing through the air. His wild hair didn't move at all, firm like the determination now surrounding him like an invisible shield. Around him, the others breathed. Healed but still marked. Krillin rubbed his arm, already regenerated thanks to the Senzu bean Goku had given him. Gohan stayed close, watching his father with pride and awe, his energy now far more stable. Vegeta, however, stood a few meters away, arms crossed, eyes locked on him. As if she still couldn't decide what annoyed her more, the way Goku had saved the day or the way his presence unsettled her from the inside. Minutes earlier, they had finished catching Goku up on everything that had happened on the planet so they could decide what to do next. Goku closed his eyes for a second. His senses spread outward like natural antennas. Two presences, two key signatures moving fast. They weren't overwhelming, but they were familiar. One was recent, the key of G-Ice, that white-haired guy with the theatrical attitude. The other was deeper, denser, tightly contained, like the edge of a blade. No doubt about it, Captain Ginyu. Goku opened his eyes. They're coming, he said gravely, turning to the others. That red one G-Ice, and there's another, much stronger. It has to be their leader. Krillin looked up, nervous. Ginyu, the captain of the Ginyu force? Gohan frowned. Can we take them? Goku didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted briefly toward the sky, then returned to his companions. Calm and confident. We're splitting up. I've got a plan. All three focused on him. Goku spoke quickly, but clearly. Krillin, Gohan, take advantage of the fact that Frieza's ship is unattended. The Dragon Balls should still be there, no one's guarding them now. He looked at them firmly. Fly at full speed, grab them, and take them far away. Keep them safe. Don't try to use them yet, we still don't fully understand how they work. Maybe that Namekian you met Den can help us summon the dragon later. Krillin's eyes widened. You want us to go for the Dragon Balls now? Exactly. Goku glanced back toward the sky, his ki calm, without a hint of doubt. They're coming for me. Ginyu won't be able to ignore me. And if Vegeta helps me, we can face them together without any problem. Gohan smiled, raising his fist. Yeah, that's a great idea, Dad. Krillin nodded, forcing a tense smile. We'll do it. You can count on us. The two of them turned, ready to take off. But then, a voice sliced through the air like a cold blade. Who said I was going to help you, Kakarot? Everyone turned. Vegeta, standing with her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised, her EXPR. Eshin somewhere between defiant and uninterested. Her white armor still shone despite the marks of battle. Her body perfect, sculpted, showed the peak condition of a warrior who had already surpassed human limits and perhaps moral ones as well. I could go get the Dragon Balls myself, she continued, tilting her head slightly. Leave you fighting those two idiots alone. And maybe, if I'm lucky, raid in one of those green insects and get my wish. Her eyes narrowed. What would you do then? Stop me? Krillin blinked, nervous and confused. Gohan tilted his head, but Goku smiled, not his usual carefree, innocent smile. This one was lower, contained, clever. He remembered the book Bulma had left him. Difficult women aren't won over with strength but with confidence. And sometimes with an unexpected touch. He took a step toward her. Vegeta didn't move. Another step, and then without warning, Goku raised his hand and gently brushed her cheek. Vegeta froze. Her body tensed as if struck by lightning. Her skin, still warm from battle, felt the touch with an intensity no ki blast could rival. Her cheeks flushed red. The proud Saiyan princess's eyes widened just slightly, as if her own body had betrayed her. What are you doing? She murmured, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Goku looked at her closely, his hand still there. Because you, princess, he said softly but firmly, are a proud Saiyan. You wouldn't run from a fight. Vegeta's gaze wavered, but Goku wasn't finished. And I know the idea excites you. The idea? Proving your strength, testing yourself against worthy opponents. Against someone like Ginyu. He smiled faintly. I know it does. Because I'm a Saiyan too, and fighting, feeling alive in battle is what I love most. Vegeta couldn't respond. Her heart pounded with a mix of rage, adrenaline and something else. Something warmer, more unsettling. Krillin watched with his mouth half open, whispering. What is wrong with Goku? Since when does he? Gohan, meanwhile, turned to him with pure innocence. Krillin, why is Dad touching Vegeta's face like that? I thought they didn't get along. Krillin facepalmed. Oh, Kami. Vegeta closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, the doubt was gone. TCH, idiot. She brushed Goku's hand away with a light swat. I'll help you, but only because I want to smash Ginyu's face myself. And because, she paused, lowering her voice into something sweet and venomous, if someone's going to kill you someday it'll be me. Goku laughed. Deal. By then, Gohan and Krillin had already taken off toward the ship. The sky was turning red from the two approaching key signatures. Goku and Vegeta slowly turned north, their auras beginning to rise in anticipation. Two figures were already visible in the distance. The battle to come would be brutal, but for the first time, they would face it together. The wind of Namek began to blow again, dragging thin clouds and green dust through. The craters left behind like scars on the planet's skin by the last battle. The sky, dyed red by the reflection of the twin suns, seemed to burn with a tense, fragile calm. Goku and Vegeta stood there, unmoving two pillars in the middle of the chaos. There were no words between them now, only the low murmur of ki flowing, the distant echo of footsteps not yet visible, and the unavoidable sense that what was coming would not be easy. And then, two figures cut across the sky, fast, slicing through the air like gleaming blades. G-Ice was the first to land, his white uniform still immaculate. Despite being stained with dust and sweat, his white hair streaming behind him like a banner of surrender or rage. At his side descended Captain Ginyu tall, with gleaming purple skin and horns that curved with cruel elegance. His expression was sharp and professional, the look of someone accustomed to victory. They touched down at the same time. Ginyu spoke first, his voice booming like a cannon wrapped in silk. "Well, Vegeta," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Seems you're harder to kill than I thought. In fact, I'd even say you look better than ever. Though that constant look of disdain still doesn't suit you." Vegeta didn't reply. She merely turned her head slightly, like someone considering whether or not to crush a cockroach. Ginyu shifted his gaze to Goku. "And you must be Kakarot." Goku, wearing a half-smile, shook his head and crossed his arms. "Actually, I prefer Goku. Kakarot sounds like someone I'm not." G-Ice cut in quickly, fear still clinging to his voice. "Captain, it was him. He beat Riku and Birder. He crushed them. Goldo went down too, but that was the brat and Vegeta finished him off." "I swear, Vegeta let out a low, harsh laugh. "Oh, please, seriously? You're whining like a scared child? Hiding behind Ginyu like he's your mommy?" She smirked. "Pathetic." G-Ice clenched his teeth but stayed silent. Ginyu tightened his lips and activated his scouter, aiming it first at Goku. 5,000, then Vegeta. 6,000. He frowned. HMPH, that can't be right. Those numbers make no sense. He looked up, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. "I assume you're controlling your power, aren't you?" "Maybe," Vegeta replied coolly. "Does it really matter?" Goku added calmly, arms still crossed. G-Ice growled. "No matter how much you hide your strength, Lord Frieza anticipated everything. You won't leave this planet alive. The history of the Saiyans ends here." Ginyu nodded. "In the name of Emperor Frieza you will be eliminated." Goku stepped forward. His ki began to leak out like invisible vapor, warping the air around him. "I'll take the captain," he said clearly, glancing sideways at Vegeta. "You okay handling the red one?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Are you giving me orders, Kakarot?" "No, I'm offering you the one who looks easier." Goku's grin widened, almost playful. Vegeta snorted, but there was a faint, dangerous curve at the corner of her lips. She stayed where she was. For a second, a part of her thought, "I could leave. I could turn around right now and go after the Dragon Balls." But she didn't. She didn't want to. She didn't want to leave him alone. She turned slightly, and her ki erupted with a deep, thunderous roar. "Fine, but make this clear, Kakarot, if you steal my fun, I'll cut you in half." "Deal," Goku said, smiling enough to make G-Ice take a step back. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the universe, Ginyu and G-Ice struck their signature poses. The captain stood firm, arms raised upward at sharp angles, as if waiting for a camera. G-Ice spun on himself, flipped through the air, and landed with one hand on his hip. "We are the Ginyu Force. -3, G-Ice muttered under his breath. They looked at each other. "TCH, it's not the same without the other three," G-Ice complained. "Silence. The choreography stands even if we die." "Discipline," Ginyu roared. Goku tilted his head, baffled. What kind of bug bit these guys? Vegeta clicked her tongue, a mix of disdain and exhaustion. "Don't ask, just hit them hard until they stop moving." The ground cracked. Auras began to rise. Particles in the air ionized, charged by the steadily exploding energy. The sky seemed darker. The ground trembled, as if Namek itself knew what was coming. And at the center of it all, two warriors, a Saiyan who refused to be defined by his race, and a princess who carried the weight of pride as if it were part of her skin. Both ready, both together, and as G-Ice and Ginyu surged forward, shouting their opening attack, Goku and Vegeta launched themselves as well. The next phase of the battle had begun. The air exploded between their fists. At the center of the smoking crater, the sound of blows echoed like celestial war drums. Goku and Captain Ginyu clashed with such force that the ground beneath their feet shattered with every step. Their auras danced, Goku's, white and refined, like the edge of a perfectly sharpened katana. Ginyu's, purple and throbbing, pulsing with every movement like a wild beast restrained by military discipline. Ha! Ginyu roared, unleashing a flurry of strikes with both hands. Goku blocked them one by one, barely retreating, his brow furrowed. He's strong, much stronger than Berter. This power is real, he thought. A hook slipped through Goku's guard and slammed into his stomach. He gritted his teeth, slid back half a meter and immediately lunged forward with a spinning kick. Ginyu barely managed to evade it, but the missed strike tore an entire chunk of ground loose. The two warriors separated for a moment, both breathing hard. The captain smiled with pride. Interesting, Kakarot. Very few last more than 3 minutes against me. And you claim you're not an elite warrior? I already told you, my name's Goku. He adjusted his orange GI and smiled. And I'm just a guy who trains a lot. Ginyu raised an eyebrow. Humility, how peculiar for your species. They charged again. This time, Goku took the lead, his movements precise, surgical. A right punch that cracked the air, a low kick that made the captain stumble, followed by an elbow that grazed his jaw. Boom! Ginyu crashed into a Namekian tree, shattering part of its crystalline trunk. He stood up with a rough laugh, wiping a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad at all for a monkey, he mocked. Have you ever considered joining the Ginyu force? Goku raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to laugh or hit him. Join you guys? Of course. There are 3 openings now, Ginyu said, rolling his neck with a crack. Someone with your level would be useful. You'd fight with honor. Follow the Emperor's orders, live as a warrior, as a legend. Goku shook his head with a smile. Sorry, I like oozing my own fights and I don't follow guys like Frieza. Tisk, I figured, Ginyu muttered, his smile turning savage. Then prepare to die with that precious freedom of yours. And they charged once more. Meanwhile, not far away, the battle between Vegeta and G-Ice had reached a new level of brutality. The white-haired warrior struggled to keep up, firing desperate ki blasts just to stay ally. But Vegeta was a sharpened hurricane. Ya-arg! G-Ice screamed, unleashing his crimson flame technique. Vegeta vanished from sight. Where? She appeared behind him. Too slow. A rising kick slammed into his stomach, launching him several meters into the air. Before he could recover, Vegeta caught up to him mid-air, grabbed him by the hair, and hurled him into a jagged rock, which shattered into 1,000 pieces on impact. Crash! G-Ice screamed in pain, but it wasn't over. Vegeta dropped down on him like a shadow. She dragged him across the ground at full speed, carving a burning trench for dozens of meters. G-Ice screamed and struggled, but the Saiyan princess's grip was like molten steel. When she finally stopped, Vegeta planted her foot on his chest, wearing a predator's smile. What's wrong, G-Ice? Did you expect me to be as weak as when Riku almost killed me? Is that what you thought? G-Ice gasped, covered in cuts, his armor shattered, his face smeared with dust and blood. He tried to speak, but only broken breaths came out. Vegeta leaned closer, her eyes burning. Did you forget something, worm? What? G-Ice stammered, spitting blood. Zenkai. G-Ice blinked, confused. Zen what? Vegeta laughed a wild, cutting laugh, as if she enjoyed explaining it. The gods' gift to the Saiyan people. Every time we're pushed to the brink of death and survive, we come back stronger. Much stronger. Pain makes us grow. Limits are shattered. She raised her fist. Her ki erupted around her in a violent purple explosion. You only saw me wounded. You never saw what that wound turned me into. G-Ice's eyes widened in horror as realization hit him like a meteor. Damn you. Too late. Boom. A punch to the face buried him several meters into the ground. The earth shook from the impact. Back with Goku and Ginyu. They separated after another brutal exchange. Goku retreated with effortless grace, blocking every strike with his forearms, pivoting at the waist. Deflecting with minimal effort, Ginyu roared, His pride was starting to crack. How can you keep up with me? It makes no sense. Goku breathed calmly, maintaining his fluid stance. You've noticed it by now, haven't you? Ginyu frowned. Noticed what? Scouters only read what someone chooses to show. But real power isn't always seen. It's felt. He vanished. Boom. He reappeared behind Ginyu, driving a kick into his back that smashed him into the ground like a falling lightning bolt. The crater trembled. Ginyu screamed in rage. Damn you, monkey. But Goku didn't respond. He was calm now. His eyes held no doubt anymore. Vegeta walked through the shattered rocks as G-Ice barely held himself up on his elbows. She stopped just a few steps away. Tell me, G-Ice, does it hurt? You're a monster. Vegeta smiled. I'm a Saiyan. She paused. And I'm also a demon. She raised her hand. Now die with the dignity you never had. Both battles had reached their boiling point. Ginyu and Goku matched in strength. Vegeta already superior, ready to finish her fight. And high above Namek, the twin suns continued to watch, as if they knew the fate of an entire planet was about to change. The hot wind swept across the ruined battlefield where G-Ice and Vegeta had clashed. Rocks floated around them, lifted by the sheer intensity of their auras. But only one of them was still gasping in desperation. G-Ice, the white-haired warrior, could barely stay on his feet, trembling, covered in dust, cuts, and scraps of shattered armor. His hair clung to his forehead, soaked with sweat and blood. Vegeta, by contrast, stood firm. Her breathing was barely uneven, her body freshly restored by the Senzu beam, her Saiyan ki vibrating like a storm trapped inside her. A thin line of dried blood marked her cheek, and a satisfied smirk played at the corner of her lips. G-Ice knew he was finished. And no, don't think you've won, he suddenly roared, eyes burning with desperate rage. He raised his ki and screamed with all the strength left in his lungs. A red aura engulfed him, swirling like a crimson tornado. This is my final technique. You'll learn the hard way, you damn monster. He charged, a straight line, a war cry, a final attempt to strike her with everything he had left. Vegeta didn't move. She didn't even raise her arms to defend herself. G-Ice's fist smashed directly into her face. Crack, the sound was sharp like bone snapping beneath a boot. G-Ice screamed in agony and staggered back. His arm hung limp, his wrist twisted at a grotesque angle. "I am my hand." What? Vegeta looked at him calmly. Was that it? She walked toward him. G-Ice, shaking, took a step back, but Vegeta was faster. With a motion both clean and brutal, she grabbed his broken hand. G-Ice screamed. And no, let go, let go. Vegeta yanked him closer until their faces were almost touching. Her voice was low, dark, dripping with cruel amusement. You have no idea the pure, absolute pleasure I feel seeing you like this. G-Ice struggled uselessly, trying to pull free. Please, mercy, I surrender. I don't want to die. Vegeta tilted her head, a spark of madness flickering in her eyes. Mercy? Now you know that word? She said coldly. You and your friends used to laugh at us every time you visited planet Vegeta, calling us nothing but monkeys. And now you're begging the princess of the race you despised. Pathetic. I was just following orders. And I'm just settling an old debt. With her free hand, Vegeta raised her palm and aimed it straight at his chest. Her ki surged, forming a sphere so bright it washed the colors from the sky for an instant. G-Ice screamed one last plea. No, Fuum. The blast pierced him, disintegrated him. No screams, no remains, just a beam of light reducing him to shining atoms, scattered by the wind. Vegeta slowly lowered her hand. She exhaled. For a few seconds, the battlefield fell silent, broken only by the distant echo of thunder created by condensing residual energy. She rested a hand on her hip, closed her eyes, clenched her fist. Her ki felt like an expanding ocean inside her body. She could feel it. There was no ceiling. Every fight, every wound, every victory made her stronger, more dangerous, more alive. Hey, she breathed, a crooked half-smile forming. Damn it, this power. She let herself savor it. It wasn't just victory, it was the realization of her nature, the awakening of the lineage flowing through her veins. Princess of an extinct people, queen of her pride. She turned her head, her gaze shifting to the other side of the battlefield, where he was still fighting. Kakarot, the low-class Saiyan, the idiot, the one who had defeated her on Earth and spared her life as if he were some benevolent god. That same Kakarot was now trading blows at impossible speed with Captain Ginyu. Vegeta crossed her arms. She didn't intervene. She could join in. She could finish it with him. But she didn't. She knew why. She knew what that fight meant to Goku. It was his duel, and like any true Saiyan, he didn't want help, not in a battle that mattered. Not when pride was on the line. And she understood that better than anyone. So she simply watched. She watched him fight. Ginyu fired a blast of energy that Goku blocked with his back, spinning like a leaf in the wind and landing in a crouch. A second later, he was already in front of the captain, landing a hook that sent the other spinning through the air. Vegeta pressed her lips together. HMPH, he always finds a way to impress. The heat in her stomach wouldn't fade. That damn heat. She felt it growing deeper, heavier. It was no longer just admiration, not just rage at his growth, nor frustration at being left behind. It was something more uncomfortable, more visceral. Since when did the way he moved, the way he smiled, start affecting her more than she was willing to admit? She clenched her fists again, but this time, it was different. Goku's ki burned like a fire that refused to stop growing. Not even Captain Ginyu, with all his brutality and technique, could contain it for long. Tch da, mn idiot, she muttered under her breath without anger. She watched him fight and hated him. She hated him, but she couldn't stop watching. The twin sons of Namek burned above the battlefield. 1-0. The most dangerous members of the Ginyu force had been reduced to cosmic dust. And in the middle of a planet consumed by war and haunted by power, two Saiyans' enemies, rivals, allies, something more, were fighting not only for survival, but for the right to define themselves. And Vegeta, though she would never say it out loud, felt it in every fiber of her being. Something was breaking inside her. And it wasn't weakness. It was a chain, a wall, one that only he seemed capable of destroying. Meanwhile, in Goku's battle, the ground trembled with every clash. Explosions of energy splashed across Namek's green sky. Massive rocks floated, splintered, and detonated, as if the planet itself were trying to defend against the power both warriors were unleashing. Goku and Captain Ginyu were lit. More than flashes among the debris, two opposing torrents, two stars colliding. Vegeta watched from a safe distance, arms crossed, her expression serious and controlled, but her eyes were locked on them. Following every movement, every strike, every vibration of Kakarot's ki. He's holding out, he's not using all his power. I know it. That stance, that's not someone fighting at his limit yet. And she was right. Goku dodged with precision, struck with enough force to shake the air, but not yet with the fury of a man fighting for his life. Captain Ginyu staggered back after taking a direct hit to the abdomen. He spat saliva into the air before steadying himself, wiping his mouth with the back of his glove. He had scratches, dust, but also a crooked smile. Hey, not bad, Saiyan. You've actually managed to make me sweat. A few meters away, Goku landed lightly, bending his knees as his feet touched the cracked ground. You still haven't seen anything, he replied calmly. Ginyu rolled his neck with a dry crack. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Don't play coy with me, you've hit your limit already, haven't you? He growled, pointing at him defiantly. Come on, show me. I want to see how far you can go, bastard. Show me all your power. Goku narrowed his eyes, and nodded. All right. The atmosphere changed. Goku slowly closed his eyes, as if diving into an inner ocean. His breathing deepened, steady and rhythmic. His ki, until now a low burning fire, began to intensify. The ground fractured beneath his feet. What is this? Ginyu muttered, activating his scouter. Combat power. 100,000. The device beeped sharply, but steadily. 110,000. Impressive, the captain murmured, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. 120,000. The beeping accelerated. 128,000. The color drained from Ginyu's face. That's impossible. Your energy level was 5,000 just minutes ago. 135,000. The beeping reached an unbearable screech. And then, PZAAS. The scouter exploded. Metal fragments blasted across Ginyu's face as he staggered back, raising his arm to shield himself. But the blast was drowned out by what came next. A red light enveloped Goku's body. The aura of the Kaioken. Vegeta narrowed her eyes as she saw it. She recognized it instantly. How could she not? The same technique, the same damn energy he used to match me on Earth. Goku's ki was now a searing vortex. Every step he took left a burning mark in the rock. The wind coiled around his body, as if the planet itself feared being touched by his fury. Ginyu, stunned, took a step back. This can't be. What kind of trick is this? This isn't a trick, Goku replied, opening his eyes. They glowed like burning embers. This is just a fraction of what I can do now. A chill ran down Ginyu's spine. His warrior's instinct screamed danger. Screamed that the opponent before him had stopped holding back. So he attacked. He fired ki blasts one after another. Hundreds of them, each with the force of a cannon. Then he ripped a rock the size of a house from the ground and hurled it like a desperate projectile. Everything he had, anything to stop the monster blazing in front of him. But Goku didn't move. The ki STS slammed into his red aura and bounced off like raindrops against a wall of fire. The massive rock turned to dust before it even came close. The Kaioken protected him. Ginyu was speechless. Vegeta held her breath. Kakarot, this is different. This is beyond what he showed before. Ginyu dropped to his knees, panting, sweating, trembling. Goku walked toward him. His steps were slow but each one landed like thunder. I told you, he said in a low voice. I'm still not using all my power. Ginyu looked up, eyes wide. For the first time, afraid, but also fascinated. A body, he gasped. A body like this, it has to be mine. What? Goku stopped. Ginyu looked at him with a twisted, deranged smile. Hey, I don't know how, Saiyan, but this body, this power, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever felt, so close. More perfect than anyone I've ever fought. Not Frieza, not his henchmen, not even the warriors have commanded. You have the perfect body for combat. Goku frowned. What are you talking about? Ginyu raised his arms. And that's why it will be mine. Goku stepped back. He felt something strange in Ginyu's ki. Something shifting. But before he could react, the captain injured himself to Goku's complete shock. The sky darkened slightly. Clouds began to swirl. Ginyu's aura grew unstable, trembling, as if his body were giving something up. Vegeta saw it. Her face hardened. No, it can't be. That technique. Kakarot, get away from Ginyu, the Saiyan princess shouted, eyes wide. He has a technique, a very dangerous one. Goku turned slightly at the sound of her voice. And in that moment, Ginyu screamed, Change! A beam of light shot across the sky, straight toward Goku, who couldn't react in time. Two streams of energy burst forth, one red and one purple, spiraling, crossing, exchanging. And then, everything stopped. Goku dropped to his knees. So did Ginyu. Then suddenly, Goku stood up and smiled. Hey, feels pretty good having new muscles, said Captain Ginyu. Now inside Goku's body, the silence that followed the scream of Change was unnatural, as if Namek itself, its twin skies, its fractured land, its ki-saturated air had frozen for a single instant. A supernatural pause. The echo of the soul exchange still reverberated through the floating rocks, through the atmosphere, through the very vibrations of the ground. And then, a heavy breath. Two panting bodies, but only one of them wore a twisted smile. The Goku, dressed in orange, slowly stood up, rolling his shoulders, shaking out his arms, rotating his neck with a faint crack. He opened and closed his hands several times, as if feeling the air itself, as if touching something sacred and forbidden at once. The smile on his face was wrong. It wasn't Goku's. Hey, he murmured, with Goku's voice. Yet not his tone. Well, what a marvelous set of muscles. He spun in place with animal grace, took a couple of short hops, an acrobatic twist, then landed lightly, like a cat. The fabric of the GI fluttered as if torn by tension. This body has incredible control over its center of gravity. Light, agile, he opened his mouth in a theatrical gasp, and so damn explosive. Ah, yes, a few meters behind him. The real Goku, now trapped inside the bulky, unfamiliar body of Captain Ginyu, was slowly pushing himself up. His breathing was uneven. This body didn't respond like his own. It was heavy, clumsy, unbalanced, and still injured from the self-inflicted wound Ginyu had caused moments earlier to execute the exchange. He stared at his hands, large, purple, alien, then at the broad chest. When he spoke, the voice that came out was deep and rough. What is this? Then he looked up, and there it was, his own face staring back at him with mockery. Ginyu, inside Goku's body, stretched shamelessly. He even flexed his chest and biceps, like someone testing a brand new suit of armor tailored just for him. Beautiful. It's like wearing the devil himself. He licked his lips in disgust, though it still has that filthy smell of monkey. Revolting. An aura ignited to the side. Sharp, burning. Vegeta, she had been watching from a short distance, frozen at first, now with her eyes blazing. Her heart had lurched the instant she heard Kakarot speak. It was his voice, yes, but the soul behind it wasn't her rival's. TCH, she frowned, stepping forward. This can't be. Her fist trembled. Her ki rose on instinct. That wasn't Goku. That wasn't the damn idiot who always smiled with that cursed compassion. That wasn't the bastard who looked at her as if he could see straight through her armor of contempt. It was something else. Another presence. An imposter. Kakarot. She roared hoarsely, and in the next instant, she launched herself forward like a purple lightning bolt. The speed was so violent that the ground shattered where she took off. The fake Goku barely had time to turn. Boom! Vegeta slammed down in front of Goku in an explosion of energy, her foot generating a shockwave that disintegrated the ground around her. Her expression was hardened, feral, jaw clenched tight. Damn it, Kakarot, she spat furiously. Why the hell are you always so damn slow when I tell you to react? Huh? Said Goku, wearing a mocking grin. Are you worried about me, Vegeta? Then he heard something behind him. Hey he. It was Ginyu's body, but now it spoke with Goku's voice. The tone was tired, the body injured, but the smile. That smile was genuine. Sorry, Vegeta. I think I got careless. Vegeta turned, and for a brief second, the world made sense again. That voice, that look, that stupid mix of self-criticism and resigned humor. That was him. TCH, she muttered. You're an idiot. You already knew that, Goku replied from Ginyu's body, smiling faintly. Vegeta turned back to the imposter, all doubt gone. You, she pointed at him, her ki vibrating with restrained fury. You have no damn idea how to use that body. The imposter raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what makes you think that? Because I know him. Vegeta narrowed her eyes, stepping closer. I've felt his blows. I've fought his technique. That body is pure instinct, a beast. But you have none of that. You're just a parasite wearing skin that doesn't belong to you. You sound awfully possessive, princess. Ginyu smirked inside Goku's body. Does this body already have an owner? Vegeta smiled. It was a cold smile. A Saiyan smile. No, insect. But if anyone's going to use that body to fight, it'll be him. Not a cheap imitation like you. And then without warning she attacked. Boom! Vegeta's fist smashed straight into Goku Ginyu's face, sending him flying through the air. He shattered several floating rocks before crashing into a natural wall of debris. Ginyu spat saliva, shaking his head in shock. What the? This body, it's not responding right. He tried to fly and regain control, but his balance failed him. He wobbled mid-air, twisted badly, and landed awkwardly on one knee. Vegeta landed violently a few meters away. Do you get it now? She snapped. You can steal a body, but you can't steal its mastery. Another attack, a spinning kick that Ginyu barely managed to block. His arm went numb from the impact. From the distance, the real Goku inside Ginyu's body watched, panting. Vegeta, he whispered, she's fighting for me, not out of mercy, not out of friendship, but out of pride, and he understood. He felt it as if he were still inside his own body. Ginyu staggered back, his ki trembling. Damn it, this body is powerful, but I can't move it precisely. How the hell does that idiot control it? Vegeta appeared in front of him in a blink. She looked at him with absolute contempt. He controls it because he trains. Because he fights every day of his life as if it were his last. Because that body isn't a divine gift. It's the result of his tenacity. Of his will. Shut up. Ginyu fired a desperate, sloppy ki blast. Vegeta didn't even move. The attack curved around her and missed completely. You're pathetic. Another blow. Straight to the chest. Crack. Ginyu screamed in pain. This body, it hurts. It won't obey me. Vegeta grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Her eyes burned with terrifying intensity. Because it's not yours. Damn you. I swear I'll switch again. I can do it. I can take another body if I have to. You won't have the time, scum. She fired a ki blast straight at his face, not to kill him, but to disfigure him, to humiliate him. Boom! Ginyu was sent flying, badly injured. From behind, Goku in Ginyu's body slowly walked forward. He still staggered, but a new energy surged through him. Vegeta noticed him approaching, smoke still drifting around her. Well? She asked without looking at him. You planning on staying like that forever? Goku smiled weakly. I hope not, though. I've gotta admit I didn't think you cared that much about my body. Vegeta clicked her tongue. I don't care about you, idiot. I care that no imposter uses that body to stain what it represents. Then she added, her voice lower, almost inaudible, and especially not to disrespect my rival. Goku felt a sharp pang in his chest. Not pain, pride, and something else. Ginyu forced himself up once more. wounded, desperate. His vision swam, fading at the edges, but his objective was still clear. That body couldn't remain his. But he also refused to lose it like this. Enough, he roared. I'll switch again. I don't care who it is. His hands shot upward. His ki raged wildly. The sky darkened once more. Vegeta's eyes widened. Goku felt it too. He's going to switch again. Goku shouted. Don't meet his gaze. Too late, Ginyu bellowed. Change. A new beam of energy exploded outward, searching for a new target. And this time, Vegeta stood directly in its path. Captain Ginyu's scream tore through Namek's skies like thunder. Change. The air split apart. A purple and red flash erupted like a spear of souls, fired from Ginyu's wounded, trembling body, still wearing Goku's skin, straight toward his new target. Vegeta, standing tall, ready to strike again. She felt time slow to a crawl. A freezing sensation ran down her spine. Her pupils shrank. What is this? This wasn't like any normal technique. It wasn't explosive ki, nor a physical strike. It was something ethereal, a pull on the soul, a direct invasion of one's very essence. And the light of the body change was rushing straight toward her. But then, a flash crossed her vision. A large, purple silhouette, broken, panting yet resolute. No, he shouted, in a guttural, hoarse voice that still wasn't his own. Goku, still trapped inside Ginyu's body. He leapt, he threw himself in the way, and the energy of change struck him head-on. The sky shuddered once more. A shockwave tore across the battlefield. Rocks flew in every direction. A burning curtain of dews swallowed the field for several eternal seconds. And when the light finally faded, there he stood, Goku, in his real body, breathing heavily, one knee nearly buckling, his arm trembling as he forced himself to remain upright. His GI was torn, his body covered in wounds Vegeta herself had inflicted on that body earlier, but his presence. It was unmistakable. His soul had returned home. Vegeta stared at him, stunned. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. You're back. Goku slowly lifted his gaze toward her. He smiled, blood on his lips. Hey, that hurt more than training with King Kai. Then he dropped to his knees, coughing violently. Kakarot, Vegeta exclaimed, rushing to his side without thinking. She grabbed his arm to keep him from collapsing completely. Are you insane? A little, he rasped. But I wasn't going to let that guy steal your body too. His voice was broken, but honest. Vegeta looked at him with a mix of anger and something deeper, something she tried to bury immediately. Idiot. She let him go roughly, though carefully enough that he wouldn't slam into the ground. A short distance away, a figure groaned in the dust. Captain Ginyu. He had returned to his original body. And he was worse off than ever. The Saiyan body had made it painfully clear it would not be tamed so easily. And now, back in his purple form, the weight of failure burned through his blood like acid. Damn it, he screamed, slamming his fist into the ground. No, 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 not like this. His ki wavered, warped by rage and humiliation. Vegeta looked at him with pure disgust. You still have the energy to make a fool of yourself? Ginyu struggled to his feet, one knee shaking, eyes bloodshot. Enough games. I'm taking that body, one of them, yours or his, I don't care which. He raised his arms again, gasping. Change. The technique erupted once more. The sky roared, the air vibrated. A new wave of mystical energy shot forward, locking onto its target. Vegeta. She didn't react immediately. Part of her attention was still on Goku, who was breathing heavily but remained conscious. And then, Goku saw something, off to the side, at the edge of the battlefield. A creature, a Namekian frog, green, large, bulging eyes. It sat atop a rocky mound, completely still, as if it were part of the landscape itself. Goku saw it, and an idea struck him like lightning. Vegeta, he shouted, get down. She glanced at him, not fully understanding, but she did. And in that instant, Goku, trembling, lifted a rock with one hand. With the other, he grabbed the frog. Using the last scraps of his strength, he hurled the creature straight into the middle of the change beam. The light struck the animal. The sky trembled. Ginyu's eyes went wide. What? The exchange was completed. Silence. For 1 second. Then, a trembling figure collapsed onto the ground. A large, purple frog. With horns. With bulging, frantic eyes. It was Captain Ginyu. Or rather, his mind was. His former body, still massive, fell to its knees. But its eyes were those of a frog. Goku, panting, barely whispered. It worked. Vegeta stared at him, speechless. Did you just swap his soul with a frog's? Goku nodded, laughing weakly between coughs. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna like the diet. Vegeta blinked, and for the first time in a very long while, she laughed. A dry, rough laugh but real. TCH, you have a really stupid way of winning, Kakarot. Thanks, Goku said. I try to be creative. The battlefield fell silent. Ginyu's former body, now inhabited by the frog, began hopping around clumsily, croaking in confusion. Vegeta watched it with absolute disdain. Humiliating. That thing moved with more grace when it was a worm. At least he won't be trying to switch bodies again, Goku muttered, falling flat on his back. I don't think he can yell, change, with that tongue. TCH, you did something reckless, Vegeta said quietly, still watching him. Was it worth it? She turned toward him, looked at him for several seconds, then answered without smiling, without softness, but with something in her eyes that Goku had never seen before. Yes, and so, amid a shattered battlefield, beneath a sky slowly clearing as warm breezes returned, Captain Ginyu was defeated, not by strength, not by power, but by something he would never understand: loyalty and pride. At the same time, Frieza's ship looked unlike anything Gohan or Krillin had ever seen. A metallic hive of winding corridors, lit by flickering green lights, where the air smelled of hot metal and alien technology. Every step echoed hollowly, and the hum of living machinery throbbed like a dark heart beneath their feet. The main door, that enormous gate with jagged edges, had been forced open violently. Twisted from the inside, Gohan lifted his head. Wow, he whispered. Was this Vegeta? Krillin examined the destruction. Cracked walls, lingering traces of ki, scorched footprints. Definitely, there's no one else with that kind of temper, he said, trying to smile. Or that much finesse. And I guess that's why there aren't any guards. Maybe. Or, Krillin swallowed. YBE Frieza was so confident no one would dare come in that he left the place unguarded. That's stupid. It is. But guys like Frieza don't feel fear until it's too late. Gohan nodded silently. They kept moving forward, tense. Doors slid open automatically as they approached, revealing cold chambers, empty hallways, torture rooms marked with dried blood, and display cases filled with advanced weaponry. But still, they hadn't found what they were looking for: the Dragon Balls. They passed through a room with curved walls and screens projecting alien data. A kind of holographic table displayed a pulsing map of Namek. Gohan touched the edge. Krillin, doesn't this feel strange to you? What does? All of this, Gohan said, turning to him. Being inside a ship like this, with no enemies, after everything we've fought. It feels like the calm before a storm. Gohan nodded, then paused. His gaze dropped, thoughtful. And also, yeah, my dad. Krillin frowned. Goku, what about him? I've noticed it since he arrived. Gohan said quietly, as if even saying it some intention. Dad acts strange around Vegeta. Strange how? I don't know. Sometimes he looks at her like he wants to fight her, but other times like he likes her. Krillin froze. The air suddenly felt colder. Was all he managed at first. Gohan tilted his head, curious. Krillin, why yeah, I know. It's just that, well, it's complicated. Complicated how? Krillin sighed, scratching his head. Look, Gohan, your dad, well, he's kind of slow when it comes to some things. Emotional things, I mean. He's always been simple. Fighting, training, eating, sleeping. Love, relationships, that's not really his territory. But he was married to my mom, Gohan replied seriously. Isn't that love? Krillin choked. Why yes, I mean of course. Your mom was, well, your mom. She was important to your father, and he suffered her death more than I've ever seen him suffer. But the thing is, your dad never thinks about these things the way other people do. He just goes with the flow, like when he fights. And what does that have to do with Vegeta? Krillin exhaled slowly. Gohan, there are things you don't choose. Sometimes the body or the heart reacts before the mind does. Something like that is happening to your dad. Vegeta is strong, proud, defiant, and that confuses him. Confuses him? Yeah, he doesn't know whether he wants to fight her or be close to her. Sometimes, in the adult world, those things get mixed together. A lot. Gohan thought about it. Is Dad in love with Vegeta? What? Krillin jumped back, stumbling into a wall. No, I mean I don't know. It's way too early for that. I don't even understand how Goku thinks. Gohan raised an eyebrow, but he saved her, like a princess. Krillin blinked. That's true, and now they're fighting together. Also true, and I've noticed that when Dad thinks about her since the battle on Earth, sometimes he goes quiet. Krillin swallowed hard. Oh Kami, you're going to be an emotional genius when you grow up, aren't you? Is that bad? No, of course not. It's just that sometimes it's hard to explain things a kid that adults don't understand either. Gohan laughed softly. Relax, Krillin, I'm just curious. I like seeing her near him. Even if she scares me a little, she's like a dragon wearing a person's skin. Yeah, that sounds like Vegeta. They shared a smile, and then, there, Gohan shouted, pointing toward a hatch at the end of the corridor. They ran. The door opened with a hum. And inside, there they were, the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls. They shone with a golden intensity atop a metallic platform, larger than Earth's, each one about the size of a human head. Their light pulsed as if they were breathing. Krillin stopped dead. We did it. Gohan smiled in awe. We have them. Come on, we need to get them out of here before Frieza comes back. They approached carefully, knowing what stood before them wasn't just power. It was hope. It was the end of a war. It was the promise of bringing their friends back. The breeze on the plateau of the Grand Elder's house had stopped. The wind no longer danced among the towering rocks nor whispered across Namek's turquoise plains. The entire planet held its breath. The sky, once a bright emerald green, now bore a somber tint, as if unseen clouds veiled the twin suns. The atmosphere felt heavier, laden with an unfamiliar, oppressive energy. The Grand Elder, seated upon his throne carved from living stone, slowly opened his eyes. He is coming, he murmured in a deep, ancient voice. Dend, standing to his right, looked at him with worry. Who, Grand Elder? The key. He closed his eyes briefly, his wrinkles trembling. That key so dark, so cold, like the ice of the void and the fury of 1,000 suns. Frieza. Bulma, sitting at the back of the chamber, working with a tracking device and improvised cables, snapped her head up. That monster is coming here? Yes, the Grand Elder replied, without hesitation. Nail, the Namekian warrior guarding the entrance, turned his head toward them. His already serious expression tightened. I'm sorry, I should have known he'd come in person. It is not your fault, Nail, the Elder said calmly. He has felt the disturbance in the air, the fall of his men. A tyrant's rage knows no bounds when control slips from his grasp. Dend lowered his head, his small hands trembled. What are we going to do? The Grand Elder turned to him, looking at him with a paternal tenderness that defied the danger ahead. You will not be here to face him. Huh, Dend, he said solemnly. It is time for you to go with our friends from Earth. They will need your help to summon Purunga. But what about you? I can't leave you. The Elder raised a hand. His voice was gentle, yet absolute. I have lived long enough, child. My purpose in this life is nearing its end. But you still have a path to walk. Others depend on you now. Dend clenched his fists but said nothing. He knew arguing was pointless. Bulma stood, leaving her tools on the floor, and walked to the center of the chamber. Despite her fear, her face showed determination. I'll go with him, she said, patting Dend's head. And I'll make sure he gets to Gohan and Krillin safely. Promise. The Grand Elder nodded, then slowly turned to her. Bulma, earthling of keen intellect and brave heart. Huh? Bulma blinked. Namek will never forget what you and your people have done for us. You brought hope where there was only darkness. Even if this planet were to perish, your legacy would live on in our hearts. Thank you. Bulma blinked again, her expression softening. For a moment, she looked like a child listening to her grandfather from his bedside. Wow, that was really sweet, she replied gently, her voice wavering. But don't say it like you're saying goodbye, okay? This isn't the end, not if I can help it. The Elder smiled. Bulma rummaged through her improvised bag past circuits, capsules, and sensors and pulled out a small cloth pouch. Inside, a senzu bean. Gohan had given it to her before leaving, just in case something went wrong. Bulma held it as if it were a diamond. I'm not wasting this. I'll only use it if there's truly no other option. So if any of you start getting dramatic, no playing the hero, got it? Nail, by the entrance, smiled faintly though his gaze remained hard. And still you're going too, Bulma? Of course. I need to make sure those Dragon Balls actually work. I see. And stay here watching everything fall apart without doing anything. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, pleased. You have the soul of a warrior even without armor. Dend walked up to the Grand Elder. The old Namekian raised a trembling hand and touched Dend's forehead with a fingertip. Carry my hope with you, and the wisdom I can pass on before my end. For a few seconds, light enveloped Dend. His eyes widened slightly as a gentle, ancient energy flowed into him, the sacred language, the knowledge of invocation, the bond with Purunga. Den took a deep breath. I'm ready. Bulma took his hand. Let's go, before that psychopath gets here. They ran toward the side exit. And just as the door closed behind them, the sky split open, a distant roar, the hum of a high-speed pod, an aura that tore through the air. Frieza. Nail turned on his heel, walking toward the entrance. His slender silhouette stood against the sunlight, posture straight, cape flowing behind him. The Grand Elder watched him in silence. You can still leave, Nail, he said softly. You could survive, be of use elsewhere. Nail did not turn back. There's nowhere else I should be now, Grand Elder. This is where my story ends, if it must. I do not wish for your death, nor do I wish for yours. But if that monster enters through that door, he will learn that Namekians do not kneel. The Elder smiled sadly. You are my pride, Nail, my last guardian, my blade against the abyss. And I will be until my final heartbeat. From afar, Frieza appeared like a dark comet. His energy was a floating mantle of shadow, dense as compressed hatred. His body hovered with unnatural elegance, legs crossed, hands clasped behind his back. His face expressionless, only his eyes, red like frozen embers, revealed the emotion that ruled him. Rage. The tyrant descended slowly, landing on a nearby ledge. He gazed at the white stone dome, sensing the two key inside. The Elder and the last warrior, he said softly, venom dripping from his words. How touching. Nail stepped out, crossing his arms. Frieza, this place is not for you. Oh, but I've come for a little chat, the Emperor replied smoothly. To clear up a few doubts regarding your toys. We know nothing. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Liar. You can't feel the way to summon the dragon anymore, can you? Nail said calmly. It's been moved, and you arrived too late. Frieza's aura crackled faintly. And you think that will bother me? I hope it will, Nail said, his ki exploding outward, vibrating through the air. Because I'm here to give you reasons to regret it. Frieza smiled. Elegant, effortless. One alone? Against me? The Earthlings have already changed fate, Nail replied. And I am just a fragment of time buying them the final second they need. The wind began to blow again. The battle was about to begin. And within the sanctuary, the Grand Elder closed his eyes. Good luck, please defeat this monster. We will continue in next part.